film me just here? Yeah. Welcome to the People's Tribunal on the Iraq War. Good morning. We start this morning with a press availability of 3 of the testifiers. But first I want to frame what we're doing here. My name's Jody Evans. I'm one of the co-founders of Code Pink. Code Pink started in September of 2002. We were responding to Bush's terrorizing messages of Code Red, Code Orange, and Code Yellow, the beginning of the lies. We called Code Pink for peace. 14 years later, we are watching ourselves move into another era, where not only do we have the Iraq War, but we have wars waging in probably 6 countries that we're participating in and more. We wanted at the end of this presidential year to look back at the last 14 years and review the lies and the costs of our response, the US response to 9/11. We wanted to heal and build the anti-war movement that we're going to need for 2017. The war has not only had costs abroad, but it's also had costs to our communities, our cities, and the moral fabric of the United States of America. I have been blessed to work alongside some of the most caring, generous, passionate fighters for peace and justice. They are internationalists. They understand we are all connected. They give and risk their lives for peace, real peace. There are millions. We know between 12 and 15 million of us were in the streets saying no to war just before shock and awe hit Baghdad. I was in Baghdad when Colin Powell lied to the world about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. I had been with the weapons inspectors that day at an earlier press conference assuring us there were none. But the next morning we learned that Bush had followed that lie with game is over, now we launch shock and awe. An Iraqi woman came into our room that morning, looked up to the sky and said, "How will I protect my children?" We went outside to Iraqis taping their windows and building generators for electricity. I watched them be terrorized just at the idea of shock and awe. But as we hear the stories from Iraq now, no one could have understood what has been created from our invasion and bombing of Iraq. We have literally destroyed a country and a people and a culture. I remember having the fears, and I remember going back after and seeing what we'd already done with the bombing, but the deterioration continues. Since 9/11, it is estimated that the cost of our response will be $5 trillion. Instead of building, we've created billionaires, and the bottom percentage of the world has gotten poorer. The US invested in destruction instead of peace. This tribunal speaks to the lies and costs of the Iraq War. But the lies about war go way back. I was in North Korea last year. I learned of many lies there, and they continued to Vietnam. The costs of war are borne by those who are not on the front pages of papers or even in the history books. We wanted to create a place where people could come, see and hear 4 or 5 minutes from someone with experience related to the Iraq War and follow their testimonies deeper into the many years of testimony and the volumes of testimonies that have come from all of them, from articles, testimonies to Congress, books, movies, marches, and nonstop offerings of truth in the face of lies, often to personal costs and too often to time in jail. Today is just the beginning. This tribunal will live online and continue to grow. It will be a tool for study, for research, and for history. What we care most is that it serves as a warning that war comes from lies, and there are innumerable costs, and violence begets violence. There are many others who wanted to join, but we only have 2 days to begin to share many voices. We hope you will stay engaged. We'll share your stories and your concerns. We hope this begins a conversation about how we cannot normalize violence. Please join us. Last weekend, I was at Standing Rock. There were many moments where memories of Iraq returned, starting with the beauty and kindness of the people, the generosity and capacity to be in relationship. But Standing Rock is also about lies, and I hate to think of the costs of lies when the Missouri River would be contaminated with oil as the pipelines leak, which they always do. So from Iraq to Standing Rock, we must continue to resist the lies and refuse to pay the costs, and instead create cultures of peace together. Thank you for joining us. I want to introduce you to our first testifier. Roberto Bolanos is a Costa Rican trial attorney. He has litigated in promoting the right to peace, achieving constitutional recognition in 2008. Prior to that, he successfully went to the Supreme Court to force his country to withdraw the support given the coalition for the invasion of Iraq, to literally pull itself from the coalition of the willing because he was able to prove it happened on lies. He is now one of the participants in the UN Human Rights Council for the Declaration of the Right to Peace. I bring you Roberto Bolanos.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation and the opportunity. I've been invited to refer to the United States government decision to form a coalition to illegally invade Iraq on the base of the case I took against the Costa Rican government for supporting the coalition. As a result of this case, the Supreme Court of Costa Rica declared the support void for the reasons I will expose, and ordered the Costa Rican government to withdraw from the coalition of the willing, and ordered the Costa Rican Ministry of Foreign Affairs to withdraw any support to this illegal war. Now, even though the case relates to the participation of Costa Rica within the coalition of the willing, it is also true that the legal grounds for the court to reach their decision were based on instruments of international law. This means that if these international instruments of law apply both to the United States and to Costa Rica, the conclusion should be exactly the same, as we are not referring here to domestic legislation, but to international law. Not to say that I will make a brief comment on the domestic situation in the United States, and I think I will start from there. It is not new for those of you here in the room and those watching this tribunal online that United States has a conflict with understanding the concept of the rest of the world. This has been shown by the United States Supreme Court in a grueling ruling where the Supreme Justices of this country decided that international instruments are not binding to every single state of the Union, but they are binding to the federal government, which is, to be honest, the dumbest thing I have heard in my life. And these are supposed to be very good justices with high degrees of education in Ivy League universities, and it seems they learn nothing. If you're part of a union, you're part of the union, and you accept the delegated functions that have been given to the federal government. Now, if you don't like the rules of what the federal government is doing, then you can just secede or support California in becoming an independent nation. But as long as you are a state part of the union, you are subject to the decisions of the federal government. So having said this, and having stated that the federal government is bound by international law, and the invasion on Iraq was promoted by the federal government and not by every single state, we need to understand, and I can state clearly, that the decision of the federal government to invade Iraq is subject to international legal control, even at a domestic scale, as it happened in Costa Rica. Now, why do I say this? Well, because, as I mentioned earlier, it was international law arguments which beefed up the body of the ruling in the Costa Rica Supreme Court. There were basically three reasons why the Supreme Court declared the support to the coalition of the willing unconstitutional. The first one, that doesn't apply to the United States, is that Costa Rica is a neutral country. And if you're neutral, well, you cannot support any of the parties in the conflict. That's very clear. So that reason doesn't apply here because it's evident that the United States is not a neutral country. Now, the next two reasons are the ones that really concern the United States. And we can go further and deeper than the Costa Rican court went at the moment, because we need to understand that the case that I brought to the Supreme Court has no precedent. I mean, never. There was nowhere to get a judicial resolution. There was no case law on this topic. It was the first resolution on the topic ever. So it's not a surprise that some of the elements that it should have studied were not fully developed or unfolded. The first one of these situations is that the invasion happened against the United Nations rules and proceedings. And the United States is a founding member of the United Nations. It's bound by the UN Charter, and it's bound by the obligations and duties of the UN Charter. The UN Charter is an instrument created with the intention of bringing international peace and stability. So there is a duty of peace in every state to contribute to the aims and goals of the United Nations. It is not a task that states can fulfill. It is a duty. It is an obligation for the states to achieve peace, as it is one of the principles and objectives of the United Nations Charter. Now, part of the United Nations Charters have the regulations on the preservation of security and peace through the mechanism established in the Security Council. Now, Resolution 1441 of the UN Security Council never authorized the invasion of Iraq. It only authorized, it actually requested, the team headed by Hans Blix requested 6 more months to keep investigating because the Iraqi government had actually opened the facilities. So by not having the approval of the Security Council, the United States went against the UN Charter, and this makes the action illegal, suitable for compensation of every Iraqi affected by this war. The second thing that is very important, and I know I'm running out of time, but I don't want to leave this out, is that one of the most important rules in international law is the Vienna Convention on the Law of the Treaties, which is the mother of all laws in international law. And believe it or not, the principle of good faith is a legal principle with binding character, and it is enshrined in Article 27 of the Vienna Declaration on the Law of the Treaties of 1969. Why do I bring this? Because when Colin Powell comes with a straight face to the Security Council to lie to the world, with a straight face, like lies and lies and more lies than he afterwards recognized. I don't know your standards, but as it comes to me, there is no good faith in lying with a straight face to the UN Security Council and to the world in order to legitimize a war that was not authorized, that was not legal, and that in any case it concerned to the UN Security Council and not by individual states to attack. The last thing I want to say, because I already ran out of time, is that besides the violation of the proceedings and the request of Resolution 1441, besides the lies provided by Colin Powell in violation of the principle of good faith, that I forgot this. Yeah, probably the final thing I want to say is that the United States violated the UN Charter, the United States violated the Vienna Convention on the Law of the Treaties, and the United States violated the most basic principles of international law based on lies that became true. Having said this, and having stated without any doubt that this invasion was absolutely legal, people who has been affected for it should be able to claim for compensation here in the United States for the actions taken by the government.
So we'll save the questions until the first 3 presenters have completed. Our next testifier is Ray McGovern, who is a veteran CIA officer, now a political activist. He was a CIA analyst from 63 to 90, and in the 1980s chaired the National Intelligence Estimates and prepared the President's Daily Brief. He received the Intelligence Commendation Medal at his retirement, returning it in 2006 to protest the CIA's involvement in torture. McGovern's post-retirement work includes commentating on intelligence issues and in 2003, co-founding Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity.
Good morning. There's lots to say here. I'm thinking of the first time I was asked to pronounce on the lies leading to the war in Iraq. It was Peter Kuznick from American University who called me up 2 days into the war, and he said, "Ray, I'd like you to speak at a teach-in on the lies leading to the war." And my first question instinctively was, well, how much time do I have? And he said, 7 minutes. I said, you forget about it, 7 minutes. We'll need 2 days to talk about the lies. Now, we don't have 2 days, we have 5 minutes. So let me just refer to the archetypical example of documentary proof that this was all based on a lie. And that, as you all know, if you've watched David Swanson and his good work on afterdowningstreet.org, you'll know that Downing Street minutes, which are authentic and recognized as so by the British government, said that the war would be justified by the conjunction of terrorism and weapons of mass destruction. Now, this was a briefing given by the head of British intelligence after he had consulted with George Tenet, the head of American intelligence, on the 20th of July 2002. This is the 23rd of July 2002, 3 days later. And he said, George Bush has decided on removing Saddam Hussein by force. The war will be justified by the conjunction of weapons of mass destruction and terrorism, and the facts and intelligence will be shaped around the policy. Now, there it is, folks. The facts and the intelligence will be shaped around the policy. No further need do we have of proof. The minutes were leaked and not available until 2005, so a couple of years after the invasion, but there they were. So what's the bottom line for me now? Well, the bottom line for me now is that no one has arrested George Bush. Now, I'm old enough to remember World War II. I was alive for the whole war. I was just little. But after the war, there was the Nuremberg Tribunal. And our representative, the chief prosecutor, looked at those Nazis and said, "You're not here because you lost the war. You're here because you started it." And the war against Iraq was the archetypical definition of a war of aggression, which Nuremberg defined precisely as to initiate a war of aggression is to commit the supreme international crime, differing from other war crimes only insofar as it contains the accumulated evil of the whole. Accumulated evil? Well, think torture, folks. Think kidnapping. Think black prisons all around the world. Think about staining our European neighbors and others. 52 nations cooperated with the so-called rendition, the kidnapping of people for torture. So my point simply is that it's high time that we held these people accountable. The founders of our country were very careful. In crafting our Constitution, they expressly acknowledged that people being people, and the president being given the extraordinary powers that our Constitution gave a president, every generation or so, there would be someone who would abuse those powers and needed to be impeached. Now, I'm going to ask Jody to read the back of this sweatshirt because it has every relevance to what we're going on right now.
Article 2, Section 4. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for the conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
So they were careful enough to put that right in the Constitution, right? So what happened? The Democrats took over the Congress. John Conyers, the head of the Judiciary Committee, became the person to initiate impeachment proceedings. Cindy Sheehan and I visited his office. She had a special relationship with him then. And we said, are you going to impeach the president? And he said, well, no. And I said, well, why not? He said, well, who are you? Who are you, Mr. Intelligence, to tell me there's nothing in the Constitution that says John Conyers needs to impeach the president? I said, you are head of the Judiciary Committee, are you not? Yeah. So it's your job. Now, all his lawyers there were sort of needed to go to the bathroom when somebody challenged this very august, and he's not the worst of them, but we know what he said? Nancy Pelosi says, we can't impeach. You know why? Because then we won't win as big in the next election. Okay? That's how bad it is, folks. Did Nancy Pelosi know about the torture? Yes, she did. What did she say? She said the CIA lies all the time. Okay? Nancy Pelosi, just reelected to what? Her 7th term is, give me a break. So I'll just finish by saying that I love Bernie Sanders. And I wish him luck working within the system. But if we're going to change anything, folks, if we're going to hold anybody accountable for these crimes, these war crimes, it's up to us. My favorite theologian, Annie Dillard, said, there's only us. There never has been anybody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ray. So the third testifier of this morning opening is Raed Jarar. He's an Iraqi-American architect, blogger, and political advocate based in Washington, D.C. Raed translated the new Iraq oil law that was proposed by the Bush administration. He also translated multiple copies of the U.S.-Iraqi security agreement signed between the two nations in 2008. He testified before the U.S. Congress in 2 hearings and helped invite 3 Iraqi parliamentary delegations that testified before the U.S. Congress in 2007 and 8. He's now the Policy Impact Coordinator at American Friends Service Committee. Raed.
Thank you, Jody. I was born in Iraq, and I lived there throughout the 90s. And that's the time that my organization, the American Friends Service Committee, was very active opposing the Iraq war. Unfortunately, there is a perception, a misperception that the Iraq war started in 2003. The Iraq war actually started back in 1991, and it's been going on since. That's very important to realize that my organization, AFSC, opposed the 1991 war, opposed the sanctions throughout the 90s, and opposed the 2003 invasion and occupation. And we still oppose the Iraq war now, because there is an ongoing war. We have thousands of US troops in Iraq, and the United States continues to arm and equip hundreds of thousands of militia members in Iraq. These are proxy groups that we are arming, equipping, and training, who are committing human rights violations and sometimes war crimes on a daily basis. I wanted to talk today about the cost of the Iraq war. I know many people will mention, will touch on more details about the lies. And there were many lies. I think there is a very similar policy since 1991, and there are so many lies to cover that up. You know, back in the 90s, the reason for the U.S. involvement in Iraq was to liberate Kuwait from Iraq, or to protect Iraq's neighbors from Iraq. Then it became all about protecting Shiites from Sunnis, Kurds from Arabs. And then it became about weapons of mass destruction. And it shifted to speaking about democracy and nation building. And now I think the most recent narrative is that the US is there to get rid of an evil group called ISIS. And that's our mandate. So there are always lies and things made up. The cost of the Iraq war is tremendous. I was the country director of CIVIC, worldwide. It's an organization that had a survey for civilian casualties in the country. And there are 3 different levels of numbers for Iraqi civilian casualties. They seem to be contradictory at face value, but they tell different stories. The numbers that civic and other organizations that went door to door to collect information about civilians, our numbers were in the thousands, because these are the numbers of stories of actual people who died, their names, their addresses, the details about their attacks. So we had a few thousand names just in the first 100 days of the invasion of civilians who were killed. So now if you look at the names of civilians who were killed, we're talking about around 5,000 to 10,000 documented names. Now, the second level is the numbers of civilians reported by media. And the best source for that is Iraq Body Count. So Iraq Body Count is a British organization, and the numbers there are around 200 or 250,000. And this is anyone who is killed and reported by the media. The third number, which is the highest one, is the full estimated number. And that's based on sampling. And that number, there are 3 or 4 different organizations from the US, from Britain, who did sampling surveys in Iraq and concluded that there were more than 1 million Iraqis who were killed since 2003. 1 million excess violent deaths since 2003. So these 3 numbers might look different, at face value, but they're actually complementary, because the 1 million is the larger estimated number. 250,000 is what the media has reported, and as you would imagine, the media wouldn't report every incident of killing. And the 10 to 20,000 is the number of actual names that we have. The other cost of the war that I want to touch on today is the financial cost, how much Iraq lost from the war. And for that, I want to cite an interesting similar example, which is how much Kuwait lost because of the Iraqi invasion to Kuwait in 1991. So back in 1991, Iraq invaded Kuwait in a similar illegal and immoral invasion and occupation. And the UN created a committee at the time. It's UNCC, the United Nations Compensation Commission. And the UNCC is in charge of estimating the amount of damages that happened in Kuwait, and then made Iraq pay for these damages. So Iraq has been paying a portion of its income to fulfill around $55 billion in estimated damages in Kuwait. And the way that those damages were calculated, they were calculated based on infrastructure destruction and based on economic losses. Hotels that were not occupied with residents during the Iraqi attack. So if we were to follow the United Nations' own system that Iraq has been using to pay compensation to Kuwait, the US will be paying Iraq trillions of dollars for the infrastructure destruction, and because of all of the loss in economic prosperity and economic opportunity. So that's the other thing that I want to suggest people look into, UNCC as a model for compensation to Iraq. We talk about how this war has costed US taxpayers $3 or $4 or $5 trillion. We should also think about how much this war costed Iraqis themselves. Let me stop here, and I thank you, Jody, again for inviting me to testify today.
Thank you very much for sharing. So, because we're running tight on schedule, if you have a press question or you want to interview one of the testifiers you've just seen, please write to ally@codepink.org. We're going to continue with our testifiers. David Swanson is an American activist, blogger, and author. He co-founded the website After Downing Street, based around the U.S. congressional concern of the Downing Street Memo. He also embarked on a campaign to impeach George Bush.
Legal, as we have heard, to attack another country under the UN Charter, also under the Kellogg-Briand Pact, not to mention the Hague Convention of 1899. And in this case, as with Afghanistan 2 years earlier, the UN had specifically rejected war. Launching a war is illegal and immoral no matter what weapons may be in the nation attacked and no matter what crimes that nation has committed. Launching a total assault on civilians to supposedly shock and awe them is illegal, even in the understanding of lawyers who ignore the illegality of war. Morally, it is one of the worst things ever done. Practically, it has never worked. Even if we accepted that weapons in Iraq or Iraqi crimes could justify a war, the evidence was very clear that these were lies. The Iraqi government was opposed to the group it had supposedly collaborated with. In 1995, Saddam Hussein's son-in-law had informed the US and the British that all biological, chemical, missile, and nuclear weapons had been destroyed under his direct supervision. After UN inspectors left Iraq in 1998, the lead inspectors said they'd come to the same conclusion. In 1999, at a primary debate in New Hampshire, George W. Bush said he'd take out Saddam Hussein. "I'm surprised he's still there," he said. In 2001, Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell, and others in the Bush administration were telling the media that Saddam Hussein had no weapons. They transparently switched their views on command. So when the Downing Street Minutes came out on May 1st, 2005, we jumped on it not as new information, but as evidence we could use, both to persuade others and to make a case in court or in Congress. These were the minutes of a meeting at Prime Minister Tony Blair's office on July 23, 2002, at which his head of so-called intelligence, just back from Washington, D.C., reported, as summarized in the minutes and recounted earlier by Ray McGovern, quote, "Military action was now seen as inevitable. Bush wanted to remove Saddam through military action, justified by the conjunction of terrorism and WMD, but the intelligence and facts were being fixed around the policy," end quote. And so they were, as has been documented in extensive detail. The White House war schemers and their collaborators forged documents, solicited desired claims rejected by their own experts, relied on non-credible witnesses, fed fake evidence to complicit so-called journalists, and tortured desired statements out of victims they had kidnapped. Bush concocted harebrained schemes to start a war that he publicly claimed he was trying to avoid. See, for example, the White House Memo at After Downing Street or warisacrime.org/White House Memo. But just the fact that the British had been informed that war was inevitable by July 23, 2002, ought to have been a big story in May 2005. We worked hard to make it such, pressuring a resistant corporate media that claimed either that it couldn't verify a memo that was clearly authentic and never even disputed, or arguing that it revealed only old news, even though it was brand new news to anyone informed by those media outlets. We made it into big news through public protests, reenactments in the lobbies of media outlets, floods of letters to editors, a wide variety of creative actions. But we had an advantage. Democrats in Congress were in the minority, and many of them were claiming they would take actions to end the war if given the majority. Key Congress members were supporting our efforts, or pretending to. I believe that we turned many of their encouraging claims into lies by shrinking rather than enlarging and intensifying our movement in January 2007. When Diane Sawyer asked Bush why he had made the claims he had about Iraq's supposed weapons of mass destruction, he replied, quote, "What's the difference?" End quote. Perhaps very little now, as we've been through 8 years with a president who launches wars without bothering to lie to Congress. Or perhaps very much now, as we showed our power to resist lies about Syria in 2013, as a decade of activism against a war on Iraq backed Congress away from supporting a new war. We have to make the answer matter. We have to tell the story properly, as half the United States still doesn't know it. The biggest lie now, believed by many Americans, is that Iraq benefited while the U.S. suffered. That second part is true, from the war that destroyed Iraq. Toward correcting that false belief, I submit into evidence, to complement everything Raed told us, a paper I wrote 3 years ago called Iraq War Among World's Worst Events, which can be found at warisacrime.org/Iraq. My biggest fear is that drone wars and proxy wars and secretive wars will continue to be launched without being preceded by public campaigns of lying. Or even worse, wars will be launched with honest proclamations that somebody's oil needs to be stolen or some population needs to be slaughtered, and we won't resist or succeed in stopping these crimes. One of the best tools we have in this struggle is awareness of every lie used to support every past war. We must increase that awareness at every opportunity. So I appreciate Code Pink organizing this and including me. And I want to introduce a video. There was one Congress member who spoke the obvious truth out of the entirety of both houses of Congress when it mattered. A truth then acknowledged by about half the country and now belatedly by the vast majority of us, that war was wrong. This was Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Democrat from California, representing now the 13th District, serving what was then the 9th District from 98 to 2013. We're going to watch a video of what Congresswoman Lee said then, and then hear a statement from her now, read by Sierra Taylor. Congresswoman Lee is busy today on the Hill.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, and I want to thank our ranking member and my friend for yielding. Mr. Speaker, members, I rise today really with a very heavy heart, one that is filled with sorrow for the families and the loved ones who were killed and injured this week. Only the most foolish and the most callous would not understand the grief that has really gripped our people and millions across the world. This unspeakable act on the United States has really forced me, however, to rely on my moral compass, my conscience, and my God for direction. September 11th changed the world. Our deepest fears now haunt us. Yet I am convinced that military action will not prevent further acts of international terrorism against the United States. This is a very complex and complicated matter. Now, this resolution will pass, although we all know that the president can wage a war even without it. However difficult this vote may be, some of us must urge the use of restraint. Our country is in a state of mourning. Some of us must say, let's step back for a moment. Let's just pause just for a minute and think through the implications of our actions today so that this does not spiral out of control. Now, I have agonized over this vote, but I came to grips with it today, and I came to grips with opposing this resolution during the very painful yet very beautiful memorial service. As a member of the clergy so eloquently said, as we act, let us not become the evil that we deplore. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
From Representative Barbara Lee. Thank you for organizing this People's Tribunal. I'm sorry that I could not be with you today due to prior commitments on Capitol Hill. As you know, I stood up, along with many of you, and opposed the unjust and unnecessary 2002 invasion of Iraq. While President George W. Bush and his administration pushed Congress to authorize the use of military force, there was a small group on Capitol Hill demanding real evidence and diplomacy. Unfortunately, our efforts were not successful, and we are still fighting this unending war more than a decade later. On October 10, 2002, the House of Representatives considered an authorization for the use of military force, I offered an amendment that would have prevented this war. Instead of going it alone, my amendment would have leveraged the United Nations' capacity to investigate the Bush administration's claim that Iraq was development of weapons of mass destruction. Nearly 14 years later, we now know that these claims were completely false. Had my amendment passed, how many lives would have been saved? How many trillions of dollars would have not been wasted on this unnecessary war? Would ISIS exist today? It is past time for the American people to understand what really happened and what's still happening in the Middle East. Thank you again for your dedication and commitment to the truth.
We're now going to hear a statement, a current statement sent to this tribunal from former Congressman Dennis Kucinich, a leader in the House of Representatives against war for many of the recent years of war making. Congressman Kucinich is a former representative from Ohio, serving from 1997 to 2003. He was also a candidate for Democratic nomination for President of the United States in the 2004 and 2008 presidential elections. He was a member of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce. From 1977 to 79, Kucinich served as the 53rd mayor of Cleveland, Ohio, in a tumultuous term in which he survived a recall election and was successful in a battle against selling the municipal electric utility before being defeated for re-election. Through his various governmental positions and campaigns, Congressman Kucinich attracted attention for consistently delivering the strongest liberal perspective. This perspective has been shown by his actions such as bringing articles of impeachment against President George W. Bush and Vice President Richard B. Cheney, and being the only Democratic candidate in the 2008 election to have voted against invading Iraq in 2002. This is from Congressman Dennis Kucinich.
A common lament among those members of Congress who voted to go to a war in Iraq is, if only I had known then what I know now. While it is true that there was a concerted effort to mislead Congress and the American people into supporting a war against Iraq, it is also true that in 2002, in the run-up to the debate over the war, there was also an abundance of information from official sources available then, which made it untenable to support the war. On October the 2nd, 2002, I widely circulated in the House of Representatives an analysis of President Bush's call for war, which pointed out the following. 1. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. 2. Iraq had nothing to do with al-Qaeda's role in 9/11. 3. Iraq, with military expenditures less than 1% of the U.S., did not have the ability to attack the United States of America. 4. Iraq did not have the intention to attack America. And 5. Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction. We knew. Members of Congress knew better, but caved into pressure and voted for the war, with disastrous results for our nation, for the people of Iraq, and for the world. It is time for President Obama to establish a commission to formally seek the truth about the circumstances surrounding America's entry into a war against Iraq. It is clear that far from being a mistake by the Bush administration, the war against Iraq was ideologically motivated, politically craven, and wholly destructive of democratic values and the honor and reputation of the United States of America. Such conditions cry out for recognition and for justice. I support the Code Pink initiative. Dennis Kucinich, December 1st, 2016.
Thank you. I would now like to introduce a video from Kathy Kelly. Kathy Kelly is a U.S. peace activist, pacifist, and author. She is a co-founder of Voices in the Wilderness, a campaign to end economic sanctions against Iraq, and she is currently a co-coordinator of Voices for Creative Nonviolence, a campaign to end U.S. military and economic warfare. Kelly has traveled to Iraq 26 times, notably remaining in combat zones during the early days of both U.S.-Iraq wars. Her recent travel has focused on Afghanistan and Gaza, along with domestic protests against U.S. drone policy. She has been arrested more than 60 times at home and abroad and written of her experiences among targets of U.S. military bombardment and inmates of U.S. prisons. I believe she is in Afghanistan or on her way there at the moment, so she couldn't be with us, but this is a video from Kathy Kelly.
I remember the night that the bombing began, planes flew over with such regularity, and we thought if each plane had a payload that it was firing at cities beyond where we were, maybe there would be nothing left of places like Baghdad. But we were very cut off in a remote and an isolated place. Every dog in the region started to bark, and the dogs barked themselves hoarse. I remained in Iraq through most of the war. We were evacuated out of Baghdad, and on the roadway out, we could see mangled cars and overturned vehicles, and we saw smoking and a charred ambulance, and we knew that was the only way out for refugees and the only way in for humanitarian supplies. And those economic sanctions were the most comprehensive sanctions ever imposed in modern history. And because of the economic sanctions, people in Iraq, ordinary, average civilians, couldn't get the kinds of equipment that would be needed to repair electrical facilities, to repair sewage and sanitation systems often dependent on electricity. And that in itself occasioned widespread disease affliction, such as the afflictions of gastroenteritis, or when people can't get adequate water, the afflictions of dehydration. Iraqis also couldn't any longer trade their oil for other things they needed, even items such as food. And so that occasioned hunger. And pretty soon it was a perfect storm. Children under age 5 were directly affected by economic sanctions, which punished those children to death. If a child caught a common cold, and then also had the very unfortunate affliction of gastroenteritis, the combination of a respiratory infection, hunger, gastroenteritis, lack of water, lack of x-rays, lack of antibiotics, were a child to need surgery, lack of even an anesthetic for the surgery, these children were brutally punished, lethally punished, and the United Nations began to say, look, it's beginning to seem as though the numbers make it clear that 500,000 children under age 5 have already died because of these economic sanctions. Never did the doctors have the equipment at that point that they would need to treat people in such a hideous and terrible emergency. These are wars of choice that the United States has initiated at tremendous cost to the United States and certainly to people in Iraq who have meant us no harm. I close by recalling a young mother in a Baghdad pediatrics ward. She had just learned that her baby could not survive. The baby had a respiratory infection that had combined with hunger and gastroenteritis, and the baby was having a very difficult time breathing. A doctor gave the baby mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, and the baby started to breathe again, and the mother's hopes raised. And then the doctor said, I am sorry, your child, she cannot live. We have not the oxygen, we have not the tube. The tubing they lacked was tubing the size of the child's nostril. They had a piece of tubing that was the size of a pencil, but it was irrelevant for this little child's nostril. So for want of a piece of plastic, this child would not survive at that moment. And the mother realized that. She began to cry and cry. My shoulder was wet from her tears. And then she said to me, believe me, Miss Kathy, I pray. I pray that this never happens to a mother. She is from your country. Believe me, I pray. I pray that this never happens to another colonial country. I think the United States bears the responsibility for tremendous chaos and upheaval and cruelty, but I do not believe it is the responsibility now of the United States to decide who gets the upper hand in these terrible civil wars. I believe we should pay reparations, always accompanied with a deep felt admission of our sorrow. We're sorry. We're so very sorry for the suffering we caused, for the death, the bloodshed, the trauma.
Well, suffering does also come to residents of the aggressor nation. We're going to watch a video now from Terry K. Rockefeller, a documentary film producer and peace and justice activist. Her education includes an MA in U.S. history from Johns Hopkins, a bachelor's in government from Radcliffe College, Harvard University. Terry's sister, Laura Rockefeller, was killed in the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Since May of 2002, Terry Rockefeller has worked with September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows to oppose war in response to 9/11, to protest lack of due process in the military tribunals trying those accused of the terrorist attacks, and to close Guantanamo. From 2003 to 2009, Rockefeller was a member of the board of directors of Murder Victims' Families for Reconciliation, which works to abolish the death penalty in the United States. She currently serves on the steering committee of United for Peace and Justice, a coalition of national and local peace, nonviolence, and social justice organizations. She also works with the Iraqi Civil Society Solidarity Initiative, a collaboration between Iraqi and international NGOs to support human rights, democracy, and anti-corruption activists in Iraq. Terry has been a member of Amnesty International USA for more than 30 years. Terry K. Rockefeller.
From September 11th Families for Peaceful Tomorrows. When Peaceful Tomorrows organized in late 2001, we did so because we never wanted families anywhere to experience what we had. As family members of victims of the 9/11 attacks, we rejected the idea that a war on terrorism was possible. While you can kill a terrorist, the violence of war only breeds further violence. And the statistics on the extremely high number of civilian casualties in modern war left us grieving in advance of the first bombs falling. We rejected war in Afghanistan. We were outraged when the war on Iraq was sold to a frightened and hurting American public as having anything to do with the terrorist acts that killed our loved ones. Peaceful Tomorrow's members traveled to Iraq in 2003, hoping that our voices would carry weight amidst the rising chorus of opposition to the war. On that trip, we met many, many Iraqi citizens already devastated by years of conflict with the US and Iran, who were nonetheless optimistic that they could and would work from within their own society to reform and improve their lives. I remember, and it makes my heart break today, a conversation I had with a professor of electrical engineering at the University of Baghdad. She said to me, right now, there are not terrorists in Iraq. Right now, we have a problem, a real problem with our youth who get a college education and then cannot find jobs. We need to work to address that challenge. But if war comes to Iraq, she said, those same young people will be drawn into the conflict, and many of them will become terrorists. I don't know what happened to that professor. When I read about the murder of hundreds of Iraqi professors during the war, I often thought of and feared for her. Now is the time for an open, transparent truth commission to investigate all the crimes of the US-led war on Iraq, including our responsibility for fomenting and increasing terrorism throughout the world. Members of Peaceful Tomorrows have been extraordinarily blessed to remain in touch with some people in Iraq. And we have been able to deepen those connections with a group of amazing and inspiring Iraqi activists through the work of the Iraqi Civil Society Solidarity Initiative. What Americans hear far too little about are the massive, ongoing, nonviolent protests in Baghdad and throughout Iraq, led by citizens who are fed up with the corrupt, sectarian government that the US installed. The protesters' demands are clear. They need and want drastic reform of the political system and an end to the sectarian quotas that have stoked violence throughout their country. They seek to rebuild and have a system that gives all people equal rights and duties. The protesters are outraged by the levels of corruption that pervade the Iraqi state, and they demand that their leaders denounce corruption and prosecute violators. And finally, the protesters are calling for the provision of essential public services that will allow all Iraqis to live a decent life. Those Iraqis who have been demonstrating week after week for well over a year include men and women and a strong and growing contingent of youth. For activists in the US who want to support Iraqi activists in their efforts to undo the horrific damage and cost of our invasion and occupation, please learn more about the Iraqi Civil Society Solidarity Initiative and consider joining us in January of 2017 at our annual meeting in Sulaymaniyah. Check out www.iraqicivilsociety.org. And thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Vijay Prashad. He is an Indian historian, journalist, commentator, and Marxist intellectual. He is the George and Martha Kellner Chair in South Asian History and Professor of International Studies at Trinity College. In 2013-14, he was the Edward Said Chair of the American University of Beirut. Prashad is the author of 17 books, and his book, The Darker Nations, A People's History of the Third World, from 2007, was chosen as the best nonfiction book by the Asian American Writers Workshop in 2008 and won the Muzaffar Ahmed Book Award in 2009. Prashad is also a journalist. He writes regularly for Frontline, The Hindu, Alternet, Birgun, and is a contributing editor for Himal South Asian. He usually writes on Middle Eastern politics, development economics, North-South relations, and current events. In 2015, Prashad joined as the chief editor of the New Delhi-based publisher Left Word Books. He is also an advisory board member of the U.S. campaign for the academic and cultural boycott of Israel, part of the global BDS movement. Here is Vijay Prashad.
The United States has been upset with Iraq since at least 1958. You know, the war that began in 2003 wasn't the beginning of American malfeasance against Iraq. In 1958, there was a nationalist coup led by Brigadier Qasim, backed by the communists. And from 1958 onwards, the Americans basically have been trying to destabilize Iraq. In fact, in the 1960s, at several junctures, the United States tried to overthrow the nationalist regime. And in fact, when the Ba'ath come into power, the Ba'ath Party, which later is led by Saddam Hussein, who governs Iraq from 1978 to 2003, he's almost fully backed by the Americans, by Western powers, and by the Gulf Arab states, including Saudi Arabia. So Saddam Hussein, when he takes power finally in 1978, starts to crack down on people within Iraq who don't actually adhere to his rule, his idea, his vision of what Iraq should be. So one of the places where Saddam puts a great deal of his effort is to crush the Kurdish movement in the northern part of Iraq. Now, the Kurdish movement in northern Iraq was heavily influenced by communism and was backed fully by the Soviet Union. Saddam at this time was armed by Western powers with chemical weapons. And in the war against the Kurds, again, armed by the West with the full knowledge of the West, used chemical weapons against the Kurds in what was called the Anfal campaign. And during this campaign, in the town of Halabja, a town in the Kurdish region in the north of Iraq, the Iraqi government used chemical weapons, attacked that town, and really demolished the Kurdish community of Halabja. This was a great terrorist action conducted by Saddam. The machinery for the attack on the Kurds of Halabja was provided by the United States, by the Federal Republic of Germany, by other Western countries. They entirely backed this as a war, proxy war against the Soviet Union. Later, one of the great lies of the 2003 Iraq war was that the United States needed to go in to overthrow the Saddam regime because it had weapons of mass destruction, including chemical weapons, and it had used these chemical weapons against the Kurds. Of course, the United States, the Germans, and others had provided these weapons precisely for Saddam to use them against the Kurds. The other great adversary of the Iraqi government led by Saddam Hussein was Iran. And in fact, the Saudis, the Gulf Arabs, the United States, Western Europeans backed the Iraqis to attack Iran in 1980 after the Iranian Revolution. And once again, the West, the United States, the Germans, and others provided Iraq with chemical weapons, with mustard gas, for instance, with nerve gas, which the Iraqis used against the Iranians in the battlefield. And, there are very sad stories of Iranian troops leaving the battlefield, coughing blood in trains. There are stories of train cars going away from the battlefield where the smell inside was of mustard gas because they had it in their lungs. And as they were coughing, the gas was coming out. At that time, Ayatollah Khomeini, who was the religious leader of Iran, released a fatwa saying that Iran will never produce weapons of mass destruction. What they have seen in the battlefield is too grotesque. It's not something to imagine. So the second lie of the Iraq war related to the first is that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, which they used in the war against Iran. Yeah, that's all true. But of course, these were provided by the West. Saddam was egged on to attack Iran. And so the Western complicity in the use of those weapons needs to be right there front and center. Finally, the real lie of this war. When Saddam Hussein and his army invaded Kuwait in the period just before the Soviet Union had collapsed, that is in 1990, August 2nd, 1990, the United States, it is said, through its ambassador April Glaspie, essentially gave the Iraqis a green light to invade Kuwait or to do something because they had a dispute with Kuwait about the Rumaila oil field. And so Saddam invades Kuwait. The United States suddenly comes in with heavy force and removes the Iraqis from Kuwait and sets up a sanctions regime. Now, this lie is an important lie. This lie is a lie that Saddam is a brutal dictator who kills his own people and therefore should be overthrown. Again, remember, Saddam Hussein essentially was part of a global network which included the Saudis, Gulf Arabs, the Western Europeans, the Americans, etc., in a war against the Soviets and later in a war against Iran. So Saddam's brutality was part and parcel of this global network. But the brutality of the sanctions regime against Iraq is to be kept in mind. The death toll was so high, and there's no point speculating on numbers, but I'll just give you one statistic of some importance because it shows you the morality of the West vis-a-vis this part of the world. On a television program, the US ambassador to the United Nations, Madeleine Albright, was asked about a UNICEF report which showed that 500,000, 500,000 Iraqi children had died as a consequence of the sanctions. And Madeleine Albright listened to this question about the 500,000 children. At no point did she contest the number or say that there are mitigating circumstances. At no point did she say that this is lies, etc. What she said, I think, is really bears repeating, and it bears understanding. What she said was that, yes, 500,000 children have died, but it's a price worth paying. In other words, the price for the United States to garrote Iraq, this is before 2003, the price for the United States to garrote Iraq, to throttle Iraq, strangle Iraq, is a price worth paying. And that price is, of course, 500,000 children killed because of the sanctions regime. When the United States goes in 2003, to finally overthrow the regime of Saddam Hussein, this was merely the icing on top of a very, very cruel and bitter cake that has again been baked by the Gulf Arabs, Western Europeans, United States, and the regime of Saddam Hussein. They were part and parcel of creating a diabolical situation for the Iraqi people, who suffered greatly in this long period, and even more so after 2003, when their country was destroyed.
To introduce three terrific people who are with us here in the room today, beginning with Medea Benjamin. Medea Benjamin, born Susan Benjamin, is an American political activist. I assume everyone knows that. Best known for co-founding Code Pink, and along with activist and author Kevin Danaher, the fair trade advocacy group Global Exchange. Benjamin was also the Green Party candidate in California in 2000 for the U.S. Senate. She currently contributes to Op-Ed News and the Huffington Post. In 2003, the Los Angeles Times described her as, quote, one of the high-profile leaders, end quote, of the peace movement. I would describe her as one of the best leaders of the peace movement. Medea Benjamin.
Unfortunately, the peace movement was not capable of stopping the Bush administration, and here we are today. I want to go back to my first action in Congress with Code Pink, which happened on September 18th, 2002. That was the day that Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, testified before the House Armed Services Committee about why the U.S. military should invade Iraq. He accused Saddam Hussein of having weapons of mass destruction. He talked about an imminent September 11th style attack perpetrated by Saddam Hussein, and said that Saddam Hussein was a global threat. My colleague Diane Wilson and I were in the audience just behind Donald Rumsfeld. It was the first time we had ever attended a congressional hearing. Shaking, I got up and belted out, Mr. Rumsfeld, we need weapons inspections, not war. Why are you obstructing the inspections? Isn't this really about oil? How many civilians will be killed? How many Iraqis will be killed? We unfurled banners that said UN inspections, not US war. And we repeated that chant over and over and over again until the police came to forcibly remove us. Once we're out of the room, Rumsfeld joked about us. And then he said, of course, the country that threw the inspectors out was not the United States. It was not the United Nations. It was Iraq that threw the inspectors out. That too was a lie. Iraq did not expel the inspectors. In December 1998, the inspectors themselves withdrew for their own safety in anticipation of a US-British bombing campaign. In February 2003, we decided as Code Pink to travel to Iraq in a delegation. This was happening just weeks before the US decided to invade. One of the reasons we went is that we wanted to speak to the inspectors ourselves and see what they thought. We met with them and they told us that there were no weapons of mass destruction. They said that even if there were, the presence of so many inspectors would make it impossible for any weapons to be used. 2 weeks after we returned on March 7th, the International Atomic Energy Agency, known as the IAEA, and the U.S. Special Commission on Iraq reported to the UN Security Council. Based on more than 100 visits to suspect sites and private interviews, they concluded, al-Baradei concluded that they had found to date no evidence or plausible indication of the revival of a nuclear weapons program in Iraq. The Bush administration dismissed the inspectors' findings because their conclusions contradicted those of the U.S. government. The next day, George Bush went on the radio to address the American people, arguing the inspections team did not need any more time because Saddam Hussein was still refusing to disarm, and the rest is history. Iraq posed absolutely no threat to the United States, but the American people, traumatized by the 9/11 attack, were easily duped by the Bush administration's propaganda. Americans were victims of an elaborate public relations campaign barraged every day with distortions, deception, and lies. By the start of the war, 66% of Americans mistakenly thought that Saddam Hussein was behind the 9/11 attacks. 79% thought he was close to having a nuclear program, weapons. Of course, Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with 9/11, had no nuclear weapons, and had no functioning chemical or biological weapons by that time. The deception was only achieved with the complicity of the U.S. mainstream media, a press that refused to air the voices of dissenters like ourselves and instead sought to commercialize the war, embed themselves with the military, and profit from the invasion. At Code Pink, we worked furiously to stop the invasion and continued to protest after the war started. We held daily vigils in front of the White House, went on hunger strikes, organized massive demonstrations, protested at the homes of Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Democratic and Republican Congresspeople, interrupted dozens of congressional hearings to speak the truth, and over again we were arrested for our nonviolent civil disobedience, spending much time in cold, bleak jail cells. For our work, we were attacked viciously as being unpatriotic, treated like traitors. Hate mail, death threats, violent phone calls were a constant. Speaking at the Heritage Foundation in 2007, when the war had already been dragging on for 5 devastating years, President George Bush told Congress that they should spend more time listening to the military commanders on the ground in Iraq and less time, quote, responding to the demands of Code Pink protesters. We only wish that Congress and George Bush had listened to the demands of Code Pink and the millions of protesters who back in 2002 warned that the attacking Iraq would be a disaster. There's no decision more grave than taking your nation to war. There's nothing more criminal than basing that war on lies. And there's nothing more derelict than failing to prosecute those responsible for taking us to war on the basis of lies. And that is where we stand today. In the face of the Bush administration's colossal deceptions, Barack Obama, even before he officially took office in 2009, said, we need to look forward as opposed to looking backwards. In other words, we should ignore this unconscionable invasion. The fact that no one was held accountable means that today many of the same architects of the Iraq War, from General David Petraeus to John Bolton, are flocking to join the Trump administration. These hawks have their eye on the next target, Iran. That's why the Code Pink Tribunal, with all of these testimonies about the lives and costs of the war, is so critical, because as history has shown, those who failed to learn from the past are condemned to repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Medea. I want to introduce John Cavanagh. John has been part of the peace movement all of these years. He is the director of IPS, the Institute for Policy Studies, which I think of as perhaps the think tank where thinking actually goes on. He has been the director since 1998 and other positions prior. He is the co-author of at least 10 books, including Development Redefined, How the Market Met Its Match. John Cavanagh.
Thank you so much, David, and it's great to follow one of my heroes, Medea Benjamin. This room actually, for those of you watching online, is full of heroes, and it's a good moment to lift them up, and also the heroes around the world that we've been hearing from and hearing about. But I do think we should pause just for a second to particularly thank Jody Evans and Medea Benjamin, who have been leading for well over a decade in this fight with courage, with truth, and with love, and we're all indebted to you. As David said, my organization, the Institute for Policy Studies, is truly proud to participate in this vital tribunal. I want to, just in my brief time here, remind us all about two big lies that were at the center of the war. First, I want to say something about one of the biggest lies that paved the way for the U.S. war on Iraq, a blatant lie about the projected costs of that war. In the lead up to the war, the Bush administration, many people here remember this, didn't want to say anything about the likely costs of this war, either financial or human. Their much repeated line was, "It will be over quickly with minimal costs." Then a great controversy erupted in September 2002 when one of them did attempt an estimate. When Bush economic advisor Lawrence Lindsay estimated, this was a full 7 months before the U.S. unleashed the missiles of war, he estimated that its costs might go as high as $200 billion. Other parts of the Bush administration quickly said that this was too high. One said that the estimate was baloney. That was from Rumsfeld. Quickly, a Bush spokesman downgraded the pre-war estimate to 50 to 60 billion, and they fired Lindsay. Well, fast forward a few years. Prominent economists, Joseph Stiglitz and Linda Bilmes, one of them the holder of a Nobel Prize, have now calculated, and Jody started with the whole tribunal with this figure, but have calculated that the eventual total cost of U.S. wars in Iraq and Afghanistan will end up at over $5 trillion, which is remarkably over 25 times the original estimate of the guy who was fired, Lawrence Lindsay, and it's over 100 times greater than what the rest of the Bush team was saying before the war. Much of this cost is, sadly, from the long-term health costs that plague many veterans their entire lives. Brain injuries and brain trauma, which over 100,000 veterans suffer from, are particularly costly over the course of a vet's lifetime. But just let that figure sit, if you will, for a moment. $5 trillion. That sum could have funded and can fund the full transition of our economy and the Iraqi economy from fossil fuel, militarized, and Wall Street economies to clean energy, peaceful Main Street economies. Now, a few words on the second lie. This lie was rooted in a statement about history. The government was assuming that since the United States had ended the draft after the Vietnam War, and hence had ended the fear in every family that one of their own could be selected to fight in a war, they assumed that the public wouldn't care much if the U.S. engaged in a war on the other side of the planet. Well, it turned out that people cared a great deal, both in the United States and overseas. And in 2002 and 2003, we were reminded just how quickly that public can react and mobilize against unjust war. Just as millions of people came together almost overnight as volunteers to support the Bernie campaign in 2015 and 2016, millions joined the mass mobilizations against U.S. war in Iraq. And it was truly a sight to behold. All it really took was smart organizing. Groups like Code Pink were dreamed up by, in this case, Jody and Medea and others of you in this room, and went into action. In my case, the Institute for Policy Studies, led by my tireless colleague Phyllis Bennis, joined with several terrific people. And I remember these first meetings. Medea was there, Leslie Kagan, Bill Fletcher. And in October of 2002, this was soon after George Bush started talking about his desire for war, we sat down and listed all the groups and people who would be devastated by war in this country. Workers, women, environmentalists, veterans, Muslim Americans, local groups, and we called for a meeting in late October 2002 here in Washington. Representatives of 69 groups answered the call. And we launched what became a network of over 1,400 local and national groups. It's been mentioned before, called United for Peace and Justice. It became the nerve center of anti-war organizing, and it helped issue the global call to people of good conscience all over the world that resulted in 12 to 14 million people in over 600 cities standing together on February 15th, 2003, in a global day when the world said no to war. Imagine 12 to 14 million people standing up in the face of lies. Let me end by just sharing a few words from a woman I just met with this morning who is in her first week as a new member of the U.S. Congress, Pramila Jayapal. Pramila, many of you know, is a fierce fighter for immigrant rights, for women's rights, for racial justice, for worker rights, for the environment. And she's now in the U.S. Congress. And as we sat there over breakfast this morning, she was remembering the early days of building Code Pink with Jody and Medea. And she asked me simply to share these words with all of you in this room and those watching. Never lose hope. Together we will build the multiracial coalitions that we will need to defend all people and to win peace and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, John Cavanagh. I want to introduce John Kiriakou. John Kiriakou was a CIA analyst, and case officer, was a senior investigator for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, a counterterrorism consultant for ABC News, and an author. He was the first U.S. government official to confirm in December 2007 that waterboarding was used to interrogate al-Qaeda prisoners, and he described this as torture. On October 22, 2012, Kiriakou was sentenced to 30 months in federal prison, not for torture, but for talking about torture, over his decision to blow the whistle on the CIA's post-9/11 torture tactics. John Kiriakou.
Thank you, and good morning. I spent 15 years at the CIA, and I would like to speak with you this morning about something that I witnessed in the run-up to the Iraq War, and that was a thirst for war that I had never witnessed before in my career or indeed in my life. I spent the first half of my career as an analyst at the CIA, working entirely on Iraq. In 1991, in the immediate aftermath of the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, I met Ahmed Chalabi. Ahmed Chalabi was an Iraqi Kurd, a Shiite Kurd, which was unusual. He and his family had left Iraq in 1965 for Jordan. Chalabi made something of himself. He went to the University of Chicago. He had a PhD from MIT, a degree from the London School of Economics, and he founded a bank in Jordan called Petrobank, which he immediately began to loot. He stole something like $36 million, mostly from Iraqi refugees and retirees, people who had fled Iraq over the years or who had retired in who had retired in Jordan. He essentially stole their life savings. But the CIA identified Ahmed Chalabi as somebody who ought to be the president of Iraq. Why? Because he served the CIA's purposes, at least in 1991. Chalabi went on later that year to found the Iraqi National Congress, a group of yes men active in Iraqi opposition circles, almost entirely in the West. Most of the members of the Iraqi National Congress hadn't been to Iraq in decades, but as I said, they had been identified as people that Washington would like to see running the country. Once Chalabi was made president of the Iraqi National Congress, the CIA began to notice some things. Number one, nothing Chalabi ever said was true. He lied about absolutely everything. In addition, the millions of dollars of taxpayer money that was going to finance the Iraqi National Congress began to disappear. At the same time, Chalabi bought a multi-million-dollar townhouse in Knightsbridge, London. Finally, the CIA issued something called a burn notice on Chalabi, meaning that no CIA officer was allowed to have contact with him because he could not be trusted. He was a liar and a thief. 11 years later, in 2002, I was told, having just returned from Pakistan, that I would be working on a compartmented program. I was not even allowed to know what my job was going to be until I signed a separate secrecy agreement. I went up to the CIA's 6th floor and actually signed a series of secrecy agreements, 6 of them. Once I had finished, I said to the man reading me into the compartment, "So what gives?" And he looked at me and said, "Well, here's the story. Early next year, we're going to invade Iraq, we're going to overthrow Saddam Hussein, and we're going to open the world's largest Air Force base in southern Iraq. We're going to move all of our air assets out of Saudi Arabia into Iraq, thus denying Osama bin Laden the ability to say that we're polluting the land of the 2 holy mosques." I was so stunned by this ridiculous revelation that all I could think to say was, "But we haven't caught bin Laden yet." And this officer told me that the battle lines had already been drawn. He said the decision was made, and there were 2 camps. The war was being pushed specifically by the Office of the Vice President, that was Dick Cheney at the time, the Office of the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, and the National Security Council. He said CIA, the Joint Chiefs, and the State Department didn't want to do it, but being good soldiers, we saluted and said, "Yes, Mr. President." A day later, I walked into the same man's office, and he was sitting at his desk with a blank piece of white paper and some Crayola crayon markers, just to make conversation. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm designing the new Iraqi flag." I said, "Don't you think the Iraqis should design the new Iraqi flag?" It actually hadn't occurred to him that the Iraqi people should design their flag. In the following weeks, it became clear to me that Ahmed Chalabi was going to have a role in whatever came out of the muck and mire that we had turned Iraq into. The CIA rejected him, as I said. There was a burn notice against him. But Chalabi began appearing in Washington regularly at parties in Georgetown, at the Pentagon, at the Office of the Vice President. Because the CIA had rejected him, Chalabi decided to activate his quote-unquote army of intelligence operatives and to report directly to the Vice President's office. But we all knew that Chalabi was a liar. The only thing Chalabi cared about was Chalabi, and he cared about becoming president of Iraq. And so he told Cheney's staff and Rumsfeld's staff and Rumsfeld's chain of command beneath him that was created just to invade Iraq and to handle intelligence exactly what they wanted to hear. None of it was based in the truth. And there was a quid pro quo. The quid pro quo was, I'll give you the intelligence you need to convince the American people and the US Congress that you need to go to war. And when this is all done, you make me president of Iraq. Cheney and Rumsfeld agreed. Chalabi knew that the administration was obsessed with 2 issues: weapons of mass destruction and terrorism. He also knew that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So he just simply manufactured the intelligence. I remember specifically one night that I had been called into the CIA's operations center. Joe Wilson, who had been chargé d'affaires at the US Embassy in Baghdad in the early 1990s, had been sent to Niger to speak with the government of Niger to ask if it was true, if rumors were true, that the Iraqis had sought the purchase of yellow cake uranium. Joe Wilson had been ambassador to Niger after he left Iraq. And the government of Niger said that none of it was true, that the Iraqis had not sent an emissary, and certainly they had not The Nigerian government had not received any request for the purchase of yellow cake uranium. Joe Wilson wrote this up in the New York Times as an op-ed, and of course his wife Valerie Plame's career was later destroyed by it. But I was called into CIA headquarters to review a document that the CIA had received from a friendly intelligence service that seemed to corroborate Chalabi's story. I went in to look at this document. Within 5 seconds, anyone who had ever served in any intelligence capacity in the US government could see that this document was a forgery. It wasn't even formatted correctly. I mean, there were spelling errors and grammatical errors, and it was obviously patched together by someone who had no idea how this kind of thing worked. I said it was a forgery. The CIA's Iraq analysts agreed it was a forgery. It was clear that the Iraqis had not sought yellow cake uranium from the government of Niger. But Chalabi didn't care what the CIA said. Chalabi cared only that the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense were happy. Chalabi also passed information to Cheney and Rumsfeld indicating that there was a connection between Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, between the government of Iraq and al-Qaeda. Nothing could have been any more ridiculous than that. There was a famous story from the 1980s when Saddam Hussein had made the minor pilgrimage, the Umrah, to Mecca. He didn't even know the prayers to say, and his vice president at the time, Izzat Ibrahim, had to kneel behind him and whisper the prayers to him so that he could repeat them out loud. Saddam Hussein wasn't a Muslim. He was a secularist. There was no reason for Saddam Hussein to have any connection with al-Qaeda or Osama bin Laden. And indeed, bin Laden had made comments over the years that he hated Saddam Hussein as much as he hated the United States. So this connection, Mohammed Atta allegedly going to Prague to meet with the station chief of the Iraqi intelligence service there, was just made up out of whole cloth because he knew, Chalabi knew that it was a red button issue that would help to push us into war. That's exactly what happened. George W. Bush tried to install Ahmed Chalabi as the president of Iraq once we had invaded, but we had already, in such a short period of time, made such a colossal mess out of the place that even the Iraqis wouldn't accept him as president. Unfortunately, he did get something. He became the oil minister. That's not the crime in this whole thing, Ahmed Chalabi promoting himself. The crime is that Bush, Cheney, and Rumsfeld knew all along that the intelligence was phony. They were just looking for a pretext for war, and they knew that many Americans are too stupid or too disinterested to challenge any of this. They were looking for a trigger that would allow them to install their warped neoconservative vision of democracy in Iraq. I remember participating in a secure video teleconference with the National Security Advisor, the Secretary of Defense. It was chaired by Vice President Cheney. I was a minor figure, and so I was a note taker for the director of the CIA sitting against the back wall. And I remember a very senior official of this government saying, in complete seriousness, as soon as we cross the border, they're going to throw flowers at us, having no understanding that we were invading a sovereign country, slaughtering its people. And he believed that we would be greeted as friends and liberators. No, the crime is that millions of Iraqis were killed, they were wounded, they were maimed, they were displaced. Thousands of Americans died for nothing, no good reason at all. That's the crime, and that's why we're here today. It's up to all of us to demand justice, even though time has passed. No matter how much time has passed, we have to demand justice. Thank you very much. I would like to take the opportunity then to introduce a friend of mine, Philip Giraldi. Phil Giraldi is a recognized authority on international security and counterterrorism issues. He's a former military intelligence officer at the Central Intelligence Agency and a columnist and television commentator. He is now the executive director of the Council for the National Interest, a group that advocates for more even-handed policies by the U.S. government in the Middle East. Phil Giraldi.
appreciate it. Well, thank you, John. I particularly appreciated your commentary on Ahmed Chalabi. I didn't feel I had the time or the expertise to go into it, but he certainly was a key player in the various deceptions that led to war with Iraq. I was working at CIA headquarters, like John, in 2002. It was after the occupation of Afghanistan, which I participated in, and the Bush administration was looking for other targets to strike. For reasons that were not very clear to many of the CIA's 20,000 employees, the focus was on Iraq, which did not have any evident connection with 9/11, rather than on Saudi Arabia, which is where nearly all of the hijackers came from. There was intense pressure coming from the White House to develop information that somehow implicated Saddam Hussein. But friends of mine who were senior analysts at the agency were confused. They were looking at all the evidence that was being produced by CIA resources, and apart from questionable information coming from a cab driver in Germany and another unreliable source in the Czech Republic, there was no demonstrable connection between Iraq and 9/11. Saddam Hussein was, in fact, as John noted, an enemy of al-Qaeda, and additional reporting relating to Iraq's alleged status as a threat to the United States due to the claimed development of what soon became to be referred to as weapons of mass destruction was also highly questionable and in some cases fabricated. My analyst friends, who were honest individuals, reported that Iraq was no threat and had not been involved in any way with 9/11. But then something magical happened. The analyst reports, in making their way from the lower floors of the CIA building up to the 7th floor, which is where the Mandarins had their officers, were changed. Dissenting opinions were eliminated, and an entire section from the Energy Department demonstrating that Iraq could not possibly be developing weapons to threaten the U.S. was excised. The National Intelligence Estimate on Iraq that went to the White House and Congress consisted of only the bare bones of a report suggesting incorrectly that Iraq might be a developing threat and might have had contact with al-Qaeda. This information was supplemented by completely fabricated information coming out of the Pentagon's Office of Special Plans, which was being sent directly to Scooter Libby and Dick Cheney at the White House. CIA Director George Tenet declared it was a slam dunk that Iraq was a threat to the U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell, who reviewed all the alleged intelligence, supported the claim, but continued to be highly skeptical when he went to the UN anyway and made his famous speech. And so the United States went to war. The Iraq War was consequently built on a framework of lies, even though many of the United States government's intelligence community knew better. Lie was piled on lie to justify invading a country that in no way threatened the United States. And the lies kept coming, with the Pentagon insisting that the war would be paid for by Iraqi oil, which presumably the U.S. intended to steal. That was $5 trillion ago. My friends at CIA were mortified over what was happening, but they did not resign. They had mortgages, kids in school. I sometimes wonder what they think about Iraq today, with possibly as many as 1 million dead as a consequence of a war that did not have to be fought. But when we see each other, Iraq is never mentioned. Thank you.
Elizabeth Murray could not join us today, but she sent a letter. Elizabeth Murray was a CIA open source analyst, pressured to find what turned out, of course, to be non-existent evidence linking al-Qaeda to Saddam Hussein by Paul Wolfowitz's office in early 2003.
My name is Elizabeth Murray. I retired in 2010 after a 27-year career with the CIA. My last position was Deputy National Intelligence Officer for the Near East at the National Intelligence Council. For the first 20 years of my career, I was a senior political and media analyst with the CIA's open source arm, for many years known as the Foreign Broadcast Information Service, FBIS, which later became the Open Source Center, OSC, and is now called the Open Source Enterprise, which monitors and translates foreign leader speeches, newspaper editorials, and other foreign news of interest to US policymakers. Our job was to analyze the speeches of foreign leaders and the political spin of foreign media content and help our policymakers understand the implications for US policy and interests. It was exciting, challenging, and very interesting work. Our office building has always been physically separate from the CIA headquarters at Langley, Virginia, and we enjoyed a reputation for fiercely independent, unpoliticized intelligence analysis. Policymakers and desk-level analysts alike praised our work regularly. It was a good place to be. In early 2003, just prior to the launching of the US attack on Iraq, I was a senior analyst in charge of Iraqi media at the OSC. The political atmosphere around the Beltway had become very charged amid allegations that Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction, and there were active efforts afoot to link him to al-Qaeda and the events of 9/11. The drumbeat for war was in full swing. One morning, I received a telephone call from the office of then Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz, asking us to find media reportage of meetings between al-Qaeda representatives and Iraqi officials. There was a strong implication in the way the tasking was conveyed to me that a meeting between the two sides had in fact taken place, possibly in Prague, and that we needed to find the evidence. I gave the tasking my highest priority. I immediately contacted our overseas bureau in the Middle East in charge of monitoring and translating Iraqi media. We had the monitors, translators undertake an exhaustive search of all relevant Iraqi media reports in our archives that might contain such information. We also leveraged other resources available to us in Baghdad so that they could check on lesser-known Iraqi media sources. We pulled out all the stops. About 2 weeks later, we received a definitive response. There was no evidence in Iraqi media of any such relationship between al-Qaeda and Saddam Hussein's regime. I promptly reported this information to Wolfowitz's office. I assumed that was the end of the matter. However, about a week later, Wolfowitz's office phoned us again asking for the same thing, media evidence of an Iraqi government link with al-Qaeda. So I again marshaled all the resources we had at hand and dedicated some of our overseas staff to a full-time search. Again, the finding was negative. Again, I reported this back. Unbelievably, a few weeks, the tasking came to us a third time. It was slowly dawning on me that we were not providing his office with the answer they wanted. We were being subjected to political pressure. We had already extended many hours and many US tax dollars on this search. And I trusted our seasoned media professionals when they said there was no evidence of these allegations. So I asked Wolfowitz's office where they had heard the meeting between al-Qaeda and our Iraqi officials had taken place in hopes that might aid our search. However, I never received a response to my request, and the phone calls to my office ceased. Of course, we now know these allegations were pure fiction, as were the allegations that Saddam possessed weapons of mass destruction. By 2006, 3 years into the war on Iraq, the Bush administration officially admitted it had no evidence of any Iraqi role in the 9/11 attacks, either direct or indirect. Nevertheless, the US continues to devastate that country to this very day. It is time to face the truth and hold our leaders to account for the terrible war crimes committed against the Iraqi people. And it is time for the United States to withdraw from Iraq and allow the Iraqi people to rebuild their country free of foreign interference. Elizabeth Murray.
Joining us via Skype is Dr. Ayça Kubukçu. Ayça Kubukçu is Assistant Professor in Human Rights in the Department of Sociology at the London School of Economics and the Center for the Study of Human Rights. Before LSE, Dr. Kubukçu taught for the Committee on Global Thought at Columbia University and the Committee on Degrees in Social Studies at Harvard University. During the 2009-2010 academic year, she was a Max Weber Fellow at the European University Institute. Dr. Ayça Kubukçu.
Thank you. In early 2003, before the war in Iraq had actually begun, we witnessed the emergence of the largest anti-war movement the world had ever seen. On February 15, 2003, on the same day, millions of people demonstrated in more than 600 cities around the world against the war that the United States, the United Kingdom, and their allies were planning to fight in Iraq. Yet, despite the largest protests in the history of humankind, the war in Iraq began a few weeks later on March 19, 2003. At its origins, the World Tribunal on Iraq, which is the subject of my testimony today, emerged as an idea from this global anti-war movement. As a tribunal founded and conducted by global civil society to tell and disseminate the truth about the Iraq War, between 2003 and 2005, the World Tribunal on Iraq held more than 20 sessions in 14 different countries, including Japan, Germany, Denmark, Belgium, India, Sweden, South Korea, Italy, Portugal, Spain, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Turkey. In the absence of official institutions of justice willing and able to perform this task, the World Tribunal on Iraq established a transnational platform where the war in Iraq could be investigated and publicly judged, and where the accountability of those responsible for the destruction of Iraq could be underscored. The World Tribunal on Iraq facilitated the public appearance of countless testimonies from eyewitnesses to the occupation of Iraq, from scientists researching the use of depleted uranium during the invasion, from international lawyers arguing the war in Iraq to be illegal and illegitimate, and from countless journalists, scholars, and activists who all documented, contested, and protested the reasons and consequences of Iraq's occupation by the United States and its allies. In June 2005, with the participation of the novelist Arundhati Roy as the spokesperson of his jury of conscience and Professor Richard Falk as the spokesperson of his panel of advocates, the World Tribunal on Iraq's culminating session took place in Istanbul. It became a global public event that received considerable media attention throughout the Middle East and alternative media coverage worldwide. Its proceedings and findings were later published as 2 different books in English and Turkish, while a number of documentaries preserve for the record the contents of public hearings produced by the tribunal over its 2-year existence. Within the tribunals in which this tribunal is taking part, the World Tribunal on Iraq was an unprecedented endeavor in its global scale, structure, and sophistication. It was produced through a non-hierarchical network among thousands of activists around the world. After the historic worldwide demonstrations against the war in Iraq, war on Iraq on February 15, 2003, the World Tribunal on Iraq managed to produce a globally networked stage where anti-war movements could gain visibility and audibility, where they could manifest themselves tangibly. As the novelist John Berger had said of the need to found such a tribunal, the records have to be kept, and by definition, the perpetrators, far from keeping records, try to destroy them. Someone had to chronicle the untold death and destruction that the war in Iraq would bring. Someone had to record the opposition to this war, so that, as Berger had said, the accusations become unforgettable and proverbial on every continent. It was to achieve this task that activists of the World Tribunal on Iraq had volunteered themselves. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure to introduce Sarah Browning. Sarah Browning is co-founder and executive director of Split This Rock. She is an associate fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies and a featured writer for Other Words, the IPS syndication service. The author of Whiskey in the Garden of Eden and co-editor of DC Poets Against the War, an anthology. She is the recipient of Artist Fellowships from the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, a Creative Communities Initiative grant, and the People Before Prophets Poetry Prize. Sarah Browning.
Thank you. First poem by E. Ethelbert Miller. The first poem at a reading should always shock and awe. It should be a love poem of overwhelming force, maybe the mother of all poems. War reduces everything to silence. Every soldier's grave, a place too loud for sleep. In the winter of 2003, as George W. Bush was beating the drums for war, trying to get all of us to acquiesce to shock and awe, his wife, Laura Bush, was organizing a symposium in the East Wing of the White House called Poetry and the American Voice, and it was to celebrate the poetry of Langston Hughes, Walt Whitman, and Emily Dickinson. Laura Bush's office sent out invitations all over the country to poets to attend this event, and one of the poets who received it is a man named Sam Hamill, the co-founder and director for 30 years at that time of a very important poetry press called Copper Canyon. And Sam was himself a former Marine, now a pacifist and a Buddhist. He received this invitation and his stomach turned over in nausea at the prospect of visiting the White House at this time. And he sat with it for a day or two and decided it was time to revive the Poets Against the War movement that had existed during the Vietnam War. And so he sent an email invitation to 30 or 40 poets, inviting them to send him poems that spoke for peace. He wouldn't be attending the White House himself, but he said he would get them to someone who would go to the event to deliver to the First Lady. And he called for the day of the symposium, which was scheduled for February 12th, to be a day of poetry readings against the war all over the country. And indeed, of course, his email went everywhere. I received it twice or 3 times within the first couple of days. And he received, within 36 hours, 1,500 poems. It crashed the server in his small town in Washington State. Luckily, you step out of the door in Washington State and you trip over a Microsoft employee. And someone set up a database which began receiving more and more poems, and eventually 22,000 poems are in the archive of Poets Against the War, now housed at Ohio State University. I had just moved to Washington, D.C. and didn't know a single poet. I started looking for a reading to attend because I was hungry to be with other poets and to be with the animating language of poetry, the language that helps us restore meaning to language when it's being sapped of meaning by the propagandists, something we will surely see over and over again in the coming years. And when I couldn't find a reading, I decided to organize one. And so within a week of the date, I got the good folks at All Souls Unitarian Church to give us their reception hall and put out the word the best I could, tracking down poets everywhere. I made it an open mic. The church put it in their bulletin. And that night, shockingly enough, 175 people came out. 60 signed up to read. Because we only had time for 30, we immediately had a movement because we had 30 pissed off poets who didn't get a chance to read. DC Poets Against the War became the most active chapter of Poets Against the War. We organized readings and speak-outs and poets contingents to march in the national anti-war marches. We published this anthology, DC Poets Against the War. And eventually we decided it was time to do something on a larger scale, and we organized Split This Rock, which has now become a permanent home for socially engaged poets, based here in Washington, D.C. at splitthisrock.org. And so one outcome of the anti-war movement has been institution building, like Code Pink and the other essential organizations that speak the truth. Of course, I'll close with this anecdote. Laura Bush caught wind of the organizing that was happening and decided to postpone the symposium. It was never rescheduled, but her press release said that the event was threatening to become a political rather than a literary event, as if our literature did not always speak the great lament of the people, the great aspirations of the people. And so I'll close with a short poem of my own, written at the second inauguration of George W. Bush. In a city of barricades, I dream of Baghdad. A man walks into a wedding and detonates lace and sweet cakes. Who imagined love was immune? One body alone has chosen this future. We choose to object cardboard coffins in our streets, but we've nothing to draw the cameras or even the cops. We make love and weep. We cannot stop. Thank you.
Dirk Adriaansens will join us by video. Dirk Adriaansens is a Belgium-based journalist, coordinator of SOS Iraq, and member of the Executive Committee of the Brussels Tribunal. He is also co-coordinator of the global campaign against the assassination of Iraqi academics. He is author or co-author of 6 books and is a frequent contributor to Global Research, truthout.org, the International Journal of Contemporary Iraqi Studies, and other media.
Hello, my name is Dirk Adriaansens. I was one of the co-organizers of the World Tribunal on Iraq, and I was a member, and I'm still a member of the Executive Committee of the Brussels Tribunal, which is in fact the continuation of the World Tribunal on Iraq, which started right after the invasion in 2003. If there was no network or organizations like us or like you, then history would tell the story of the people through the bombs. We want to tell the story of the people under the bombs. And we think it is necessary to bring these voices to the forefront. We have, I think, the best archive also of the deliberate murder of Iraqi academics. When Dennis Holliday resigned in '98, he characterized the economic sanctions imposed on Iraq as genocide, which it was. Because if you bomb civilian infrastructure, like sewage system, and you know that people are going to die because of that, that is biological warfare. And it's meant to kill people intentionally. And that's what, in fact, the United States and its allies have. Iraq was a highly educated middle class. There were a lot of doctors, engineers, and so on, who studied in the best universities worldwide, and they had a magnificent health and education system, which was considered as the best in the whole Middle East. And all that achievement was completely destroyed by this invasion. Mr. Paul Bremer, immediately when he came to Iraq, he issued some 100 orders, which turned Iraq into a neoliberal state, you know, and he sold the assets of the Iraqi military. He sold the assets and privatized the Iraqi economy. And so not only were the people killed, but they were also plunged into misery and poverty. Immediately after the invasion, you know, the resistance of the Iraqi people started. Resistance that was characterized by the Bush administrations and Western governments and so on as terrorists. But, you know, the Iraqi resistance was the only legal thing in the whole Iraq issue. Everything else, the invasion, the occupation, changing the laws under occupation, what have you, this is all forbidden under international law, except the right to resist if your country is illegally invaded. And that's what the Iraqi people did, which spurred the Iraqi, the U.S. government to take some measures, and they unleashed death squads and a lethal death squad policy onto the Iraqi people. So not only did the US government destroy the civilian infrastructure, but also the only people that would be capable of rebuilding their country, which is the middle class. And in fact, nothing in Baghdad has been rebuilt, nothing at all. There was a report of the Davids Commission in Holland, where the highest lawyers and judges gave an opinion at the request of the Dutch Prime Minister if the Iraqi invasion was legal, and they concluded that there was no adequate international legal mandate for the invasion of Iraq. I mean, where's the diplomacy? Everyone seems to have war plans and battle plans, but no one seems to have a peace plan.
Dr. Janet Gerson is a peace researcher and peace educator. She is education director at the International Institute on Peace Education. She's the winner of the 2014 Peace and Justice Studies Association Graduate Student Paper Award for her dissertation, Public Deliberation on Global Justice, the World Tribunal on Iraq. She was co-director of the Peace Education Center, Teachers College, Columbia University in New York City, where she taught peace education and conflict courses.
Hello, thank you to Code Pink for establishing this tribunal process within the United States, the place that also initiated and followed through on the destruction and war and occupation of Iraq. We need to take responsibility here, and this is an excellent step. Regarding the costs and lies, I'm going to speak about them slightly differently. The lies cost us many of our illusions and our attempts to stop the war, to stop the initiation of the war, to end the war, and to stop the occupation were thwarted with our usual means. The largest worldwide protests ever in the history of humanity failed to stop the invasion. The US Congress failed to stop the invasion, and even being sued by the Center for the Center for Constitutional Rights, for passing that resolution, our justice system failed to follow through on the US Congress's act of supporting illegal aggression. The UN failed not only to stop the war, but it subsequently appointed the initiators, the attackers, as the occupation administrators. So official authorities in many ways failed. And again, the means of using universal jurisdiction also failed because cases were brought in Germany and tried to be brought in Belgium and Canada and Australia against U.S. use of torture and the U.S. use of, illegal aggression. And those efforts also have, to this point, failed. So these means which we look to and have official credibility failed actually to serve us. This is why this Code Pink Tribunal is so valuable. We need new kinds of political action and experimentation, alternatives for which we can move. We need the creativity, the energy, and the flamboyance to engage people that has been modeled and encouraged by Code Pink. I'm going to give the example of the precedent, another organized as another very admirable global civil society action, which you've just heard about, the World Tribunal on Iraq. The World Tribunal on Iraq, I think we have to all work on helping the public understand the difference between tribunals and commissions and actual courts, and what's the difference between a national court and an international court, for example, that doesn't have the same kinds of persecution mechanisms and follow through. We nevertheless need to use these public organized events to bring together alternative kinds of knowledge that are closed out by the official governmental stories. And they also serve as alternative kinds of framings and understandings. They further serve to coordinate social and political action in new and influential ways. The World Tribunal on Iraq started from the, as Aicha Kabutu said, from the global civil society anti-war movements. People quickly gathered after 6 weeks after the attack, when Bush declared that the war had been, that a mission had been accomplished. People quickly gathered and decided to make a tribunal project, followed by 3 meetings, followed by 20 hearings in different cities, each looking at different dimensions of the war. And not only that, but each country, each commission looked at each country's responsibility. For example, Germany rejected the war. Nevertheless, the Frankfurt airport was used to launch attacks in Iraq. And each commission looked at, each city, each hearing, looked at ways that corporations in their countries were also benefiting from the war. An important way to look, not only the costs of the war, but who profits and gains from initiating destruction. If we think of capitalism by dispossession, as David Harvey says, and destruction, it's profitable to destroy whole systems and then distribute contracts to rebuild them. Okay, so 20 cities hearings were then organized into a culminating session which brought all the people together. Not everyone, in fact, there were many different ideologies, many different intentions. The biggest divide were the international jurists and lawyers, incredible radical people, and the core organizers who were anarchists who didn't believe in international law at all. Yet they juxtaposed these two strands throughout so that they modeled a kind of deliberation which we no longer see in US governance, where different views are equally validated and they don't try to diminish, but rather enhance and talk to each other. And this is a really important part of these tribunals, not just to give evidence, not just to give facts and critique, but also the practice of proposals, of argumentation and justifications, along with a real practice in public of deliberation, the kind of expectations we expect from our official authorities and which they are failing us so powerfully at this time. So I wholly support the demand of Code Pink in this tribunal for a commission from our official authorities in which they may perhaps be able to reclaim legitimacy in our eyes, to reclaim a sense of accountability and viable action on behalf of the real problems we have to address: geopolitical, ecological, political, and neoliberal obstacles that we're facing. Thank you.
Jonathan Weiner is the author of 3 books of poetry. He's also the editor of At the Barriers on the poetry of Tom Gunn, all from Chicago. His most recent book, Berlin Notebook, Prose About the Refugee Crisis, was published by the Los Angeles Review of Books earlier this year and funded by a Guggenheim Fellowship. His poems and essays have appeared in Best American Poetry, the New York Review of Books, The Nation, The American Scholar, Harvard Review, The New Republic, Brick, and elsewhere. He is a professor of English at the University of Maryland and lives in Washington, D.C. with his family.
Thank you very much. I'm Josh Weiner. I'm going to read a poem. The poem is called To Disturb Profoundly the Senses, and it's entirely made up of language from the so-called torture memos penned by the notorious Bush Six in the Office of Legal Counsel for the President. One of the most difficult books I've ever read. Some point in the middle of working my way through them, I felt like I was discovering a very dark pattern that corresponded to something like a poetic pattern. So the poem is a kind of deconstruction of that language and works in the mode of a collage. And the title, To Disturb Profoundly the Senses, is one of the definitions of torture that you'll find in those memos. To disturb profoundly the senses, an unclassified narrative from the Office of Legal Counsel for the President. You have asked for the standards of conduct. For an act to constitute, it must inflict what actions reach the threshold of choice that is difficult to endure. Drawing distinctions among gradations, for example, severe, mild, moderate, substantial, extreme, intense, excruciating, or agonizing, is obviously not an easy task. We think the meaning of severe is relatively straightforward. A totality of the circumstances approach, reservations, understandings, declarations, deterioration of language function, an impermissible rewriting, the inability to retain any new information. Obsessions are intrusive thoughts positioned against the walling wall. Such compulsions or obsessions must be time-consuming. The avoidance canon has special force. Our starting point must be the language employed to watch the torture of others. This canon of construction, some sort of escalating fashion, culminating with, though not necessarily ending with, technique, the uncertainty of what will happen next. The only way he can influence his surrounding environment where statutes couple words or phrases, the mere mention of which sends chills down one's spine. We also understand that you do not have any facts in your possession, contrary to the facts outlined here, which may ultimately be useful to us when pieced together, you on-site psychologists. 10 techniques that you believe will dislocate expectations generally lose their effectiveness after several repetitions. Of course, in no way are intended to be an exhaustive list. Z showed signs of symptomatic nervous system arousal, which you think was possibly fear. Under this calculus, the nation's right to self-defense has been triggered to take a specific act out of context, the chiffon method, and buttress the inference. An individual placed in the box, even an individual with a fear of insects, would not reasonably feel threatened with severe physical pain or suffering if a caterpillar was placed in the box. Other signals that the words to which it attaches are of the same kind, type, or class as the more specific item previously listed. You would like to place Z in a cramped confinement box with an insect. There are no cases that analyze what the lowest boundary of what constitutes fear or melancholy, a good faith belief, what is already obvious from the texts. In the same motion of the grasp, the individual is drawn toward the interrogator, the emotional love approach. We reach this conclusion based on the clear language that there can be no limitation to try to define the precise meaning would cross the threshold, that permissible meaning which fits most logically and comfortably into the body.
Daniel Ellsberg is my personal hero. He joins us by video. Dan Ellsberg is an American activist and former U.S. military analyst. In 1971, while employed by the Rand Corporation, Ellsberg precipitated a national political controversy when he released the Pentagon Papers, a top-secret Pentagon study of U.S. government decision-making in relation to the Vietnam War. He released that document to the New York Times and other newspapers. Ellsberg was charged under the Espionage Act of 1917, along with other charges of theft and conspiracy of government property, carrying a total maximum sentence of 115 years. Due to governmental misconduct and illegal evidence gathering by the Nixon administration, all charges against Ellsberg were dismissed on May 11, 1973. Ellsberg was awarded the Right Livelihood Award in 2006. He is also known for having formulated an important example in decision theory called the Ellsberg paradox.
I'm Ellsberg. I was 10 when my country went to war, having been attacked by aggressors. We went to war against aggressors, the German imperialist expansionists in Asia and in Europe. And I grew up believing that my country was fundamentally against aggression, that we were ready to make great sacrifices of resources and even our own lives in order to defend people against expansionist aggressors. In 2003, my country committed aggression, as clear-cut aggression as was committed against us in 1941 and against many other people starting really in 39, 40, 41 by the Germans. As a matter of fact, the people who got us in, who lied us into the Iraq War, we now know, had the intention that that would just be the first of a number of wars in that same region, including Syria, eventually even Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, a number of countries. We were going to take over the Middle East. I don't know of another country that set out to change the entire political complexion, put it under our control or their control by armed force since the Japanese and the Germans. There have been other cases of aggression, but usually just regional, one neighboring country. In this case, having set out not only to commit regime change, which we have been doing for over 100 years, certainly since the Spanish-American War, but actually simply to be open, clear-cut invaders and occupiers of another country, as we did in Iraq. That's a shameful change. It's not as dramatic a change as it might appear on the surface, since for over a century we've been what I call a covert empire. The word covert really means not only secret, but plausibly denied. Denied with evidence, misleading and false evidence that hides who is doing what to whom, who is really doing the attacking, in what interests, and who is actually directing it, in our case, the president. And so in Central America for well over a century, and in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in South Vietnam, in Brazil, in Chile, all over the place, we engaged in covert regime change, which is another word for empire, but again, it's empire that you deny you are doing imperial work. The cloak came off on Iraq. So, and actually the number of people killed by us in that case came off, rose sharply with that. Our air power didn't have to be denied or was in the form of some proxy air as it was in South Vietnam from 61 to 64 at a time when US airplanes were being flown with a US pilot and a South Vietnamese in the back seat, so that if the plane came down from mechanical trouble, there would be, in the words of the cables, another colored body, another color body in the plane to deny that it was actually a US attack. And then, of course, when the attacks became overt in 65, when I was in the Pentagon, and then when I went to Vietnam, the scale became enormously higher. When we send US troops, as we did in 65, or we did in Iraq, then they have to be protected, quote, by air power from the people who were shooting at them, the occupants of that country. And that air power is enormously more damaging. We don't really know yet. We've never had the curiosity, or we've known better than to try to find out just how many people were killed by the war that we started in 2003 in Iraq, and which is still going on. Is it 40,000, as George W. Bush indicated, 10 times 9/11? Or is it 10 times more than that, or 20 times more than that? As other studies have said, there might be 1.5 million and more people killed. The American people have never found it necessary to investigate that ever, to really check what the body count is. They act as if we didn't care. And for practical purposes, the rest of the world can conclude we didn't care. Is that what we should consider about ourselves? The same has been true, of course, of Afghanistan, where we had the color of replying to a provocation of 9/11, however thin that cover was. And that war is still going on at enormous human damage. It's time for us not only to drop the covert wars of regime change, which, as I said, is a euphemism for empire, for deciding by force, by fraud, by paramilitary, coups, assassinations, bribery, who shall govern, who shall rule, and who shall die in someone else's country. But above all, at the same time, stop the wars of overt aggression with the greater use of US air power of enormous damage. It's time for us to ask whether the rest of the world is wrong about us when they look at us and see that the lives of other people don't matter at all? Or are they right? That's up to us. Who are we? It's time for us to stop these wars, to get out of that area, and to stop pretending that we have the right to decide by fire and flood and bombs, fire and steel, who shall govern and who shall die in those countries.
Ann Wright also will join us by video. Ann Wright is a retired U.S. Army colonel and retired U.S. State Department official known for her outspoken opposition to the Iraq War. She received the State Department Award for Heroism in 1997 after helping to evacuate several thousand people during the Civil War in Sierra Leone. She is most noted for having been one of 3 State Department officials to publicly resign in direct protest of the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Wright was also a passenger on the Challenger 1, which, along with the Mavi Marmara, was part of the Gaza flotilla. Ann Wright.
Ann Wright, I'm a retired U.S. Army colonel. I was 29 years in the U.S. military. Was also a U.S. diplomat for 16 years and served in U.S. embassies in Nicaragua, Grenada, Somalia, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Sierra Leone, Micronesia. I helped reopen the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, Afghanistan in December of 2001 and stayed there for 5 months. And then Mongolia was my last assignment. The last 4 assignments were as Deputy Ambassador or Deputy Chief of Mission. But in March of 2003, I ended up resigning from the U.S. government in opposition to President Bush's war on Iraq. I felt that decision to invade and occupy an oil-rich Arab Muslim country that had nothing to do with 9/11 was going to be disaster for the United States, as well as certainly for the people of Iraq. That the decision to invade Iraq was going to precipitate feelings in the Middle East against the United States about invasions and occupations. And so I became one of only 3 federal employees that ended up resigning over the Iraq War. Subsequently, we found out that indeed the presentation that my boss at the time, Secretary of State Colin Powell, the evidence that he presented to the United Nations on the issue of weapons of mass destruction, it was not believed by the United Nations at that time, and in fact the UN did not vote for any sort of military operations in the name of the United Nations. And we found out subsequently through comments made by Colin Powell's Chief of Staff, Larry Wilkerson, that indeed there really was no evidence of any weapons of mass destruction. And so the rationale for the United States to have invaded and occupied Iraq, and now we have nearly, 13 years of military operations that have been going on in Iraq, and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Iraqis who have been killed. And now we see the creation of ISIS, which I think is a direct result of the U.S. occupation of Iraq. Now ISIS in Iraq and in Syria, and yet another country that has been destabilized, and by another U.S. administration, the Obama administration, which again has this idea that regime change is the responsibility of the United States of America. That's what we've seen in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and Syria. And in none of those countries are things stable at all because of the U.S. intervention. So at this People's Tribunal on the Iraq War, I call upon other people who are in the U.S. government now to look really closely at what is going on and to have the courage of your convictions, that if you feel like you need to get out of the government, that you should, and then speak out on your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. So next I want to bring back Rayed Jarrar, who's the Iraqi American architect, blogger, and political advocate based in D.C. He's also the Policy Impact Coordinator for American Friends Service Committee. He's also been an invaluable partner in creating this People's Tribunal on the Iraq War. He will host you for the next section.
Thank you, Jody. So next we will have more videos and testimonies. I just wanted to mention one thing before I introduce the next speaker. And the point is, we invited many Iraqis to testify in this tribunal. And Iraqis have been outspoken in criticizing the crimes that were committed in their country in the last 25 years. Many Iraqis have declined the invitation to testify because of fear for their own safety. And I think that by itself is a testimony to the Iraq that the United States has created. People feel scared to testify, to speak about what's going on in their country, because they feel afraid of retribution. They feel scared that they will be personally attacked or that their families will be attacked. So the next video that we will watch is a testimony by Omar Zaida. Omar is an Iraqi businessman based in London. He volunteers for the United Nations to help with disaster and humanitarian relief. Mr. Zaida has also worked on issues pertaining to civil rights, social action, human rights, economic empowerment, politics, and science and technology.
A lot of people don't understand the way we see things, but we see things on a daily basis. You'll find an Iraqi in Africa, you'll find an Iraqi in South America, you'll find an Iraqi in Australia and New Zealand. I have cousins that are in Australia and New Zealand. That's where we are today. We can't go back. You know, I haven't gone back to Iraq since 2003. I'm not able to go back to Iraq because I'm Sunni and I'm from Mosul originally. I'll probably be kidnapped at the airport as soon as I arrive, and then tortured and killed at the end. So policies that were put in place were wrong. They were misguided. They may have not been misguided, they may have been purposely put in, but they've ended in complete disarray and complete wipeout of any social fabric that's left in Iraq. You remember back in 2003, we didn't have electricity. Well, today we don't have electricity. And billions have been spent. There were sanctions. There were rules, regulations, all sorts of things that were crippling, intentionally crippling the system so it doesn't advance, so it doesn't get upgraded. Well, what's holding it today? Corruption, Iran, the stooges that the Americans have put in place, and the ones that they continue to work with. The ones that they continue to work with. That's the problem. There was constant lies of, the portrayal that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, that Iraq posed a threat to its neighbors, that Iraq killed the Kurds, or just to make this as brief as possible. We had an 8-year-long war trying to defend our borders, even though the West portrayed it as an act of aggression from Iraq to Iran. It was actually the opposite. It was clear then that the Americans had a plan to weaken both countries as much as they can. So the Iraq and Iran. So they were pumping information to one, pumping weapons to the other, and having them go through a proxy war so they can just enter both countries. I think it was by May of 1991 we had finalized all destruction of all chemical and biological and whatever remnants of any nuclear plant we had back then. And the hope was that we will go back to rebuilding the country. Okay. And Iraq, during all these years, kept saying we had nothing. They kept coming out, and I remember Blair coming out saying, well, Saddam lied. No, you lied. The tipping point, I believe, that changed everything into from a sanctions regime to an all-out war was when Iraq, or Saddam himself, declared that he wanted to sell oil in euros. So when Bremer came in, he basically dismantled the intelligence, the police, the security forces, and the army. So disbanding all of these based on the de-Baathification process, that was actually a suicidal move. And the repercussions, as you can see today. Everyone that was working within these agencies and has become, has been crossed out, is now working against. Now, some of these people have gone into mafias, so they're using their intelligence or their killing skills or their whatever skills for the mafia and for the warlords that each one now has and controls within the country. Others went into organizations like ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Zarqawi and all that. And others formed their own militias. That was a death sentence that Bremer signed. It was basically a death sentence for Iraq because that's going to be in complete chaos, but it was also the end for American control in the area. The Americans come back and say, well, you've got democracy, you can vote in, vote out. That's absolute nonsense. The elections are all rigged. Ayad Alawi, when he won, I think it was about 7-8 years ago, when he won the elections, America stood by. Iran didn't accept him and forced Alawi to step down and for al-Maliki to continue. That was just absolutely nuts. That's why people have just lost any faith. Jamal Ja'far al-Ibrahimi. This guy, when Iraq's government was toppled, he came in and he became a parliamentarian, a lawmaker in Iraq. He's Iranian, he's a terrorist, and he became a lawmaker in Iraq under the noses of Bremer and the US forces. You have others that come out and openly support sectarian killing. Parliamentarians, lawmakers that openly support sectarian killing. How can you have a system that runs so corruptly and no one cares anything about? We are as bad, if not worse, than the Mugabe regime. How does that make any sense? It's the most corrupt country on earth today. No, when Obama came, and he was even worse. 8 years of Obama was complete destruction. These are the lies that America has portrayed. Iraq has changed its democracy now, and they're having all sorts of problems internally. But that's something internal. Well, you caused this problem. You've caused this rip in the fabric, in the social fabric of the country. You brought in people, and you've supported illegitimate people that have come in and have taken over. And these were enemies of the state of Iraq back in the 1980s and 90s, and they're now running the country. Today, Iraq is broke. The prime minister was also part of the Dawa party, and so he's part of the problem to begin with. But Maliki before that and now are declaring that there's no money left. They're borrowing from the IMF, from the World Bank. They don't have money to pay the salaries. Soldiers have gone 6 months, 10 months without salaries because there's just not enough money. You justify, use double standards, and you justify the war at one stage because it fits your agenda, but now it doesn't really matter, so you don't care, and you want to take it off the airways so that people don't think about it and don't bother with it. That's a different thing. So these are the lies. And where are we now?
Thank you, Omar, for your testimony. The next testimony is actually from Mr. Farouk Ziada, who happens to be Omar Zaida's father. Mr. Farouk Zaida is a retired Iraqi diplomat. He graduated from the University of Arizona in 1964. Mr. Ziada represented Iraq as an ambassador, advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and a chief advisor to the Iraqi parliament after the 2003 invasion. He was appointed by Bremer at the time. So let's listen to his testimony.
In Iraq began based on lies, based on a political decision by the Bush administration to basically attack Iraq and take over, and it was for oil. President Bush, in the second meeting after being elected, they presented papers to them saying that they would like to attack Iraq. And everybody was shocked in the American administration. There are many generals who, when they learned about it, were shocked. So it seems that President Bush came from the beginning with the idea that he wanted to attack Iraq, and oil was one of the main concerns, is to take over oil. What really is bothering to me and to many others, and I said that to many American officials when we met later on, even after 2003. Iraq was ready to cooperate, and we wanted to sell oil. We wanted to build the country. As far as 9/11, Iraq was completely against Al-Qaeda, and Saddam Hussein was completely against Al-Qaeda, and the government in general was against any kind of Islamic fanaticism. It was not allowed alone because the Ba'ath Party was a party that was secular and did not believe in any sectarian or Islamic attitudes. It seems that there was some force, somebody pushing behind They just wanted to destroy Iraq. And they did it. I know by experience because I was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as ambassador and a member of a committee that was dealing with the Security Council, implementing Security Council resolutions. So we invited all ambassadors to go for, it was during Eid al-Adha, the main Islamic feast, and we spent 4 days. We visited every palace in Baghdad, in Al-Thartar area, where the Al-Thartar Dam, in Tikrit. We went and saw every palace, and they checked everything, and they could find nothing at all. With us, we had Dr. Amr al-Sa'di, who was then the Minister for Industrial Military Industries, I believe. And I asked him specifically, I said, look, they're doing all of this. Do we have anything? And we were talking privately, I mean, as two officials in the government. And he said, we have nothing left anymore, and we've been presenting ECHOS with every fact. The problem, he said, is that they just simply don't want to believe it. They just don't want to accept it. They are under American pressure to keep on saying that, no, they have to keep on looking, they have to find something, etc., etc. They were just looking for a pretext. Things are much worse than it was. We could have built really a real democracy if Bremer had not gone in and, dissolved the army and dissolved the party. There is not one new hospital, no roads, no schools are built. It is a complete mess. Families are shattered. The social fabric is shattered. Really, a crime and a genocide has been done. That has to be corrected.
Next, we have a testimony by Ms. Maha al-Nuaimi. And as I mentioned earlier, many of our witnesses declined. Almost all the women who we approached declined because of the dire situation that Iraqi women are dealing with in today's Iraq. So Ms. Naimi will give us the next testimony. She's a senior staff at UNDP in Baghdad and Amman in Jordan. She's been working with the United Nations for 25 years on issues pertaining to governance and on women issues as well. So let's listen to her testimony.
The occupation did when they entered the country, they dismantled the Iraqi army and the security forces. And that has led to the encouragement and encouraged the terrorists and terrorism to enter into the country from the neighboring countries, and because the borders were not secured. And that, of course, created a vacuum in the country, and of course increased the conflict and the sectarian division and the terrorism and the militias that have been created, which are affiliated to the party leaders. So we're ruled actually by militias now. So all these factors have contributed to the deterioration of the socioeconomic situation of the Iraqi citizen at large. From governance perspective, I think the Iraqi governance environment is really very fragile. And if we talk about the most vulnerable group among the Iraqi society, we can talk about the youth, the women and children, but because of my experience and as an Iraqi woman, I can talk about the suffering of the Iraqi women and how the EU system introduced
occupation, and of course they brought those bunch of political leaders. So I think that Iraqi women have lost and all the gains that they have made over decades, fighting for their rights, due to the mentality of the increased the politicians who are, they came from religious background, and they wanted to impose the Sharia and not the interpretation of the wrong interpretation of Sharia. And one of the drawback is the introduction of the family law. The family law governs the women's right in terms of inheritance, in terms of custody, children custody. And we had in Iraq the most advanced family law in the region. The family law introduced is very divisive and very backwarded, and I think this is one of the drawbacks for Iraqi women. Illiteracy rate has increased among Iraqi women because of the economic situation. Families would favor boys to go to school over girls. Disparity in the income between men and women. The unemployment rate has risen 3-4 times before the occupation. The faces of Iraqi women, and you see the fear, despair, fear for their family, for the future of their family. The increase in the number of the displaced people, and the majority are women and children. And there is no media, nobody is shedding any lights on the life of those displaced people in those miserable camps all over Iraq. When I talk to Iraqi women, they cannot look in the eyes. Their eyes just moves because of the mental disturbance and the sufferings and the fear from the future. And I always wonder why the Americans spend billions of dollars to destroy a country and not really keeping the system, taking out the dictator out of the system, and then try to help Iraqis to rebuild. With that money, we could have built hundreds of thousands of schools and primary healthcare centers, hospitals, and created a good infrastructure for Iraq, because there is no service. Service delivery is zero in Iraq. So I always think with myself, why that wasn't the plan of a superpower country like America. But the displaced people, the rate of rape and sexual assault that I hear from women is really makes me really miserable. Well, of course, the occupation is accountable for all the miserable situation that women and children and elderly and youth, every citizen in Iraq, of course, except the politician. So they are accountable for their miseries and their deteriorated situation at all levels.
Next, we will hear from Chris Hedges. Chris is an American journalist, activist, author, and Presbyterian minister. He is also known for his books as the best-selling author of several books. He's a columnist for the Progressive News and commentary website TruthDig, and a contributing author for Op-Ed News. Hedges spent nearly 2 decades as a foreign correspondent. He has described himself as a socialist. So let's hear from Chris.
So I was the Middle East bureau chief for the New York Times from 1991 until 1995. I had covered the first Gulf War. I'd gone into Kuwait with 1st Battalion, 1st Marines, and then stayed on after the war in the region, which meant that I covered the aftermath of the first Gulf War, including the work by the UN inspection teams as they found, monitored, and ultimately destroyed the chemical weapons stockpiles which Saddam Hussein had gathered and intended to use in the first Gulf War. I went into Kuwait with the Marine Corps, and we found out subsequently that in the first trenches, they were all reservists. And the idea out of Baghdad was that they were going to drop chemical shells, artillery shells with chemical gas on their own positions because they knew where they were as soon as there was contact. But there was no radio communication. So when we overran those trenches, Baghdad didn't know we were there, and those shells, fortunately for all of us, were not dropping. So that whole period, several years after the war, I monitored as a reporter the destruction of these stockpiles, which were quite successful and thorough, as well as the imposition of the sanctions. Now, I didn't support the sanctions against medical supplies, which resulted in 1 million Iraqi dead children and this kind of stuff, nor Clinton's bombing in the south of Iraq. But the military sanctions degraded Iraqi military to such an extent that he couldn't get spare parts for his tanks. The regime was crumbling. And so at the inception of George W. Bush's call to invade Iraq, I, who had been on the ground in Iraq, understood that Iraq was not a threat to us and not even a threat to its neighbors. Saddam Hussein had retreated into one of his many palaces. He was actually writing bizarre romance novels. His 2 heirs apparent, his sons, one of whom was very badly crippled in an assassination attempt. The whole regime was crumbling. All of the arguments used to invade Iraq were utterly absurd and untrue. And it was extremely difficult for those of us who had experience in the Middle East, especially those of us who were intimately familiar with the Iraqi situation, to have a voice. The hysteria after 9/11 was such that those of us who spoke rationally, and I would include all the Arabists, including the Arabists in the State Department, the CIA, all of us understood, but we were drowned out. And not only that, we were ruthlessly attacked. I was booed off of a commencement stage. My own employer, the New York Times, issued me a formal written reprimand telling me to stop speaking out against the Iraq war for all of the disasters that has now become. So there was an inability on the part of a fear-induced, propagandized public to hear, and then even establishment organs worked overtime to try and silence those of us who spoke about the reality on the ground, because we have to, I think, finally concede that all of the arguments used to invade Iraq were non-reality based. The argument, for instance, that we would that Iraqis would greet us as liberators, and the insurgency started almost immediately, of course, that the democracy would be implanted in Baghdad and spread outwards across the Middle East, that the oil revenues would pay for reconstruction. All of this could only be propagated by people like Rumsfeld, Pearl, these neocons who live in their own parallel universe, not by anybody, no matter what their political opinion, who actually had worked within the Middle East and within Iraq. So the war has been, I think, arguably the greatest strategic blunder in American history. It has destroyed Iraq as a unified country, and it's never coming back. It has created failed states, both within Iraq, within Syria, within Libya, and along with, of course, the horrific human suffering, the human cost of the war. And I would finally say that once you open that Pandora's box of war, 15 years, once we go back to Afghanistan of kind of endless war, is that you no longer control those forces. They control you. So all of the original goals that we went into Iraq purportedly to defend have been upended. Iraq is now a Shia country allied with Iran. We are, in essence, working as Hezbollah fighters who are on the State Department terrorism list, fight with Assad in Syria. We are acting as Assad. We wanted to overthrow Assad. We're acting as his air force. We're acting as Hezbollah's air force. We're acting in concert within the region, both within Afghanistan and Iraq because of Iran's long hostility with the Taliban. We're acting as a de facto ally of Iran. We have armed by funneling arms and weapons, especially along with our allies, the Qataris and the Saudis, into Saudi Arabia. We have created these monsters called ISIS, as we just, if you go back to Afghanistan, created Al-Qaeda. So all of these measures to speak and form and reshape a society through force have completely backfired, as they always do. And in fact, we, of course, have given rise to elements that speak the language we taught them, which is the language of violence. And that's how you get the terrorist attacks in France, the terrorist attacks in Belgium, and eventually, although, of course, the number of passport holders within ISIS from the United States is within the hundreds. It's much smaller, so they're easier to monitor, which is why we've been able to prevent so far a major attack. But it's coming. It's coming. I mean, the inability to properly analyze what we've done and to confront the lies that were disseminated not only by the power elites but by the press, lies which large segments of the American population still ingest, makes it impossible to respond in a rational manner to what's happening in the Middle East. The heavy censorship of the violence, of the industrial violence that we visit through militarized drones, airstrikes, missile attacks, not to mention, heavy artillery and tanks and everything else, has rendered us incapable of grasping why groups like ISIS or people in the Middle East respond the way they do. For instance, when they captured the Jordanian Air Force pilot, they put him in a cage and they burned him alive, which of course is horrible and cruel and barbaric. And yet, day after day in cities like Raqqa, we are incinerating through 1,000-pound iron fragmentation bombs entire families. What they did was a cruder version of what we do. Morally, it was no different. And until we grasp that reality, until we get past the jingoism, I mean, I don't have a TV, but I'll see it at the gym. And there was a report yesterday that these are just infomercials for the U.S. military. They were actually doing one on the spy plane, the U-2. I mean, it looked like a Pentagon. It looks like something you see at halftime at a football game. And that's not journalism. That's jingoistic, advertising, and which is so much of the corporate media has essentially surrendered to in the name of ratings and access. And I think that it is vitally important as we go forward to understand what we've done, understand who we are, take responsibility, and have the moral fortitude to look closely at ourselves and ask questions about ourselves that the wider society isn't asking. If we don't do that, we're doomed. If we don't stand up and ask those difficult questions, then ultimately we are trapped within this kind of death spiral of violence, because more violence is only going to create more chaos. And all you have to do is look at a map of the Middle East to see that is what's happening. Somalia, Libya, Pakistan, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria. And if we don't begin to recover a linguistic, a cultural, and a religious literacy, if we don't begin to accept the consequences of our own actions, then this will, this kind of endless war will not only spread in terms of the anarchic and and terroristic violence, and I would include the state, our own state terror, not only will it spread, but ultimately it's going to come back to affect even the domestic life of the United States itself.
Thank you. And now I want to bring in someone who really wanted to be here today, but he called in from the airport on his trip to Fidel Castro's funeral. Danny Glover is an actor, film director, political activist, a longtime passionate political activist that has been in the streets with us against the war since Code Pink started. He's also a producer of very important political documentaries, two of which are Black Power Mixtapes and The Shadow World, about the weapons trade. Here's Danny.
I'm Danny Glover, and I want to talk about certainly the lies that led up to the war, the most recent war in Iraq. It's not the most recent war that we've had. We had conflicts in Afghanistan and Libya and now Syria. It's almost as if there's a domino effect and the reaction seems to be that way. But I think we have to go back a bit before the war itself. And it's funny when we think about it, the war was started more than 13 years ago. We have to go back with the embargo placed on and sanctions placed on Iraq, which devastated the country both economically. More than 500 children, 100,000 children died as a result of the sanctions placed upon Iraq during the Clinton administration. And to understand all the lies, the lie that led up to the first Iraqi war, which brought about extraordinary devastation. So when we talk about the lie, which is now the fact that supposedly Iraq has weapons of mass destruction, they had those weapons, received some implements for those weapons from Niger, one of the poorest countries in Africa. All that happened without any consequences. And so subsequently, what we've had is beginning with after 9/11, beginning with the conflict in Afghanistan, then also under the idea of crushing Al-Qaeda. That was one of the pretexts for that, Al-Qaeda being blamed for the Twin Towers, the destruction of the Twin Towers. Yet we know now that, and we found out, that most of the people who were involved in that came from Saudi Arabia, one of our allies. So the string of lies continues from that moment with Afghanistan to the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And essentially, when we think about the role that Saddam Hussein played in the Middle East, since he was placed into power by the U.S. and the CIA, we look at the role that he's played, whether that's the war with Iran, whether that's the other ways in which his oppressive regime functioned within a country that upon its independence was a very secular, pluralistic economy and country where the majority of the teachers there were women. All those dynamics have played out to create this scenario that we see today. So I think we question what has happened. What is the project here? The project of the 20 from the right. Napoleon, when he went to Egypt, brought historians, brought artists, brought chroniclers, and he said that we conquered Egypt. He wrote a history that he conquered Egypt. But once the lie was refuted, meaning that we realized that he did not conquer Egypt, history has changed. And what happens with this lie is that history has changed from 2003, when Rumsfeld said that they were going to blow to smithers Iraq. until now.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from former Congresswoman Elizabeth Holtzman, who's a self-proclaimed political outsider. She was the first woman to hold office as the New York City Comptroller and the District Attorney of Kings County, New York. A Democrat, she represented New York's 16th Congressional District for 4 terms. In 1974, she drew national attention as a member of the House Judiciary Committee, which recommended 3 articles of impeachment against Richard Nixon during the Watergate scandal. After Nixon resigned as president and was given a presidential pardon by his successor, Gerald Ford, she asked in the hearing to him whether his action had been a quid pro quo. Elizabeth Holtzman.
Several years ago, I wrote 2 books about President Bush and the involvement of him and his administration in starting the war in Iraq, in part based on false statements and deceptions to the American people and to Congress. First of these books is The Impeachment of George W. Bush, and the second one is called Eating Justice: How Bush and Cheney Attacked the Rule of Law and Plotted to Avoid Prosecution and What We Can Do About It. My co-author was Cynthia Cooper for both books. The reason I wrote these books was because I was in the House of Representatives during the impeachment proceedings against Richard Nixon. And one of the most important things that the Congress has ever done, and one of the things that's withstood the test of time and the test of history, because Congress looked in a very fair way, the House Judiciary Committee in a very fair and thorough way, the misdeeds of the President of the United States, then Richard Nixon, and voted on a bipartisan basis to hold him accountable and to vote for his impeachment. That was a very, very important watermark in the history of this country, and the history of the rule of law, and the history of presidential accountability. After that, Richard Nixon resigned. Unfortunately, a pardon was granted. But the fact of the matter is, nobody could ever say that he didn't commit these misdeeds, because the record was full, and the record was bipartisan, and the record was complete. I wrote this book basically outlining the arguments as to why there should be an inquiry, why there should be an effort to hold George W. Bush accountable. Remember, the Iraq War involved the commencement of a war against a country that had taken no military action against us. We were not being threatened, we were not being attacked. So taking war-making action against a country like that would be in violation of our treaties and UN obligations and so forth. Beyond that, going to war involves loss of American lives, and thousands of Americans died in the war. Tens of thousands of Americans were injured in that war, and $1 trillion of U.S. money was spent on that war. $1 trillion that could have gone to rebuild our infrastructure, deal with our education, improve our educational system, with health care, rebuild our country. Instead, was wasted on that war. Beyond that, of course, the devastation and destruction of Iraq itself and the injury and harm to the Iraqi people was immeasurable. You can't undertake this kind of an action without having a full understanding of why it happened and how it happened. We know, and I knew at the time, in the book on the impeachment of President Bush outlines the deceptions that took place. And we know that there were deceptions about claims that Saddam Hussein and al-Qaeda were in cahoots. And many Americans thought that Saddam Hussein, a majority of Americans, by the time Bush and his administration got finished with the lies, a majority of Americans believed that Saddam Hussein was responsible for the attacks of 9/11. American soldiers who volunteered for the military when they got to Iraq were saying, this is payback for 9/11. So one of the tragedies of the war is that America was deceived into believing that we were responding to the attacks of 9/11. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with the attacks of 9/11, as we now know. So I was very, very concerned that we do what we've done with regard to President Nixon and misdeeds of great magnitude that harmed this country and its democratic process. And I called for an impeachment inquiry into President Bush's conduct. Can you imagine so many years after the commencement of the war in Iraq, which the overwhelming number of American people believe was a mistake, we have never had a full inquiry into how the President of the United States took us into this war, and we know he did so on a basis of deception. But why did he take us into this war? And what were the reasons for it? And what was the decision-making process? A lot of that has never been disclosed, never been analyzed. And I think that the failure to do this does huge damage to our democracy. If we don't hold our president accountable, if we don't try to understand how a tragedy of this magnitude could happen, we're just planting the seeds to have it happen all over again. How many Iraq wars can we go through? How many can this country afford? Other countries have managed to do inquiries into their war-making decisions with regard to Iraq. British had this Chilcot inquiry. It was a very long inquiry. And the Dutch government also had an inquiry. In both cases, they found that their governments, the Dutch government and the British government, lied to the parliament and lied to the population. And that's exactly what happened in the United States. If we allow presidents to deceive us into wars, we'll deplete our resources, we'll become over-militarized. It'll hollow our nation out. We need to be focused on building our country in a way to peaceably other countries and other peoples around the world. We certainly have an obligation to find out why and how a president of the United States could lead the country into war, lie to the American people, lie to the Congress, actually engage in crimes in doing that, and then get away with it. That's just, if we allow this to go on, we've sent a message of impunity that presidents can do whatever they want, and then God help us as a nation, and God help us as a democracy.
Thank you. Our next testifier is Rebecca Gordon. She teaches in the philosophy department of the University of San Francisco and for the university's Leo T. McCarthy Center for Public Service and Common Good. Her latest book, American Nuremberg, The Officials Who Should Stand Trial for Post-9/11 War Crimes. Rebecca.
At the University of San Francisco, and a big part of my life is the opportunity to talk with young people about the most important values in their lives as they're trying to figure out what those things are. And in the rest of my work, I've written a couple of books recently, one called Mainstreaming Torture and the other called American Nuremberg. And this latest book is about the whole question of holding U.S. government officials responsible for the crimes that have been committed in the war on terror. And so when I was first approached about writing this book, I wasn't really happy with the title because my dad was raised an Orthodox Jew. He lived in the United States through the period of World War II. He was in the U.S. Army, and I think he would have had a hard time with the idea of comparing, horrible as it's been, the crimes of the war on terror with the scope of death and destruction of World War II, which killed somewhere between 65 and 85 million people around the world, 20 million of them at least in Asia, which we don't hear about at all. And the vast, vast majority of them were civilians. But the more I studied about the Nuremberg tribunals and reread my history, the more I realized how important it was what was done at Nuremberg. because for the first time, we had nations of the world coming together and saying, international law is real law. And when you break it, there are real consequences. And this is a principle that I think is even more important today when I live in the country that has the largest economy, the largest military, the greatest power the world has ever seen. And yet we are stomping all over the world like an angry 2-year-old waving missiles. And this is really dangerous. We need the rule of law and the belief in the law as the only thing just about that can restrain us. So when I looked at what the people who set up the Nuremberg tribunals thought about, one thing really became clear to me. There were 4 powers. So it was the Soviet Union, France, the United Kingdom, or Great Britain as it was called then, and the United States. 2 of those, Great Britain and the United States, and it's ironic considering the history that was to come, absolutely insisted that of the 3 categories of crimes that were going to be people were going to be tried for, the first and most important one was this crime they called a crime against peace, or making an aggressive war. And this is exactly what the Code Pink Tribunal, what the People's Tribunal is all about. And what they said was, look, all of the other crimes of the Nazi regime, including the extermination of my people, the Jews, but also of Roma people, disabled people, LGBT people, all of those exterminations arose after and almost as a consequence of the original crime, which was the belief that Germany had the right to invade other countries. We forget, because we associate the Holocaust with Germany, but the people who died, the vast majority of them were actually in other countries, Poland, for example, which had been invaded by Germany. The Holocaust couldn't have happened without that first crime. In the same way, in the very same way, it became clear to me as I thought back on the history of this so-called war on terror, that it was the desire to have an excuse to invade Iraq that led to the other crimes. So, for example, the torture at Guantanamo, the torture and the CIA in Afghanistan and in the other CIA dark sites. The very first people who were tortured because either Dick Cheney in the CIA or Donald Rumsfeld in the Defense Department wanted somebody somewhere to be tortured into saying there was a connection between 9/11 and Saddam Hussein. And so, for example, Abu Zubaydah, who is a man who is still in jail in Guantanamo, and who the CIA has said should remain without any significant contact with any other human being for the rest of his life, was the first person to be waterboarded by the CIA. And what they wanted him to say was that there was a connection between Al-Qaeda and Saddam Hussein. The reality was there was no such connection. They believed he was the number 2 or number 3 man in Al-Qaeda. They were wrong. And they knew they were wrong as early as 2006, but they kept on repeating this lie. And if you look at Dick Cheney's or George W. Bush's memoirs, the lie is still in there, that he said there was this connection, and it's not true. And actually, the federal government very quietly withdrew that accusation years later in the case of Abu Zubaydah, and you can look that up. But similarly at Guantanamo, they were trying to get the same thing. They were trying to get people they were detaining there that they had picked up in Afghanistan to say that there was this connection between Al-Qaeda and Saddam Hussein, which didn't exist. And so Donald Rumsfeld was really frustrated. And he wrote to them and said, look, can't you do better? And they wrote back and said, well, here's a list of a bunch of things that we want to try on these people. And some of them, they had thought up because they sat around watching old episodes of the TV show 24. I mean, it really is life imitating art in the most disgusting of ways. So Donald Rumsfeld wrote this famous memo that anybody can see on the internet. It's available now, in which he's allowed them to do this list of different techniques, including forcing people to go without sleep for 48 hours at a time. And we now understand that this is a very powerful form of psychological torture that very quickly makes people psychotic. In the same way, putting people in boxes and holding them without human contact. Human beings we are social animals. Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, says this. It's our fundamental nature. And when we're deprived of contact with other human beings, as happened in Guantanamo and happens in our US prisons on a daily basis, we very quickly start to see things that aren't there, hear things that aren't there, and become crazy. And there are people in this country who have spent 3 or 4 decades without physical or face-to-face contact with other human beings. Similarly, we were doing this in Guantanamo, in addition to a series of other more painful kinds of torture, including what are called stress positions. And stress positions sound like, oh, well, you just have to stand in a certain position for a while. But what's so brilliant, if you want to torture someone about stress positions, is that they can cause more pain than anything you can do to someone with an electrical current, but they don't leave a mark. And this is what Donald Rumsfeld approved. So the purpose of it was to get people to say, yes, Saddam Hussein was behind September 11th, which of course he wasn't. It's really interesting about who the September 11th pilots and hijackers were, because every few years I ask my students who are 18 and 19-year-olds, right, who were the pilots? What country did they come from? So back in 2006, 2007, when I was first teaching at USF, I had a lot of students who had family who were fighting in Iraq. Some of them even had fathers who had been called up again for that war. And they, when I asked the students who was responsible for 9/11, they were sure that those hijackers were from Iraq, that they were all Iraqis. A few years later, when George W. Bush was trying to gin up a new war against Iran this time, I asked the same question, and my students were sure they were from Iran. So those hijackers have become sort of this empty slate that any government can write any enemy on and just point the American people in that direction. So coming back to the war in Iraq, what I concluded, and this is in American Nuremberg, but it's just dead obvious, was that the Bush and Cheney administration came into office with a plan to invade Iraq. And the plan was actually written out in 1998 by an organization called the Project for a New American Century. And you can read, and it's very interesting because it starts with taking Saddam Hussein out in Iraq and then goes on to do what? Destabilize Syria. What has happened? And look at the millions of people who are suffering between Iraq and Syria. Iraq still has over 1 million internal refugees, people who have been displaced. And right now, as I'm speaking to you, the final attacks on Mosul are going on. Who knows how many people are going to die in the process of liberating that area. And I put liberating in quotes, not that I would ever want to live under the rule of the Islamic State in any way, but Iraq is a problem that the US has one answer for, and that answer is bombs and more bombs, destruction and death. If you want to count the number of people who've died in the Iraq war, it's hard to do. And there are many different counts that go anywhere from 200,000 to over 1 million. And it depends on how you count and who's doing the counting. But the reality is that none of those deaths needed to occur.
Next, we will hear from Inder Komar. He is the attorney who initiated Salah versus Bush, a 2013 class action lawsuit filed against members of George W. Bush's administration for their alleged involvement in premeditating and carrying out the Iraq War. His brilliant case accuses the defendants of conspiring and committing the crime of aggression against the Iraqi people, a violation of the Nuremberg principles on the crimes against peace, as we just heard from Rebecca. Here's Inder.
My name is Inder Komar. I'm the legal director of Komar LLP, and I'm very happy to be able to speak to you today about a lawsuit involving an Iraqi woman who I represent. The lawsuit involves the legality of the Iraq war under international law. My client and I filed this lawsuit in March 2013, and for the last couple of years we have been litigating whether or not the Iraq war was illegal under international law in the Northern District of California. In December 2014, the lawsuit was dismissed, and subsequent to that, we filed an appeal that is still pending in the Ninth Circuit. We filed our opening brief in May of 2015, and then in June, we were joined by a number of amicus filings, amicus briefs by interested parties who wanted to support our case and support the lawsuit. Some of these amicus filings included the former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark, as well as a nonprofit called the Planethood Foundation, which was founded by a former prosecutor from the Nuremberg trials. The lawsuit currently is still before the Ninth Circuit, and we have an oral argument in 2 weeks on December 12th, in which the three-judge panel will hear our arguments that the Iraq war was illegal. We are asking the court for a court order, first finding that the Iraq war was illegal, and secondly, holding that the defendants in the lawsuit, who are former Bush administration officials, including former President George Bush, Vice President Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Condoleezza Rice, and Paul Wolfowitz, should be held liable for the damages that they caused to the nation of Iraq and to the Iraqi people. So we are asking the court to hold them accountable and to order them to provide for restitution and payment to Iraqi victims of the war, innocent Iraqi victims who were impacted by the invasion. That's basically the heart of the case. We are citing to Nuremberg principles, so principles that were laid down at the Nuremberg trials more than 60 years ago by an international tribunal composed of American, British, French, and Russian judges. At the Nuremberg trials, the Germans and the Japanese, the Tokyo trials, were convicted of what's called aggression. Aggression being what's called the supreme crime under international law. Aggression is the idea that countries can't wage war against other countries without a good reason, without a lawful reason. And what happened at the Nuremberg trials is that this panel of international judges stated that it was against the law for the Germans to invade other countries without a good reason, without a lawful reason, without being under attack. After World War II, of course, the United Nations was set up, and a treaty was signed by many, many countries, including the United States, to set up the United Nations. And as part of that treaty, the U.S. gave up its right to declare war unless it was lawful under international law, which includes, a declaration from the Security Council that military action is appropriate. Of course, none of that happened with Iraq. Iraq was not a threat to the United States in 2003, and the Security Council had never okayed the invasion. So we allege that as a result of those acts, the war was illegal and unlawful. We also allege the war was illegal and unlawful because of the misrepresentations and lies that happened starting in 2002 and through 2003 and into the war. Specifically, we think there were two different areas of lies. So first was this notion that Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda were in league with each other. The evidence was flatly the contrary, and we allege in the complaint now for the Ninth Circuit that that was false. That was a lie. That was told by the administration to drum up support for a war. The second thing that we allege was a lie was that the allegations that Iraq had a weapons program or weapons of mass destruction That, again, was just simply not true, and the evidence coming out of Iraq at the time was to the contrary. The heart of the case is that there was a rush to war, and that it wasn't a mistake. It was intentional, and that it was knowing, and that what was really at stake was this really kind of foul neoconservative ideology that the U.S. military has the right to intervene everywhere in the world, even if it breaks laws in doing that. And that's what we feel should be really challenged, and that's what we're hoping that the court will recognize and observe and rule on, is whether or not leaders really can do that or not. So what's at stake, actually, in addition to the rule of law with respect to the Iraq War, is the extent to which our leaders can get away scot-free when they commit crimes. And that's another issue that we're presenting to the court. The district court held that the leaders, former President Bush and Cheney and the others, were immune from proceedings, finding that they had an immunity under a civil law called the Westfall Act, a federal law that provides immunity in certain cases. So we're arguing that that immunity isn't appropriate here, that the immunity should be pierced and cast aside because of the really, really extreme levels of wrongdoing that we think happened in the run-up to the war. And we really have to think about that as a country as to whether or not we should be giving our leaders carte blanche to engage in these acts and to be able to use violence against other people in a way that leads to tremendous levels of suffering, and whether or not people should be held accountable for those deeds and for those acts simply because they're directed at other people outside of the country and not directed internally to us who may be citizens or within the borders of the United States. So these are deep, deep questions that we have to ask. I think these are also very pressing questions as we enter a political era, not just in the United States, but globally, where we do see the rise of the extreme right wing everywhere, and where there is the tenor of fascism in a lot of places now. And we have to ask whether the lessons from World War II and the lessons that came, that created the United Nations, if we're going to recall those and think about what it means to live in a functioning democracy where people are held accountable to laws, regardless of whether or not they are our leaders or not. So we are very much looking forward to this oral argument on December 12th. We're very hopeful the court will listen to us and will provide us a ruling related to the legality of the Iraq War. You can follow the status of the lawsuit at witnessiraq.com. That's witnessiraq.com, one word. And again, my name is Inder Komar, and thank you very much for listening.
So next we have Jeremy Corbyn, who's currently the leader of the British Labour Party and the leader of the opposition. He was elected to local London council at the age of 25, and he soon after began working for the National Union of Public Employees. He was elected to British Parliament in 1983, and in the mid-2015, he was elected leader of the British Labour Party. He has been active in campaigns for the United Kingdom to give up its nuclear weapons and to renationalize its railways. He's a staunch opponent of the Iraq War and one of the 12 MPs in 2006 to call on an inquiry on the invasion. He's submitting the Chilcot report into our tribunal.
I would like to remember and honour the 179 British servicemen and women who were killed, and the thousands maimed and injured during the Iraq War and their families, as well as the hundreds of thousands of Iraqis who've died as a result of the invasion and occupation launched by the US and British governments 13 years ago. Yesterday, I had a private meeting with some of the families of the British dead, as I've continued to do over the past dozen years. It's always a humbling experience to witness the resolve and resilience of those families and their unwavering commitment to seek truth and justice for those that they lost in Iraq. They have waited 7 years for Sir John Chilcot's report. It was right that the inquiry heard evidence from such a wide range of people and that the origins, conduct and aftermath of the war should have been examined in such detail. But the extraordinary length of time it has taken to see the light of day is, frankly, clearly a matter for regret. Mr. Speaker, the decision to invade and occupy Iraq in March 2003 was the most significant foreign policy decision taken by a British government in modern times. It divided this House and set the government of the day against a majority of the British people, as well as against the weight of global opinion. The war was not in any way, as Sir John Chilcot says, a last resort. Frankly, it was an act of military aggression launched on a false pretext, as the inquiry accepts, and has long been regarded as illegal by the overwhelming weight of international legal opinion. It led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people and the displacement of millions of refugees. It devastated Iraq's infrastructure and society. The occupation fostered a lethal sectarianism, as the report indicates, that turned into a civil war. Instead of protecting security at home or abroad, the war fueled and spread terrorism across the region. By any measure, the invasion and occupation of Iraq has been, for many, a catastrophe. Mr. Speaker, the decision to invade Iraq in 2003 on the basis of what the Chilcot report calls, and I quote, flawed intelligence about the weapons of mass destruction has had a far-reaching impact on us all. It's led to a fundamental breakdown in trust in politics and in our institutions of government. The tragedy is that while the governing class got it so horrifically wrong, many of our people actually got it right. Many, on February the 15th, 2003, 1.5 million, spanning the entire political spectrum, and tens and millions of other people across the world, marched against the impending war, the biggest ever demonstration in British history. But we could see this state, broken by sanctions and war, posed no military threat, and the WMD evidence was flimsy and confected, that going to war without United Nations authorization was profoundly dangerous, that foreign invasion and occupation would be resisted by force, and they would set off a series of uncontrollable and destructive events. In addition to all those British service people and Iraqi civilians and combatants who lost their lives in the conflict, there are many members here who voted to stop the war, but have not lived to see themselves vindicated by this report. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, it would do us well to remember Robin Cook, who stood over there 13 years ago and said, in a few hundred words, in advance of the tragedy to come, what has been confirmed by this report in more than 2 million words. The Chilcot report has rightly dug deep into the litany of failures of planning for the occupation, the calamitous decision to stand down the Iraqi army and to dissolve the entire Iraqi state as a process of de-Baathification. But the reality is, it was the original decision to follow the US president into this war, in the most volatile region in the world, and impose a colonial-style occupation that led to every other disaster. As Major General Michael Lorry told the inquiry, and I quote, "We knew at the time that the purpose of the dossier was precisely to make the case for war rather than setting out the available intelligence." Military action in Iraq not only turned a humanitarian crisis into a disaster, it also convulsed the entire region, just as intervention in Libya in 2011 has sadly left the country in the grip of warring militias and terror groups. And the Iraq War actually increased the threat of terrorism in our own country, as Baroness Manningham-Buller, former head of MI5, made clear to the inquiry. There are many lessons that need to be drawn from the Iraq War. They include the need for a more open and independent relationship with the United States and for a foreign policy based on upholding international law and the authority of the United Nations, which always seeks peaceful solutions to international disputes. We also need and the Prime Minister indicated this, much stronger oversight of the security and intelligence services, full restoration of proper cabinet government, and give Parliament the decisive say over any future decisions to go to war, based on objective information, not just through government discretion, but through a War Powers Act that I hope this Parliament will pass. And as in the wake of Iraq, our own and other Western governments increasingly resort to hybrid warfare based on the use of drones and special forces, our democracy, and our democracy is crucial and important, needs to ensure that their use is subject to proper parliamentary scrutiny. There are no more important decisions a Member of Parliament ever gets asked to make than those relating to peace and war. The very least that Members of Parliament and the country should be able to expect is rigorous and objective evidence on which to base their crucial decisions. We now know that the House was misled in the run-up to the war, and the House must now decide how it should deal with it 13 years later. Later today, I'll be meeting a group of families of military servicemen and women who lost loved ones, Iraq war veterans and Iraqi citizens who've lost family members as a result of the war that the US and British governments launched in 2003. I'll be discussing with them, our public and the Iraqi people, the decisions taken by our then government that led the country into war with the terrible consequences. Quite bluntly, Mr. Speaker, there are huge lessons for every single one of us here today. We make decisions that have consequences that don't just go on for the immediate years, they go on for decades and decades afterwards.
Next, we have Vincent Warren, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Constitutional Rights, sometimes known as CCR. It's a national legal and educational organization dedicated to advancing and defending the rights guaranteed by the United States Constitution and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Vince oversees CCR's groundbreaking litigation and advocacy work, which includes combating the illegal expansion of presidential powers and policies such as illegal detention at Guantanamo, rendition, torture, and warrantless wiretappings. Vincent Warren.
Constitutional rights, and in particular, its longtime leader, departed leader Michael Ratner, have been involved in efforts to curtail the U.S. role in Iraq for decades, going back to the 1980s when the U.S. was bombing Iraq for a variety of made-up reasons, and at the same time at home trying to justify them by misdeeds that were happening abroad, all the while positioning itself in terms of trying to get access to and control of Iraqi oil, positioning itself with respect to the then Soviet Union and the battles that were going on in the region. CCR has been very actively involved, and we've been involved primarily as a legal organization, and the value is looking at the political context which we all share as people that care about humanity and care about what happens to folks, but also looking at the rules that have been broken, the lies that have been told, the bill of goods that have been sold to the American people in order to justify really what is essentially aggressive war without end. George Bush took the position that he could invade or bomb or do any type of action against Iraq that he wanted. But he was famous for a quote that said that he didn't need to go to some old goat in Congress to ask permission to get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait. And I think what's interesting about that is what he was referring to was the 1973 War Powers Resolution that required that the president get the Congress to be able to declare war, as opposed to being able to take these types of war actions by itself. There's a long history in the United States of people using courts as a place, almost like a town center where the questions of morality, of humanity, and law come together. And so even when the government and the president is moving forward in ways that are illegal and unconstitutional, It's our duty and our obligation to raise that in the streets, to raise that in our legislative bodies, but also to raise it in the courts. And that's what we were trying to do. After 9/11, we, of course, continued that fight, but things began to shift a little bit because we also began to find, particularly in Iraq, that the U.S. government, because it was so unpopular to be sending troops to Iraq, that the U.S. government was employing private military contractors to do some of the dirty work in Iraq, which presented an interesting problem. And the way that I think about this and the way that we thought about it here at the center was this is essentially corporate complicity in human rights violations by the executive branch and by the United States government. So we've always known that there has been a economic incentive that moves forward military actions, but this is one of the first times that we've seen an economic incentive for corporations to actually participate on the ground in those types of things. So we filed a number of lawsuits. A couple of them I want to mention because I think they're important for the Obama administration and moving forward. One of them was a case against the military contractor called Blackwater. And we filed 2 cases there. Eric Prince, who was the founder of Blackwater and whose sister, incidentally, is being considered for a cabinet position under the Trump administration, interestingly enough. But Eric Prince and these private military contractors were making billions of dollars off the Iraq War, and they were contracted with the Secretary of State to provide security. In Nisr Square in Iraq, there was a confrontation where they essentially shot up, I believe it was 20 shot and killed 17 or 22 people as military contractors, not held accountable whatsoever by the U.S. government. The Iraqi government had no power over them. And so it kind of fell to civil society to do something about it. So we filed a series of lawsuits against the Blackwater Corporation. Those lawsuits were settled, and that the families of the people who were killed did get financial settlements out of those cases. But again, we were not successful in the larger question, which was really trying to limit severely the use of military contractors. One of the theories being that the U.S. can't afford to do the type of wars that it wants to do without either our permission, and when they don't have our permission, they subcontract out a lot of those functions. So many of the people that were over in Iraq and Afghanistan were private military contractors. It was really kind of astounding. The other case I want to bring up is a case that's actually still being argued right now. It's a case called Al-Shamari versus CACI, C-A-C-I, which is a California-based corporation. And this happened after 2002, after the invasion, and people were then swept up and put into these military hard sites, one of them being Abu Ghraib. These private military contractors were contracted to do interrogations and to do interviews of these clients, but they participated and moved forward in torture. So the lawsuit against them is challenging these corporations for torturing at the behest of and in conjunction with Bush policy in Abu Ghraib. There were 2 cases. One of them actually settled, and it is the only case on record where people were tortured post 9/11, where they got a financial settlement. It's one of the good success stories in the context of Iraq and torture, certainly. And the other one is actually still moving forward. It's been bouncing back and forth through the courts. But most recently, just several weeks ago, we got a ruling from the Court of Appeals down in Virginia, where the CACI Corporation was saying that they shouldn't be held liable for acts that essentially the government was contracting with them to do. The Fourth Circuit, really taking on this question of presidential authority, essentially said that presidential authority to do the things like torture, there's no circumstance in which a president can authorize something like that. And that's a distinctly post 9/11 ruling. For the past 15 years, we haven't heard much about things like that, but we're beginning to see those things now. And so what I think that brings us to, in terms of the current administration, or the Obama administration and the Trump administration, is number one, the Obama administration has to do what it can to lock down the question of accountability. We've been after the Obama administration since the first day in office to hold members of its own administration and Bush administration figures accountable for torture, for abuse, for war making, for crimes against humanity. Understandably, that's not something that any president is going to roll over and do. It does present an opportunity now as we move into what I think is a much more dangerous era, one in which whatever you think about President Obama, at least he thinks about some of these issues, even if he doesn't act. I think we're having a president now that's going to act without thinking. And so really what we're facing, I think, in the next era is going back to some of these questions and having courts readdress the issue of whether the rules that have been put in place in Congress, the rules that we abide by in the United Nations, should be applied to reduce and to cabin in the presidential power from this particular president in this country that really is still deploying its resources to be able to have strategic positioning over natural resources. Very important for us to continue to push for accountability for all of the people that committed these crimes, that committed crimes in our name, that were contravening international and domestic law. That's where we need to be putting our efforts over the next 4 years.
Thank you. Next, I want to introduce someone that is a person that gets more done in a day and in a lifetime that I could ever say sitting up here. So I'm going to only say a few things. First of all, one of the great activists for peace and justice and one of the leading anti-Iraq voices. He's also a writer, editor, producer. He's the founder and publisher of Haymarket's books. He's the editor with Howard Zinn of Voices of a People's History. He edits Arundhati Roy. He's the producer of the People Speak documentary and many inspiring live readings of Voices. He's the producer of Dirty Wars. He's a partner in creating this tribunal, the author of Iraq, The Logic of Withdrawal, and the co-editor of Iraq Under Siege. I'm bringing up Anthony Arnov.
Oh, thank you, Jody. It's my privilege to be here. And I believe I'm now introducing a new section of testimony. And we're going to begin with a poem from Birgitta Jonsdottir. Is that correct? Is that where we are? Good, good. She's an Icelandic politician, poet, and activist who is currently a member of the All Thing MP party and is representing the country's Southwest constituency with the Pirate Party, having been elected at the 2013 election. She was previously an MP for Reykjavik constituency from 2009 to 2013. And in the 2013 election, she was elected as a Pirate Party MP, along with two others in that party. She's going to be reading a poem as testimony.
In 2010, I had an opportunity to help produce and bring to the world a video that was leaked from a very courageous whistleblower, Chelsea Manning, to our webpage and service called WikiLeaks. When I watched this video, which was named Collateral Murder, I was moved to tears. And whenever I watch this video again, I get very emotional because in this video, I am witnessing something that is so deeply disturbing. I'm witnessing how war has become so dehumanized, so incredibly dehumanized that it's like a computer game. And so there, when you watch this video, you see how civilians are not only slaughtered willingly without any proper reason. You can also see how a wounded man is shot and the people that are helping him to bring him to a hospital. And actually in this particular video, the person that stops their car to take this wounded man to a hospital is a father bringing his 2 children to school. We found out when we were working on the background material, we sent a journalist from Iceland in collaboration with the Icelandic state broadcaster to find the children that were in the video. And he managed to find them. Nobody had been to this area in Baghdad since this horrible event. No journalists had been there for a long time. And he found the children and their mother. And they found out that he was driving them to a special school. And yet at the same time, the soldiers that discovered that they had just shot 2 children who were severely wounded, that they shouldn't have brought them to war. Now, nobody asked for this war in Iraq. This was, in my opinion, an illegal war because it had not happened before, for example, that my country, Iceland, participated in aggression on any country, let alone a country that had not done anything to call for this type of shock and awe. I participated myself in many events. I helped organize events to try to prevent this war from happening. So many people did the same thing all over the world, yet the war happened. But we were so close to stopping it. This incredible force of people from all over the world almost managed to stop the war. And then we have been seeing documents from this horrendous war coming out in so many different ways. But perhaps this event that I helped bring to the general public was the most significant because you could actually see it with your own eyes. And I have to say that the person that is responsible to bring this to us is now sitting for 35 years in prison for showing us and blowing the whistle on crimes, on war crimes. Killing wounded people is a war crime, and nobody has been held accountable for this except Chelsea Manning, and that is outrageous. So I just want to urge people that are interested in preventing more horrors of this kind in our world to do whatever they can, because we can stop this form of madness, this form of horror in our world, if we are unified. I also want to express very deep gratitude to everybody that back then in the day when we're trying to stop this and now are trying to prevent more wars from happening. I want to thank them because every voice matters. And I want you, if you are listening to this, to write to the whistleblower that is responsible for showing us so many of these war crimes that have been happening in Iraq and in Afghanistan. Please write to Chelsea Manning. You can find all information about how to do that. She needs our support. And also, please, please don't look the other way when you have an opportunity to see what is being done in our name. There are so many more wars coming. And there is even a war going on in the United States against the First People, where, you know, the same people that have been killing people as military contractors are attacking peaceful protesters that are fighting for the life on this earth. And also always remember that wars, all wars, are not for the interest of people. They are for the interest of those that own the world, the 1%. So if you can find it in your heart to also, like will do now, I want to apologize that my nation had their name in the coalition of the willing. I want to apologize from the deepest parts of my heart to the Iraqi people that we, a nation who doesn't even have a military, put our name on this list. And I really wish that we can heal all the wounds that have been created because of this illegal war. So we can change the world, each and every one of us, by doing both little and great things. And you never know when the cup is full and we can stop more horrors in this world from occurring.
And one of them has a weapon. Roger, receive target 15. Okay. 208. See all those people standing down there? Stand behind the mic, Roger. Stay firm. And open the courtyard. Yeah, Roger, I just estimated there's about 20 of them. There's one, yeah. Oh, yeah. Correction, Vanderbilt Ford Route 233. I don't know if that's... Hey, Bushman, Sullivan, copy at White 6. That's a weapon. Yeah. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18. We'll call for change by Charlie Mike Bravo. Speed 37. I'm Red White 6, Bushman 6 Romeo. Roger. Fucking break. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18. Have individuals with weapons. 4 radio. Rio Banners 14. Yep, he's got a weapon too. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18. Have 5 to 6 individuals with AK-47s. Request permission to engage.
Roger that. We have no personnel east of our position, so you are free to engage over.
All right, we'll be engaging. Roger, go ahead. I can't get them now because they're behind that building. Any Bushman's element? We got an RPG. All right, we got a guy with an RPG. I'm going to fire. Okay. No, hold on. Let's come around behind buildings. From our point of view. Yeah, we're going to come around and get them from our buildings. Get all RPG. Getting ready to fire. We won't. Yeah, we got a guy shooting. Now he's behind the building. God damn it. He's coming around.
Negative. He was right in front of the Brad. About there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking, once you get on, just open them up.
Yeah, Roger.
I see your element. You got about 4 Humvees out along this. You're clear. All right, firing. Line here. When the stage line, let me know when you have it. We'll shoot. Light them all up.
202 traffic, 260s.
Come on, fire. Hey, Roger. Keep shooting. Keep shooting.
Bushmaster 2-6, Bushmaster 2-6. We need to move time now.
All right, we just engaged all 8 individuals. Yeah, we got 2, we're still firing. Roger. Got him.
6 is a 2-6, we'll move, but we got 13.
Oh, I'm sorry, well, I was done.
Bypass?
God damn it, Kyle. All right, I hit him by head. All right, you're clear. All right, I'm just trying to find targets again.
Bushmaster 6, this is Bushmaster 2-6.
Got a bunch of bodies laying there. All right, we got about 8 individuals. Yeah, we got one guy crawling around down there, but yeah, we definitely got some. We're shooting some more. Better. Hey, you shoot, I'll talk. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18.
Crazy Horse 18, this is Hotel 26, over.
Roger, currently engaging approximately 8 individuals, KIA, RPGs, and AK-47s.
Hotel 26, you need to move to that location once Crazy Horse is done and get pictures, over. China.
Target 20 is the location.
Over.
That was the collateral murder video supplied by Chelsea Manning and released by WikiLeaks. I'm now going to take a moment. I have the privilege to summarize some of my own research on Iraq from the book Iraq, the Logic of Withdrawal. This comes from the first chapter of that book. Every single argument the Bush administration made to justify the invasion of Iraq turned out to be false. Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction, posed no imminent threat to the United States, and had no connection to al-Qaeda or to the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001. Iraq was attacked not because it had weapons of mass destruction, but because it did not. U.S. soldiers were not greeted as liberators, and the occupation did not pay for itself, require few troops, or quickly conclude. Nor has the occupation made the world safer. Indeed, it has made Iraq, the Middle East, and the world far more dangerous. None of these facts should be a surprise. They were all publicly predicted by the anti-war movement, which the media systematically ignored. On every substantive point, the anti-war movement has turned out to be right, and the war's backers turned out to be wrong. Yet a precondition for being considered an expert on Iraq, or other possible military interventions for that matter, in the establishment media seems to be that you were wrong about Iraq, while those who are proven right are nowhere to be seen. Former Washington Post assistant managing editor Karen DeYoung put the matter most succinctly. We are inevitably the mouthpiece for whatever administration is in power, she said. Almost without exception, the explanations for the enormous gap between Bush administration rhetoric and the reality on the ground in Iraq rested on a shared and utterly baseless assumption that President Bush acted in good faith, or perhaps with an excess of idealism, in pursuit of the objectives he announced to the world. The reality, however, is that the administration consistently manipulated intelligence to engineer popular support for a war of choice, to use the expression of one of its main supporters, New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman. The attacks of September 11th, 2001 provided the pretext the Bush administration needed to portray an offensive war to reshape the Middle East as a defensive measure to protect the people of the United States. The Bush administration saw the horrific events of September 11th as an opportunity to carry out plans that long predated the attacks and immediately set to work to target Iraq, despite the fact that the country had no link at all to the hijackings. Indeed, leading members of the Bush administration were open about describing the post-September 11th moment as an opportunity. After September 11th, Condoleezza Rice, Bush's national security advisor and former Secretary of State, asked the national security staff to think about how to capitalize on these opportunities, which she said were shifting the tectonic plates in international politics to U.S. advantage. I really think this period is analogous to 1945 to 1947, she told Nicholas Lehman of The New Yorker. And it is important to try to seize on that and position American interests and institutions and all of that before they harden again. A number of Bush advisors felt that regime change in Iraq could begin a process of rollback in the Middle East, serving as a springboard for further changes in the region that would ensure U.S. hegemony. As political scientist Michael Clare rightly noted at the time of the March 2003 invasion, the removal of Saddam Hussein and his replacement by someone beholden to the United States is a key part of a broader U.S. strategy aimed at assuring permanent global American dominance in the Middle East. The United States, he writes, has extended the Carter Doctrine, the idea that the United States will defend its vital interests in the Persian Gulf by any means necessary, including military force, to the global stage. He goes on, today the Carter Doctrine stretches far beyond the Persian Gulf. It is the blueprint for the extension of U.S. military power to the world's other oil-producing regions. Just as existing U.S. policy calls for the use of military force to protect the flow of oil from the Persian Gulf, an extended Carter Doctrine now justifies similar action in the Caspian Sea region, Latin America, and the west coast of Africa. Slowly but surely, the U.S. military is being converted into a global oil protection service. In the more candid moments, Bush administration apologists acknowledged that U.S. interests in Iraq were about straight power politics. An American-led overthrow of Saddam Hussein and the replacement of the radical Ba'athist dictatorship with a new government more closely aligned with the United States, asserted former Bush speechwriter David Frum, would put America more wholly in charge of the region than any power since the Ottomans, or maybe even the Romans. U.S. planning for the new invasion of Iraq, which was otherwise so haphazard, laid out in considerable detail the quick takeover of the country's oil fields. Indeed, the first areas seized by the invading troops in southern Iraq were named Forward Operating Base Exxon and Forward Operating Base Shell. Iraqis were also quick to note that in the chaos following the invasion, U.S. troops secured the interior and oil ministries, but stood by while museums, weapons caches, and even sites with nuclear-rated materials were looted. By intervening in Iraq, the Bush administration hoped not only to entrench its control of the Middle East, but to more firmly establish the right of the United States to intervene anywhere that it perceives as a potential threat to its imperial interests. The Bush administration, with the Democrats safely in tow, intended the war in Iraq, like its war in Afghanistan, to have a demonstration effect. As one unnamed hawk quoted in the New York Times put it, "By setting up our military in Iraq, we can set an example to other countries. If you cooperate with terrorists or menace us in any way, or even look at us cross-eyed, this could happen to you." Things did not, of course, turn out as Washington intended. The invasion of Iraq in March 2003 and the subsequent occupation of the country have already had profound consequences for world politics. The U.S. has made the world a far more dangerous place, with disastrous consequences for the people of Iraq, the region, and beyond. We must continue to document and expose these facts, which are effectively being written out of history, which is why this tribunal today is so crucial. And we must learn the lessons of this period to prevent future wars, without ever giving up the demand for reparations to the Iraqi people and full accountability for those who committed these crimes of war. Thank you. We now have the privilege of turning to Janine Jackson, who is a program director of Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, FAIR, and the co-host and co-producer of their syndicated radio program, Counterspin, a weekly program of media criticism. She has appeared on ABC's Nightline and CNN Headline News, and is a graduate of Sarah Lawrence College with an MA in Sociology from the New School for Social Research. Janine.
Program director at the Media Watch Group FAIR, and I'm a New Yorker. In the days after the September 11th, 2001 attacks, New Yorkers were expressing themselves with homemade signs and stickers. And the one that was most visible, that had the most resonance, read, "Our grief is not a cry for war." Part of our addressing our horror and loss was an intense desire to avoid more horror and loss. But corporate media didn't reflect our voices. And in the coming months, through the attack on Afghanistan up to March 2003, the US corporate press really did the opposite of what you would hope for from a free press in a democratic society. We needed independent reporting. What we got instead, with few exceptions, was uncritical coverage that took for granted the White House claims about Iraq having banned weapons. In February 2003, when Secretary of State Colin Powell went to the UN and made his presentation, media presented those allegations as fact, reporting that Powell showed satellite photos of Iraqi weapon sites, for example. With TV networks attaching American flags to their logos and to broadcasters' lapels, we also got self-censorship. NBC's Dan Rather famously said, "George W. Bush is the president, and if he tells me to line up, just tell me where." A CNN executive admitted that they went to the Pentagon in advance for approval of the generals that they were going to use as on-air experts. Journalists were fired for writing critically about the war, and Phil Donahue's show was canceled on MSNBC because the network was worried about giving any space at all to anti-war voices at a time, they said, when our competitors are waving the flag at every opportunity. So poorly did media perform at their most primary function that research by the University of Maryland showed that people who relied on television news held fundamental misconceptions about the Iraq War. They believed that weapons of mass destruction had been found. They believed that links had been proven between Iraq and al-Qaeda. And they believed that the international community approved the US invasion. We needed debate. And instead, Time magazine reflected the range of debate in an October 2002 issue that had two columns, "Let's wait to attack" versus "No, let's not waste any time." A fair study of nightly news in the first 3 weeks of the war showed that 71% of US sources were pro-war. Just 3% of US sources were anti-war. And it's not so surprising when you consider that 2 out of 3 of the guests were former or current government officials. But this is at a time when 27% of the population, more than 1 in 4, are telling people that they oppose the war. So there were massive anti-war demonstrations in October of 2002 in DC. When that happened, both NPR and the New York Times undercounted the attendees, and they said that not as many people had turned out as predicted. They got it so wrong, in fact, that they both had to go back and do the story again. Another thing that I think is important is that from January through March of 2003, no nightly newscast aired a single story on the potential humanitarian impact of the war, even as human rights groups were issuing urgent warnings. Indeed, non-military experts, anyone who could talk about international law, human rights, civil society, history, they were just 4% of sources on the nightly news. And then finally, we needed humanity. And what we got instead was crude demonization and calls for war crimes and for racial profiling. In January of 2003, USA Today wrote that the US might be forced to bomb power plants and bridges and highways. Well, these are war crimes. NBC's Tom Brokaw, on the first day of the war, said to an admiral he was interviewing, "One of the things we don't want to do is to destroy the infrastructure of Iraq, because in a few days, we're going to own that country." When US forces bombed Iraqi TV, which is forbidden by the Geneva Conventions, US media cheered. From before it began, the Iraq War was sanitized by pundits who said it would be over in a week, that US troops would be greeted as liberators, that all of the weapons were surgical and would leave civilians unharmed, and that it would lead to peace and stability. Even in images, our research showed that US casualties were rarely seen, and when Iraqi casualties were seen, they were overwhelmingly those killed by other Iraqis and not by US troops. Media made it their job to keep us from asking questions and to keep us from seeing what was done in our name. Now corporate media try to tell us that everyone was wrong about the Iraq War. It's simply false. But right now, I resent most the way media misled us about ourselves, about what we felt and believed and were capable of. The way they told us that violence was the only possible response to violence, and they shouted over anybody who wanted to talk about other ways forward. That's why this tribunal is so important. We must never believe the stories that corporate media tell us about ourselves. We mustn't let them make us believe the worst of ourselves and of the world. And because they don't speak for us, we must speak for ourselves. And that's why it's so important what we're doing here today.
We now turn to testimony of Sonali Kolhatkar, journalist, activist, and artist. Sonali Kolhatkar is the founder, host, and executive producer of Pacifica Radio's popular morning drive time program, Uprising with Sonali, which airs on KPFK and KPFA, and also as a TV show on Free Speech Television. She's a weekly columnist at Truthdig and writes for Telesur English. She is also the founding co-director, of the Afghan Women's Mission, a US-based nonprofit solidarity organization that funds the work of RAWA. She is the author as well of Bleeding Afghanistan, Washington Warlords, and the Propaganda of Silence.
Actually, I started my journalistic career in 2003 2003. So actually, no, 2002, I'm sorry. So it was just about a year before the war on Iraq began. And I remember it was a very exciting moment to be a journalist. It was also a very, heartbreaking moment to be an American. Although at that time I wasn't yet a citizen, but I'd lived in the country long enough. And I remember as a Pacifica journalist feeling particularly happy that I was in a network that, unlike the major media, was very clearly pointing out that we were being all lied to by the president, by the cabinet, by Colin Powell. I actually co-hosted a national broadcast organized by Pacifica when Colin Powell made his infamous speech to the United Nations, giving, quote, clear, definitive evidence of weapons of mass destruction. And despite the really obvious lies around the pretext to the Iraq war, that war went ahead. And as it felt particularly satisfying and gratifying to have, only a few months later, when the US went into Iraq and found that there were no weapons of mass destruction, to be in that minority of journalists in the United States who were saying, this is just not true. The Saddam Hussein is not planning to carry out attacks on us imminently. He is not amassing a massive arsenal of weapons. Of course, it was extremely sad to see us sad to see the fact that we were in a minority, and we, meaning independent journalists, were in a minority. The other thing that I remember being so excited to witness and report on as a journalist were the huge anti-war marches. Of course, we remember in February 2003 the massive anti-war marches that took place against the war in Iraq. And it was important to document that because the mainstream media really wasn't interested in seeing that sort of dissent against the Iraq war, because the Iraq war was so much, for some reason, the war against Iraq was much more opposed than the war in Afghanistan. Americans, I think, wrongly felt that the war in Afghanistan was justified because of the September 11th attacks, but that the Iraq war had nothing to do with September 11th. And so there was much more outrage about that war, and covering that was amazing. But then, of course, the long, dark years of the Iraq war were also very interesting to cover as a journalist, because there would be so many moments when the media would simply move away from what was happening in Iraq, move away from what was happening in Afghanistan, just move away from, once Saddam Hussein particularly was deposed and once he was killed, it was as though our job there was done. But our troops were still there. Our troops were still fighting. Our troops were still causing chaos. Our policies to basically dismantle Saddam Hussein's forces that became so disgruntled that ended up fueling a civil war of sorts in Iraq. Those stories were something that, myself as an independent journalist felt absolutely compelled to keep covering. And we've continued to cover that. And I also remember as an independent journalist how important it was to seek out voices of dissent inside Iraq. So we really sought out women's voices from inside Iraq, Iraqi women living here in the United States who had relatives in Iraq and who were, watching the war and its consequences unfold bit by bit. And so those voices were extremely important. Meanwhile, on CNN, all you had were the military generals. All you had were the war strategists who would try to determine whether a particular battle would succeed or not, rather than whether we ought to be there in the first place. There were so many amazing independent films and documentaries. The war in Iraq, I think, really was one of those moments where documentary filmmaking blossomed. We had like Robert Greenwald's incredible films, so many fantastic films that came out about what was actually happening in Iraq, and documentary filmmakers, I think, really found a footing here in the United States, with the Iraq War becoming a very big focus. And so we focused on that as well, that independent journalists and documentary filmmakers were going to Iraq, and interviewing them became a really important part of how we covered that country. I really feel like one of the questions Americans don't ask ourselves often enough is put ourselves in the shoes of ordinary Iraqis. How would we feel if another country had come and, on a false pretext, and destroyed our government, such as it was, setting aside the fact that people were living under a dictatorship? Most Iraqis knew that the U.S. was not really interested in their well-being. And that came, of course, after years and years of sanctions by the Clinton administration that impoverished and starved Iraqis. How would we feel if we had bombs continually dropped on our heads? How would we feel if our relatives were humiliated in Abu Ghraib? I didn't even mention Abu Ghraib. The coverage of Abu Ghraib as a journalist and independent journalist was one of the most important tasks that I felt I had to uncover the humiliation at U.S. hands of ordinary Iraqis. All of those things have fueled the anger and the hatred against the United States among a surprisingly small minority of Iraqis. It's surprising that not more wish ill on us, because look at what we have done to them. And unless we take stock of that, we'll never be able to make sense of what's really happening in Iraq. And of course, that's a big part of the media's job, is to make sense of the world, to help put things in context, to give that historical perspective, to try to follow the money, to try to follow the interests, the corporate interests, the commercial interests, the private interests, the weapons manufacturers. And we don't get enough of that from the mainstream media. So it's been frustrating and gratifying as a journalist, independent journalist covering Iraq. Frustrating because the answers have been so obvious if you simply look for them in terms of how, things are going badly and what could be done to right them. And gratifying because it's always gratifying to be on the team that gets it right. I wish the mainstream media had gotten it right, but they really haven't. Here and there, you get good facts, but the analysis is missing, the context is missing, and that's what's sorely needed.
Sonali spoke about the importance of our next presenter, Robert Greenwald. He's an American television, feature film, and documentary filmmaker and political activist, the founder and president of Brave New Films. He's produced and or directed more than 65 television movies, miniseries, and films, as well as major theatrical releases, including films such as Uncovered, The War in Iraq, Outfoxed, Rupert Murdoch's War on Journalism, Walmart, The High Cost of Low Price, and Iraq for Sale, The War Profiteers.
Hello, I'm Robert Greenwald. The reason we made the documentary, Uncovered, the whole truth about the Iraq War, was just to do that, to tell the whole truth about the Iraq War. Very hard to remember now, back in a time when the media was so tightly controlled and there were so few voices, that of all the excellent experts who we interviewed for the film, virtually none of them were able to receive a significant audience, a significant megaphone on traditional media. And what we did with that film is we put together all kinds of experts from many different fields, each of them with hard evidence, fact-based, that we were not being given the truth about the Iraq War. Now, today that seems self-evident. Today that's accepted. But back then, the notion was considered unpatriotic. We received death threats, and we were told that we were out to destroy our country by not falling in line, cheerleading for the war, and participating in a countrywide belief that our lives would be over if we allowed the mushroom cloud to happen sooner rather than later. With the film, and looking back on it today, we see the real importance of bringing facts, of bringing expertise to a deeply emotional, a deeply important issue, and to challenge, once again, an administration that was not telling the truth, an administration that was bending the facts, an administration that was manipulating public opinion and working us into a frenzy of fear, paranoia, and an absolute belief that the only solution was military intervention. We know the terrible cost it's taken, the lives, so many lives and injuries to Iraqis and Americans, country destroyed, and a continued threat to our security, not because there were any weapons found there, but because of what we've done in terms of destabilizing that country and impacting that entire region with militaristic policies. And once again, we have found military might does not make us safer, that being stupid and rushing into an unnecessary adventure has cost all kinds of ways. And now, today, it's important to think, to remember each and every one of the lives, each and every one of the families destroyed, and to work harder than ever to say never again will we be led to war by lies, distortions, and propaganda.
Our next presenter is Jeff Cohen. Jeff is an associate professor of journalism and the director of the Park Center for Independent Media at Ithaca College. He's also a founder of the media watch group Fairness, Inaccuracy, and Reporting, FAIR, and the author of Cable News Confidential, My Misadventures in Corporate Media.
I'm Jeff Cohen, now in the journalism department of Ithaca College. In 2002 and 2003, I was a full-time employee at MSNBC, which is NBC's cable news channel owned by General Electric. And I was an on-air pundit debating conservatives every weekday afternoon. And I was also a senior producer on the primetime Phil Donahue show. And within 6 months of the invasion of Iraq, I was engaged on air in debates about the wisdom of invading Iraq. I was opposed. I said it was going to contribute and exacerbate regional instability. I used the word quagmire. And of course, U.S. troops are still in Iraq. But I lost my on-air time slot because MSNBC started a new program called Countdown Iraq, hosted by Lester Holt. And this program featured a parade of retired military brass. And they were presented as analysts, as independent, but we now know they were hardly independent. They were being fed talking points by the Pentagon. They were junketed by the Pentagon. Many of them were military contractors. The reason we know all that is from a front page New York Times expose by David Barstow that won the Pulitzer Prize. And it exposed through thousands of pages of internal Pentagon documents this lack of independence. After the expose came out, it has almost never been mentioned on these TV channels. And many of these military retirees are still on the air. As senior producer of the Phil Donahue show, we tried hard. He's not supposed to appear on our channel. So apparently there was some sort of blacklist. Remember, this was 2002, not 1952. We also put on the air the former UN weapons inspector, Scott Ritter, who has been totally vindicated in his claims that Iraq represented absolutely no WMD threat. Whenever we put Ritter on the air, we would immediately hear these false smears that he was covertly being funded by the Saddam Hussein regime. And that false charge, without any evidence, was put on the air by the general manager of MSNBC. As the invasion of Iraq got closer, management at MSNBC basically seized control of the Donahue show. And they ordered us to have a quota system where if we booked a guest who was questioning the proposed invasion of Iraq, we had to have 2 guests that were pro-invasion. If we had 2 guests on the left, we had to have 3 on the right. At one meeting, when a producer said she could book Michael Moore, who is obviously a critic of the proposed invasion, she was told she'd have to have 3 right-wingers for political balance to Michael Moore. The Donahue Show was ultimately terminated 3 weeks before the invasion of Iraq. And it was terminated for political reasons. How do we know? God bless a whistleblower inside NBC who got a hold of a document. And the day after our show was terminated, it was released to the press. And this internal MSNBC, NBC document that was never supposed to be released, it said that Donahue would be, quote, a difficult public face for NBC in a time of war. He seems to delight in presenting guests who are anti-war, anti-Bush, and skeptical of the administration's motives, unquote. Now, I got into journalism, and journalism in a democracy is supposed to question the motives of the government powers. That memo that leaked went on to say that they feared that Donahue would be, quote, a home for the liberal anti-war agenda at the same time that our competitors are waving the flag at every opportunity, unquote. What was MSNBC's solution? Get rid of people like me, like Phil Donahue, who were acting journalistically, and wave the flag. I told this whole story in a 2006 book called Cable News Confidential, and immediately heard from journalists across the country, from local journalists, national journalists, all of whom had been silenced or sanctioned or fired for acting journalistically and raising questions about the upcoming invasion of Iraq. One of the emails I received was from the former governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura. And in the press, we were told that when Donahue was gone, we were to be replaced in primetime by a show hosted by Jesse Ventura. So the email I received from the former governor was to this effect: I got paid millions of dollars, but they didn't want my show ever to launch. And the reason for that is they learned that I was as opposed to the invasion of Iraq as was Phil Donahue. Every statement that I have made in the last 5 minutes is fully documented. Thank you for your attention.
Our next presenter is Andrew Bacevich. He's an American historian specializing in international relations, security studies, American foreign policy, and American diplomatic and military history. Okay. He is Professor Emeritus of International Relations and History at the Boston University Frederick S. Pardee School of Global Studies, and is also a retired career officer in the Armor Branch of the United States Army, retiring with the rank of colonel. His son, Andrew Bacevich Jr., also an Army officer, died fighting in Iraq in May 2007. Professor Bacevich's books include America's War for the Greater Middle East, A Military History, The Limits of Power, The End of American Exceptionalism, The New American Militarism, How Americans Are Seduced by War, and Breach of Trust, How Americans Failed Their Soldiers and Their Country.
Could you confirm that you can hear me?
We can indeed.
Can anybody on that end confirm that
we can hear you?
Okay. So first of all, I'm very pleased to participate in this event. I find it amazing and to some degree appalling that it has taken this many years for some sort of leading to some amount of accountability. There is no doubt in my mind that the document is based on a series of false. The rationale for the war, the claim, widely repeated, that Saddam Hussein's Iraq either possessed or was developing weapons of mass destruction. The object of the exercise was to overthrow Saddam Hussein as a first step toward a far more ambitious effort to liberate the greater Middle East, in quotes, really to fashion the political order of the region in ways that the architects believed would be favorable to the United States. Some of those architects perhaps believed that democracy would result. Others, I think, were not the least interested in democracy. Their purposes were imperial, nakedly imperial. Regardless of the intentions, the Iraq War resulted in a catastrophic outcome, catastrophic for the United States of America, even more catastrophic for people and for other countries in the region, and indeed the consequences of this ill-advised, unnecessary, reckless, unpredictable war are manifest to us on a daily basis. The mess that we created continues to be very much a mess, will be a mess for decades to come. What I think bothers me more than anything else is the refusal of the architects of this war, sponsored to acknowledge the extent of their error. Continued hypocrisy is simply appalling. So again, let me simply say in conclusion how much I commend those who have undertaken at this late date, better late than never. Thank you very much.
I have the privilege to read a statement from Professor Noam Chomsky. Professor Chomsky is in the Department of Linguistics and Philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and is the author of more than 100 books on linguistics, philosophy, and politics, including Hopes and Prospects, Masters of Mankind, Rogue States, Hegemony or Survival, and many others. In the West, some of the most important information about Iraq remains either ignored or unspoken. The real reason for the US invasion of Iraq, surely, is that Iraq has the second largest oil reserves in the world, very cheap to exploit, and is at the heart of the world's major hydrocarbon resources. The issue is not access to those resources, but control of them, and for the energy corporations, profit. As Vice President Dick Cheney observed, control over energy resources provides tools of intimidation or blackmail, in the hands of others, that is. The invasion of Iraq was undertaken with the expectation that it would probably enhance terror and nuclear proliferation, as it did, far beyond what intelligence agencies and specialists had predicted. In an analysis of quasi-official data, terrorism specialist Peter Bergen, Paul Cruikshank, found that the Iraq effect, the consequences of the Iraq invasion, was a 7-fold increase in terror, hardly a slight effect. The Iraqi insurgency was created by the brutality of the US invasion and occupation, which was, in fact, one of the most astonishing failures in military history. A few months after the invasion, I met a highly experienced senior physician with one of the leading relief organizations who has served in some of the worst parts of the world. He had just returned briefly from Baghdad, where he was trying to reestablish medical facilities, but was unable to do so because of the incompetence of the Coalition Provisional Authority. He told me he had never seen such a combination of arrogance, ignorance, and incompetence, referring to the Pentagon civilians in charge. The major and crucial point overlooked is the judgment of Nuremberg, declaring that aggression is the supreme international crime, differing only from other crimes in that it contains within itself the accumulated evil of the whole. Until at least this is recognized, all other discussion is merely footnotes, and shameful ones. That Iraq is a land of wreck and ruin is not in question. There should be no longer any need to review the facts in any detail. The British polling agency Opinion Research Business estimated the number of extra deaths resulting from the war to be 1.03 million. That's excluding Karbala and Anbar provinces, two of the worst regions. Whether that is correct or the true numbers are much lower, as some claim, there's no doubt that the toll is horrendous. One of the most dedicated and informed journalists immersed in the shocking tragedy, Nir Rosen, published an epitaph entitled The Death of Iraq. He wrote that Iraq has been killed, never to rise again. The American occupation has been more disastrous than that of the Mongols who sacked Baghdad in the 13th century, a common perception among Iraqis as well. The US-led sanctions also took a brutal toll, as did Washington's strong support for Saddam Hussein through the period of his worst atrocities in the 1980s, when he was so admired in Washington that his most shocking crimes, the murderous slaughter of Kurds, were denied by the Reagan administration and congressional protests were blocked. Well after Iraq's war with Iran, the United States continued to support Saddam Hussein, even to expedite his development of weapons of mass destruction. Though the wreckage of Iraq today is too visible to try to conceal, the assault of the new barbarians is carefully circumscribed in the doctrinal system, often with the agency deliberately obscured, and almost always excluding the horrendous effects of the Clinton sanctions, one of the great crimes of the last decades of the millennium, including their crucial role in preventing the threat that Iraqis might gain control of their own country, sending Saddam Hussein to the same fate as Nicolae Ceausescu, Ferdinand Marcos, Suharto, and many other monsters supported by the United States and United Kingdom until they could no longer be maintained. Information about the effect of the sanctions is hardly lacking, in particular about the humanitarian phase of the sanctions regime, the Oil for Food program, initiated when the early impact became so shocking that UN Ambassador Madeleine Albright had to mumble on TV that the price was worth it, whatever the parents of hundreds of thousands of dead Iraqi children might think. The humanitarian program, which graciously permitted Iraq to use some of its oil revenues for the devastated population, was administered by highly respected and experienced UN diplomats who had teams of investigators all over the country and surely knew more about the situation in Iraq than any other Westerners. The first administrator, Dennis Halliday, resigned in protest because he found the policies to be genocidal. His assessment of the sanctions he administered is that they were intended, designed, and sustained to kill civilians, particularly children, and that over 1 million people were allowed to die directly due to the impact of UN sanctions. Halliday's successor, Hans von Spanek, resigned 2 years later when he concluded that the sanctions violated the Genocide Convention. The Clinton administration barred him from providing information about the impact of the Security Council, which was technically responsible. As Albright's spokesperson James Rubin explained, this man in Baghdad is paid to work, not to speak. None of this can ever be mentioned, even in passing, by those who strike heroic poses about the alleged genocides perpetrated by official enemies, while scrupulously avoiding or denying our own crimes, a form of depravity that is not unusual among sectors of educated opinion. The assessments by Halliday and von Spanek add considerable weight to the judgment by the very knowledgeable correspondent Jonathan Steele, referring to the invasion and its aftermath, on the, quote, appalling horror of what has become the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in the world, undertaken primarily to secure access to the country's oil reserves and to send a message of dominance across the region. For Americans, then, one urgent task is to work to change the domestic society and culture substantially enough so that the reasons why the war began and is pursued, and the actions that should now be taken, can at least become a topic for serious discussion. We're now turning to a submission of a book that will be entered into the testimony and record of this tribunal by Viggo Mortensen. Viggo is best known as an actor. He's also a poet, musician, humanitarian, and publisher. He founded a press called Percival Press, and one of the very first books he published was called Twilight of Empire, an expose about war crimes in Iraq, with an introduction by Howard Zinn. and on the anniversary, the 10th anniversary of the invasion, Vigo began work on an updated edition, which I had the privilege of writing a new introduction to, and that book will be entered in its totality into the record. Our next presenter is Juan Cole.
Twilight of Empire has not only essays and reports from that moment in 2003, but there are also poems by different people. And I have a poem in here.
Could you please read it, actually?
I'll take the liberty of reading it, because sometimes you can say things with a poem in a different way. And this is written in 2003, right at the point of the invasion, or just before it. In February of 2003 it was written, and it takes place in Iraq, or what used to be Babylon, you know, that part of the world that's traversed by the rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. Anyway, it's called Back to Babylon. Accept and forget difference or desire that separates and leaves us longing or repelled. Why briefly return to play in broken places, to mock the ground, to collect infant shards, coins, fossils, or the familiar empty canisters and casings that glint from poisoned roots in the blackened dust? We make bad ghosts, and are last to know or believe we too will fade, just as our acrid smoke and those strange flakes of skin and strands of hair will, into largely undocumented extinction. Lie down, lie down. Sleep is the best thing for being awake. Do as we've always been told and done, no backward glances or second thoughts, leaving sad markers buried in the sand. Sleep now, dream of children with their heads still on, or grandmothers unburdening clotheslines at twilight, of full kettles slow ticking over twig embers. Ignore boneless, nameless victims that venture out on bitter gravel to claim remains while we rest. Pay at the window for reheated, prejudiced incantations. Take them home and enjoy widescreen, half-digested, replayed previews of solemn national celebration. Then sleep, by all means. We'll need all the energy we can muster for compiling this generation's abridged anthology of official war stories, highlights of heedless slaughter, to burnish our long and proud imperial tradition. At some point, by virtue of accidentally seeing and listening, we may find ourselves participating in our own rendering. Few of our prey will be left alive enough to water the sun with their modest, time-rubbed repetitions, to rephrase their particular unifying laws. Our version of events has already made its money back in foreign distribution and pre-sales. All victory deadlines must be met. It can get so quiet, with or without the dead watching our constant deployments. From our tilted promontory, we may see one last woman scuffle away across cracked parchment of dry wash beneath us, muttering to herself, or is she singing at us, as she rounds the sheared granite face and disappears into a grove of spindly, trembling tamarisk shadows lining the main road. We'll soon hear little other than our breathing as shale cools and bats rise to feed, taking over from sated swallows. Night anywhere is home, darkness a cue for turning inward. Quiet, an invitation to review our expensive successes before morning extraction from the twin rivers of our common cradle.
Our next presenter is Juan Cole. He's very well known for his weblog, Informed Comment, which you can read at juancole.com. The weblog is also syndicated at truthdig.com. He is the Richard P. Mitchell Collegiate Professor of History at the University of Michigan, and author, among many other books, of The New Arabs, Napoleon's Egypt, and Engaging the Muslim World.
And he offered his entire Engaging the Muslim World into the testimony. Thank you so much, Anthony. So next, I want to bring up the next host for this section coming up. And you met her earlier when she gave her testimony, but I just want to give a testimony about how amazing it has been these last 4 years, 14 years, to have been in partnership with Medea Benjamin. From the minute we started, when I called up from California and said, let's go to Washington, and the mad day of creating Code Pink and creating 3 actions in a day that really hasn't stopped for 14 years, dressing in costume and painting pink and being as audacious as the lies so we can capture the attention and shine the pink light on lies and tell the truth. A partner who's been loving and generous and brilliant and inexhaustible. Medea will be hosting you through the next section.
Well, my thanks to Jody for not only the 14 years of work, but pulling together this amazing event. And my section has some fantastic activists that we've had the opportunity to work with over these last 14 plus years. The person coming up next is Leslie Kagan, who is called by the New York Times the grande dame of the country's progressive movement. She is involved in all kinds of progressive issues over the last decades that range from the anti-nuclear movement, the LGBTQ community, the feminist movement, movement to normalize relations with Cuba, and is now involved in the environmental movement where she's planning all kinds of massive actions for the next Trump administration.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm so happy to be part of this tribunal, and I just want to thank all the organizers for doing this really critical part of the work that our movement needs to do, and that is to make sure as much as possible that the truth gets out. I just want to say a few words based on my experience. I was the national coordinator for United for Peace and Justice, and in fact was one of the people that founded the coalition before the war in Iraq even started. We all knew that this war was coming. That was one thing about Washington and powers that be in Washington, D.C. They made it clear that this war was coming. And so, like people all around the world, we were outraged. Why go to war? What was this about? And it was clear to anybody who had their head screwed on straight, anybody who was listening and had their eyes open, that the Bush administration, the powers that be in Washington, were just making things up about why they were going to war. Saddam Hussein was a brutal dictator. Well, that might have been true. That he and his regime were a danger to the region. Well, who knew that? That his regime had somehow supported the people who had attacked the United States on 9/11, which was totally not true. There was never any evidence of that. That they were about to produce nuclear weapons. No evidence of that. In fact, years later, that became clear that it was a lie. So it was lie after lie after lie. And I think for many of us, we knew that these were lies. We kind of first knew in our heart and in our guts. We didn't have the hard facts. But we knew that they were lies, partially because the reasoning to go to war kept changing, and partially because we knew a little bit, enough about U.S. history to know how many times lies had been put into place in terms of foreign policy and the use of military force, and even in terms of domestic policy right here at home. But we very quickly became part of an international movement, a global movement, the likes of which I don't think anybody had ever seen. I mean, it was truly phenomenal. So we held on to some hope that, in fact, maybe by the millions, tens of millions of people crying out for this insanity to stop, to say, don't go to war, that maybe we could halt it from happening. Let me actually say one thing, a very important, critical moment in this whole process. February 15th in 2003, that day, Saturday, and to some degree on Sunday also that weekend, was a global set of actions. Estimates are anywhere between 10 and 30 million people were in the streets all around the world. We here in the United States were obviously focused on the activity in the US, and in particular on a major demonstration that we did in New York City. And it was, I think, really telling that the way both the city officials, the city government and police departments reacted to our requests for permits, that they denied us what we wanted. We wanted a permit to march and a permit to rally, both in one day, not an unusual thing to do. And they said, no, you can't do it. We went to court, and we knew something was up when at the lawyer's desk for the city, representing the city in the case, in this legal battle, there were representatives of the federal government. And again, that kind of reinforced to us that they didn't want the truth to come out. They didn't want people raising that demand of the U.S. government, of the UN, of the governments of the world that the truth come out. They would do everything they could do to try and stop us. But I don't think the anti-war sentiment ever really went away. And I think part of what we did in that period was A, expose some of the lies, and B, remind people that in this country and around the world, that telling the truth and being public and being in the public arena and not being shy about that is a critical part of any process that can lead to peace and justice and any kind of reconciliation, on a global scale and here at home as well, that starting with the truth is always the first place. The final thing that I would say is that our work is far from over. The lies about Iraq, about the Middle East, and about so much of the world continue every single day. And while there are plenty of reasons to support some people running for office or some elected officials and to be angry about other people being elected, the truth of the matter is these lies have cut through many administrations, and our work is never without meaning. It's never without importance, and we have to be vigilant. I don't know what lies ahead. I don't know what the future for Iraq is, or for that region, or for the rest of the world, for that matter. What I do know is that we need to be vigilant and visible.
Thank you so much, Leslie, and thank you for your amazing work. We would have never had the huge mobilizations against the war were it not for your brilliant organizing. Our next person is somebody who has also worked with you and continues to work with United for Peace and Justice, and that is Matt DeVlieger. He's a multimedia artist and independent journalist living in Brooklyn. His work tends towards comedy, music, performance, travel, freedom of expression, and popular struggle. I know he's been to Standing Rock several times in the last couple of months. Thank you so much, Matt, and we'll see a video with him.
This is Matt DeVlieger. I'm an organizer with United for Peace and Justice. My story kind of begins with United for Peace and Justice and then comes back. Before the war in Iraq, I was a student at University of Central Florida in Orlando, Florida, and moved up from South Florida and did not know what a conservative area I'd moved to until the news started coming out that the President George W. Bush wanted to invade Iraq. And I thought, that's ridiculous. Of course, no one's going to go for this. And then I quickly realized that there were not a lot of people on my campus resisting. I thought there was no way that this could happen in my lifetime with all we've learned from past wars, the lies that are told in wars, the death counts, the people who are hurt innocently. And to me, the most important thing is that there would be children that would be killed and that would have their lives ruined because of the war. There was really no good justification for it. Nothing seemed to add up. There was information out there from the international community, research experts, inspectors. None of it seemed to point in the direction that George Bush, Donald Rumsfeld, Colin Powell, Dick Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, and a lot of them wanted to go in. It was haunting to me that there weren't a lot of people nearby standing up, I did notice, however, there was a group of students, a small group of students, gathered in front of the student union with an American flag and a megaphone. There were maybe 10 of them. And I asked them who they were, what they were doing. They told me that they were a new group forming called Campus Peace Action. They were going to New York for February 15th, 2003, and they asked me if I wanted to come. And I said, I have to go to my speech class right now. I'm supposed to deliver a speech against the Patriot Act, which was another terrible thing to come out of the Bush years that still exists. But I went and spoke to my teacher, and I said, there's this thing going on, I have to go to it. She said, yeah, you need to go. And for 1 or 2 days, I tried calling the person who was the lead to make sure I got on that bus, and sure enough, the day before, we left from Orlando, Florida, 50 students on a bus. The bus didn't really have much heating on it. In fact, I had no heating. It kept going out. We had ice growing on the windows. I got to know people on the bus quickly. And when we got up there, it was just incredible what we saw. We went directly into the march. Of course, there were so many people on the street, and the police were not handling the situation properly by putting us into cages by block. At one point, I saw an older woman trying to get out, and I was pretty outraged that a cop was putting his hands on the woman and telling her that she could not leave from the gate. And out of impulse, I put my hand out and grabbed the cop's arm, and quickly I became the target of his anger, not her. And he asked me if I wanted to go to jail that day. I said no, I didn't, but I didn't think it was right for him to put his hands on her. Later that day, I saw police riding into American citizens that were protesting with horses. Some people had done sit-ins, and the police were riding on horses with blue helmets on, shields. And I thought, this is the first time I'm really actively getting up and resisting in a national protest, using my First Amendment rights, and this is how we're being treated in our country. And pretty much from that moment forward, I have not stepped back from organizing against the war in Iraq. Thank you to everyone who's doing the Iraq War Tribunal. Your work is tremendously important. Thank you for getting me to take the time to think about what we're doing. Peace.
It's good to hear from Matt, who represents a younger generation of activists. We also had activists in the movement around trying to stop the war and protest the war who came from Hollywood. And one of them is Ed Begley Jr., an actor and an environmentalist. He's appeared in hundreds of films, television shows, stage performances. He's best known for his role as Dr. Victor Ehrlich on the TV series St. Elsewhere, for which he received 6 consecutive Emmy Award nominations, and for his current reality show about green living called Living with Ed on Planet Green, which he does with his wife, the actress Rachel Carson.
Hi, my name is Ed Begley Jr., and I'm part of a wonderful group that includes my friend Jody Evans and Ed Asner and James Cromwell, some people who were concerned back in 2002 is my memory. Let me look at the dates. Yes, I have such things. I dated it on the 9th of September, 2002. I took part in this, and I'm going to hold up here for a second. How to create 1 million new terrorists bomb Iraq. That's what we were afraid was going to happen. We were very concerned about the war. There was about 100 of us, as I remember, artists who were concerned about this. We signed a document, which I'll hold up in a moment too. But we relied on experts, really, is what happened. People like Admiral Eugene Carroll, who was president of the press conference that I took part in. My friend Robert Burns, who's a former Marine, people who have served. Admiral Eugene Carroll, by the way, was quite expert in the Mediterranean theater and quite a heroic guy to take a stand like that. But I relied on information from military experts. It seemed like a bad idea to me, but what do I know? So I talked to people who know about such things, and they all thought it was a bad idea. We suspected that they were all lies about the weapons of mass destruction. And of course, that was correct. There's no joy in being right about any of this. We thought a lot of people would be injured. So we took out this ad about the lies and truth about the time leading up to the war in Iraq. And here's the actual ad, I believe. What will the war with Iraq accomplish? 1 million new terrorists. And you see my name and many other names there. on that list. What's interesting is the media's reaction to this. Certain media, certainly on Fox News, I'm told by one friend of mine, Ira Miller, he said he heard Sean Hannity say that Ed Asner, Jamie Cromwell, myself should all be tried for sedition, for taking out this ad. Sedition. You know, we engaged, apparently I found a document here too. I even gave some money. I'm happy I did that. I wasn't sure about that, but I keep such things for reference in the future. But my memory is very clear of being at this press conference. I believe it was on Las Palmas in Hollywood. And I think the wonderful Jody Evans was there. I'm very certain that Ed Asner and James Cromwell were there. I know that Admiral Eugene Carroll was there and that Robert Burns, my friend who's a Marine, was there. And we talked about these things and we thought it was a very bad idea. There would be a lot of collateral damage, some people call it. Another way to refer to it is dead civilians. And that's exactly what happened. As some of you might know, I'm involved in a lot of environmental matters, and there's a grave environmental cost to these expeditions, these wars into foreign lands, and these radioactive shell casings, the amount of lead, the amount of damage to the water table, the loss of property and life and limb in every way, the loss of flora and fauna. You destroy the environment when you go in and wreak havoc with these kinds of weapons there. And we've seen it in Vietnam with Agent Orange. We've seen it with the devastation, environmental and otherwise, that was created in Iraq. And we have to stop this. It's another environmental disaster that we are creating. We must stay united now, as there are other talk and bluster, saber rattling about engaging in other wars, people actually talking about nuclear options. It's a very dangerous time we live in. So we must, as artists, remain united. And I look to the leadership of my friends that are very much engaged in this. So I'm very grateful to know Robert Greenwald and Jody Evans and Ed Asner and James Cromwell and these people, my friends in the military who've served and know about the horrors of war and how it can be avoided in many instances. So thank you so much. And we must remain vigilant. Ed Begley, I thank you.
Great. Next, we are going to hear from a filmmaker named Amir Amirani. The amazing thing about Amir is that he wanted to document the February 15, 2003 Global Day of Action against the war in Iraq. And he worked for months and years to get together the funds needed to do a fabulous documentary that has now been in festivals and in theaters and had a chance to educate young people who really knew nothing about the tremendous activism that tried to stop this war. And it's been very inspiring for the people who get to see this great film. I encourage you to go look at it. If you haven't, try wearemany.org.
Not in our names, not in our names.
The institutions of the British state had set out to tell lies.
It's the biggest demonstration coordinated in the history of the whole Earth.
It was off the hook. Something began on that day that cannot be reversed.
A mass, beautiful movement that's gonna stop them from dropping those bombs.
We had something like 60% of the American people believing that Saddam Hussein was connected with 9/11.
They blatantly lied to all of us.
The rallies of February 15th followed the sun.
It was Australia, it was Sydney.
North Asia and South Asia, Africa, into Europe.
And then we had London.
I thought I was on the wrong march because there were all these families.
Virtually everybody I know was on it.
The whole of my family went on it.
It was so beautiful.
This was the future of humanity.
They can't hold us back! Bush, you can't hold us back!
Fellow Americans, let's roll.
This bastard is actually going to take us to war.
The American people do not want this!
It was over.
Back up! Back up!
Our victory, not theirs.
War criminal! War criminal! Arrest this man!
These These were lies. They can take their medals back.
That's when hell broke loose in Egypt.
If you keep coming back, at some point you will make the change.
Wow, it's inspiring to see the level of activism that happened in the lead up to the war. And one of the groups that, actually the group that called for the Global Day of Action is the Stop the War Coalition in the UK. The Stop the War Coalition in the UK is perhaps the most active anti-war group throughout this last decade and a half, and it has been continuing to call for the British government to be held responsible for getting into the war. It was behind the push for the Chilcot report, and one of the most active members and conveners of the anti-war coalition is Lindsay German, who we will hear from now.
The situation that we faced in 2002, in particular, with the run-up to the war in Iraq, was that we knew Tony Blair and George Bush were telling us repeatedly lies. And we were mobilizing very, very significant numbers of people already in the autumn of 2002 against the war in Iraq. And the government responded to this by issuing a dossier which was supposed to contain the evidence to go to war and that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Now, we rejected the idea that we should go to war. We sent one of our leading members at the time, who was an MP, Jeremy Corbyn, who's now the leader of the Labour Party, and he went down on his bike and picked up a copy. He got an early copy of the dossier to find out what it said. And I remember him phoning me and saying, this dossier, we've got nothing to worry about. It doesn't contain any real evidence of anything that we didn't know already or that's any serious evidence. And I remember very, very strongly looking at the dossier and thinking that this was a series of speculative claims, a series of claims, for example, that Saddam's palaces were where he was supposed to have hidden the weapons of mass destruction, were much bigger than Buckingham Palace and the Queen's other palaces. In fact, they even did diagrams along these lines. And I remember thinking then what ridiculous arguments these were. But of course, what happened, as in repeatedly in the run-up to war, that was the spin which was put on this dossier, particularly by Alistair Campbell, was that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction which could hit British interests in 45 minutes. And the headline of the London Evening paper that day was 45 minutes threat from Saddam. And this was the kind of argument that they used. We knew it was a lie then. We've since been vindicated about this because Chilcot, who reported in July, has made it absolutely clear that there was no serious evidence for weapons of destruction. This was one of the many, many lies. There are repeatings that so many people know, but it was very important for us to be able to nail that. And that weekend, we had a demonstration of 300,000 people, which was the first very big demonstration we had against the war in Iraq. Jeremy Corbyn went down to Westminster on his bike because as an MP, he was allowed an early sight of the dossier. He got it a few hours before we did. He's been a tremendous supporter of Stop the War, and of course he's now leader of the Labour Party. I was very, very proud to be in Westminster in July when he apologised on behalf of the Labour Party for the Iraq War in front of families of children who died in Iraq, in front of Iraqis, in front of former veterans and peace and anti-war campaigners. And it's a tremendous thing to have a leader of the opposition who is anti-war and for peace. Of course, it's one of the main things he gets attacked for support in the media. But it's something that he's very much stuck to, and we hope that this will be. We don't see Chilcot as the end. Jeremy sees it at the end. We have to see this as something where we can find the full truth and hold those who took us to war accountable. And this is still a very, very big question. And it's one that is facing us in the United States and Britain and in every other country that was involved in going to war.
Wouldn't it be nice if the leadership of the Democratic or Republican parties in this country would apologize for having dragged us into the Iraq War? Now we're going to go back and hear some reflections from the producer of the documentary We Are Many, Amir Amirani.
My name is Amir Amirani. I'm a film director based in London, and I made a documentary film called We Are Many. It tells the story of the global demonstrations against the Iraq War that happened on the 15th of February 2003 all over the world. I was on that demonstration not as a filmmaker, but as a citizen. And it was obvious to me that this was a historic turning point. It was an unprecedented historical event. It was a coordinated protest around the world before the war started, and it happened on every continent in around 800 cities in 72 countries. I believe the story needed to be told for a number of reasons. It was a mass mobilization that deserved to be told on its own merit, but also it deserved to be told for posterity, so that in future politicians and historians could not rewrite history to say that there was no opposition to this war. Furthermore, because the mainstream media coverage was so poor, to this day, many people around the world don't know the scale of the demonstrations. So it could have passed into history without the majority of people knowing that this was an enormous
So next we're going to hear from one of my favorite activists in the world. She is from Northern Ireland and is a Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Her name is Mairead Maguire. She got the Nobel Peace Prize together with Betty Williams for her efforts to stop the violence in Northern Ireland, getting the prize in 1976. Since then, she has been active on a number of different fronts, working with Syrian women around trying to stop the violence there, going on boats to Gaza to try to break the siege, crossing from North to South Korea to bring attention to the need for a peace treaty there. And here we're going to hear her reflections around the Iraq War.
My name is Mairead Maguire. I am the Nobel Peace Laureate from Northern Ireland. I would like to give here my testimony to the US Tribunal on Iraq. I believe the invasion of Iraq was carried out on the basis of a lie. I see the US Tribunal on Iraq as a critical endeavour by the American people to tell the truth of what happened to the Iraqi people and clarify the US government's involvement in the wars, sanctions and invasion of Iraq. The story of what was done to the Iraqi people by the US and the UK and Western allies is shocking and deeply disturbing. The two wars, starting with the 1990 Gulf War and the imposition of economic sanctions that caused the slow death of thousands of people, were indeed crimes against humanity and war crimes. They broke all international obligations and were conducted with no respect for human life or the Iraqi people's rights. The US-UK acted unilaterally, ignoring the principle of multilateralism. They acted against the enormous global opposition to the 2003 invasion, articulated by millions of people around the world. The invasion was carried out by the US, the UK, NATO forces on the basis of a lie that Iraq had nuclear weapons and was a threat to the US. The foreign policy of the US, UK governments was for regime change and about Iraqi oil. The methods used were genocidal sanctions, wars, and invasion occupation of Iraq. The shock and awe bombings of unarmed civilians by US, UK allied forces was not about bringing democracy and human rights to Iraq. It was about regime change, oil, imperial power, arms sales, and the total destruction of the nation's infrastructure. It was to force the country into total submission by starving Iraq's women and children. And it was about arrogance and superiority of the US and the UK and the Allies as they set aside international law and institutions of world order by their hegemony in a new area of dedication to the war on terror. Anti-war peace campaigners and people marched in the millions around the world to say no to war. Today, millions of world citizens whose pleas for peace and dialogue were totally swept aside by governments continue to say that the US, UK governments and allies were wrong. And on their behalf, we say, we are sorry, and please forgive us for the war crimes committed against the Iraqi people. We ask the forgiveness of the Iraqi people for what was done to them. The truth of the injustice perpetrated by the Western invasion of Iraq, about the mass murder of innocent Iraqi children through sanctions, their families, homes, food chain destroyed, bombs dropped with depleted uranium, white phosphorus dropped on civilians and land, destruction of infrastructure, torture, invasion, occupations, renditions, extrajudicial murders, theft of oil and resources needs to be told so that justice will be done and reparation for such injustice be made. I personally witnessed the horrors of war and sanctions when I visited Iraq in 1999 after the first Gulf War and during the economic sanctions regime imposed by the West. Our peace delegation visited hospitals where children lay slowly dying in agony with no pain medication from malnutrition and preventable diseases. Doctors pleaded with us to get the sanctions lifted to save their people. Over 1 million Iraqi children under the age of 5 died as a result of economic sanctions put on by the US, UK, and Western governments. During meetings with Iraqi government officials, we were repeatedly told that they wanted to enter into dialogue with the US, UK governments and diplomats and to save Iraq from invasion. But no dialogue was being pursued, only a Western imperial war agenda for power and control. UN officials told us that Iraq had no weapons of mass destruction and Iraq was not a military threat to anyone outside of Iraq. The tragedy of Iraq is that with the political will by our governments to solve the problem through dialogue and diplomacy, so many millions of Iraqi lives, as well as the lives of US and UK soldiers, could have been saved. There was, and there always is, an alternative to violence and war. And Iraq was just another war that need not have been fought. I personally would like to see the tribunal make an admission of war crimes and an apology to the people of Iraq so that the ground will be set for healing, forgiveness, peace and reconciliation in a country now being tragically torn apart by violence, sectarianism, and war. Iraq can be assisted on the long road to peace by our governments if they decide to apologise, ask for forgiveness, and contribute to the process of reconciliation and reconstruction in Iraq. We pray for peace in Iraq, and we pray for the governments who carried out these war crimes to now do the right thing for the sake of humanity. Mairead Maguire, Belfast.
You can see why Mairead Maguire is today one of the foremost peace activists in the world. Next, we're going to hear from a journalist, Philip Weiss, who has written for New York Magazine, Harper's, Esquire, New York Observer, but most recently, he's become well known as being a co-editor with Adam Horowitz of a news website called Mondoweiss, which is devoted to looking at American foreign policy in the Middle East, chiefly from a progressive Jewish perspective. Go to Ben Cohen. Sorry, Ben Cohen? Okay, we're going to go on to Ben Cohen. Ben Cohen is an American businessman, activist, philanthropist. He is best known as the co-founder of the ice cream company Ben & Jerry's. As Ben & Jerry's gradually grew into a nationwide business and one of the largest ice cream companies in the country, he turned his newfound wealth and prominence into a variety of social causes, generally through the Ben & Jerry's Foundation. Ben Cohen also oversaw a nonprofit organization called True Majority and another one called Business Leaders for Sensible Priorities. He was with us on the front lines in the protests around the Iraq War. And we are having a little bit of difficulty now. Are we pulling up Ben? Yes, Ben Cohen? Ben Cohen, not available. Sorry. That is all I have. So next we are going to hear from Alderman Joe Moore from Chicago, a founding member of the group Cities for Peace. Are we going to hear from Joe? Sorry, you all, don't leave us. Stay with us. We will have something great for you. Yes, why don't you, we all stretch and you all stretch while we figure this out. 2-minute break here. Oh, it looks like we might have been sabotaged here. Somebody crashing into our Dropbox. We will stretch. So while we are waiting, I think I just want to tell some stories about being in Iraq, because all of these testimonies have really brought back a flood of memories. And the first memory that I recall is getting into Baghdad and meeting with women. And it's unfortunate we haven't had more women Iraqi voices here. but I was blown away by the women that we met. The first group of women came up to us and said, "Oh, you're from the United States. Who are your favorite Black American women poets?" And they started to name off a number of different women poets like Alice Walker, Nikki Giovanni, asking us who were our favorites and what were our favorite poems. This was in Iraq under Saddam Hussein. I was quite blown away and said, "Well, you must have lived in the United States." And they said, "No, we have never traveled outside the United States. We actually studied American literature in the university in Baghdad," which, by the way, they told us was free to anybody, no matter what you wanted to study. You could become a PhD, a doctor, and indeed, the women we met were PhDs, lawyers, judges, architects. Certainly blew away any stereotypes of women being oppressed in a Muslim country like Iraq, given that women had such tremendous opportunities and were the majority of the students at the university. I think we are back. Okay, we are back now in business, and we're going to go to Alderman Joe Moore from Chicago, founding member of a very important movement called Cities for Peace.
Chicago. And I was a sponsor of the resolution that the Chicago City Council passed in the days leading up to George Bush's invasion of Iraq, opposing a preemptive attack on the nation of Iraq. I did that at the prompting of a number of anti-war activists who knew me and we were friends, and they asked me to sponsor this resolution, and I was absolutely committed to doing so. Now, there were some criticism of me for doing it because they thought, well, as a member of the Chicago City Council, you should spend all your time worrying about filling potholes and making sure the garbage is picked up and the streetlights are turned on. But I had a much broader view. I thought that that this was of critical importance, not only to federal officials, but to us local officials as well. Because it was going to be our sons and daughters that were going to be called upon to fight this war. It threatened to divert billions of dollars from much needed projects and programs and infrastructure improvements here in my district and throughout the city of Chicago and cities across the nation. So I felt it was not only appropriate, but our duty to speak out on this important national issue. And so I was able to convince my mayor and 48 out of my 49 colleagues to sponsor the resolution and to get it passed through the city council, putting Chicago on the map as being against a preemptive invasion of the nation of Iraq. At the time, Chicago was the first large city to do so. And I think it was because of our leadership here in Chicago that convinced other large cities across the nation and small and medium cities as well to also join the Cities for Peace movement and speak out against Bush's invasion of Iraq. Tragically, we were ignored by the White House, and the consequences of that ill-advised military adventure live with us to this day. But again, we were on the right side of history, and I'm glad to have been a part of it.
I do want to add that the whole concept of getting cities to weigh in about war and peace issues is something that groups like the Institute for Policy Studies hope to revive now under a Trump administration. We're worried that things at the national level might lead us into even more war. We want to weigh in from the city level to say that we need these funds for the dire needs of our cities, for our infrastructure, green jobs, healthcare, education, and not more war. Thank you.
Great. So if you would go ahead and Code Pink is addressing, because it's a conversation that our whole society has not had, and our media are unable to have, and that Code Pink has been pushing us to have for 10 years, or since the war began, for 15 years. And I remember most vividly, I remember that moment when I was at the Republican convention in New York in 2004, and I was sitting with all these important media people, and they're all, I was then part of the mainstream media, and we're all tiered in terms of our importance. And we're sitting there listening intently to George Bush, and in the middle of it, Jody Evans stands up and tears off a shirt and says, your hands are covered with the blood of Americans and Iraqis, something like that. And she starts screaming that. And they dragged her out of Madison Square Garden right past the media. I'll never forget that. It was one of the most important moments for me on my journey, and I think in the end for our country, to see this brave person being dragged out, manhandled, with her shoes flying off right by the media, and they did not pay any attention. And I was sitting there, and it was just so vivid that I thought, who is this nobody, Jody Evans, who has put her body on the line for a great principle of accountability. And I'm sitting in this just kind of banks of reporters, and there's no accountability. And it was very important, because I thought, which side am I on? It was a which side am I on moment. And I think one of the inspiring things about what you folks are doing right now is you're trying to keep that you're bringing that conversation to the halls of power, as she was doing then. And how many people did it affect? Maybe it just affected me, maybe it affected George Bush. We don't know. Norman Morrison's immolation outside, he killed himself outside McNamara's office in 1965. That affected me deeply. It affected McNamara deeply. Jody was not making that type of sacrifice, obviously, but there's no saying what that kind of gesture of witness does to a society. And it's had a big effect on me, and I think that this conference has a similar type of potential importance. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Could you tell us about the beginning? Connection with the Israel lobby and Israel itself in the drive to go to war?
The most important moment for me personally in this struggle for awareness, which I think our whole society is trying to raise its consciousness about this very slowly and after the fact, was in early 2003 when I was demonstrating against the war, and I saw my brother in California, and he said to me, well, what do you think of this plan to invade Iraq, Phil? We demonstrated against the Vietnam War, but my Jewish newspaper says that this war could be good for Israel. And I just sat there, and I was just so shocked by that. It was just a real revelation to me that American Jews in any dimension would be supportive of this war. And yet my brother was telling the truth. His Jewish newspaper was pushing for this war as a good thing for Israel, and many Jews were affected by that. Now, it's true that overall American Jews were opposed to this war more than any other group just about, but leading Jewish organizations, Jewish newspapers, the Union for Reform Judaism, the Reform Jewish Organization, and AIPAC, the leading Israel lobby, were quietly pushing this war and not so quietly pushing this war. And that for me was a signal moment. I realized that I'm a Jew, and though I have not been as a writer and reporter and journalist, I haven't said, I'm a Jew, 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 Jew. On this moment, I had to stand up and say, I'm a Jew, 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 and I am against this war as an American and as a Jew. And I'm not hearing you now, Ariel, sorry.
Israel helped drive the call to war, Israel and AIPAC.
Sure. Well, what you will see is that in the run-up to the war, leading figures inside the Israel lobby were endorsing this war. And so AIPAC, though its official position was neutral on a war, it was lobbying Congress people to support the war. And years later, President Obama would refer to this when he said the same people who were pushing the Iraq war are trying to kill the Iran deal, a direct reference to AIPAC trying to kill the Iran deal. You also had sort of leading figures in the Israel supporting community who were pushing this war as a good thing for Israel, so that Benjamin Netanyahu testified, who was not then prime minister, one of the few times he hasn't been prime minister in the last 15 years, was testifying to Congress that this war could remake the Middle East for the best. And the neoconservatives were echoing that policy all through the Bush administration, many of them big supporters of Israel. And Hillary Clinton was then a senator from New York, and she had no choice but to support the war. It's been said Gerald Nadler, a Jewish congressman from New York, bravely opposed this war and had members of the Jewish community, the right-wing Jewish community, saying, you've got to support this war for Israel. He said no. Hillary Clinton was unable to buck these forces inside the pro-Israel community. She supported the war and she paid for it. She lost the 2008 nomination for the Democratic nomination for the presidency because of her support for the Iraq war. And arguably it affected her this year as well, when a populist revolution, kind of right-wing revolution, upended her plans.
We are happy to have here our dear friend. The next speaker is Andy Chalal. Andy was born in Iraq. He is an artist, an activist, and an entrepreneur, best known for the series of fabulous restaurants that he has in the Washington, D.C. area, known as Busboys and Poets. He also was a mayoral candidate for Washington, D.C. in 2014. And he was very active in the lead up to oppose the Iraq war.
Thank you so much for having me. So when I was asked to come here and testify, I didn't know what exactly I'm testifying about. You know, war sucks. The Iraqi people are devastated. Things are horrible. And, you know, end of conversation at some level. I think it's important to understand, obviously, the human cost that this war has brought about, because that's my relationship to Iraq. I left Iraq when I was 10 years old, left back a lot of relatives, aunts and uncles and cousins and all that, whom most of them have left. So displacement has been one of the major issues that's happened to Iraqis. They've been displaced, lots of them. By some estimates, up to 5 million people have been displaced, had to either move out of the country or move away. And to make matters worse, they moved to areas that they thought were safe, and then those areas became problematic as well. So they've had to continue to be nomadic, to move from one place to another. You know, I was at a conference yesterday. We were talking about immigrants and the whole backlash of immigrants. I said, you know, stop calling us immigrants. We're refugees. We are here because of American policies. We're not immigrating for better weather. This is a forced migration of folks that have to go to other places and become refugees, largely due to policies that we've created, whether you're from Central America, from South America, from Asia, from Africa, wherever you may be. Oftentimes people move here because of American policy. It's unfortunate, but that's the reality. So, I mean, as far as Iraq is concerned today, you know, when we talk to our relatives, they live in Baghdad. Most of my relatives live in Baghdad. I have some relatives that lived in Mosul, but they left Mosul because of the situation there with ISIS and the attacks on them by the military. They have no idea where the attacks are coming from. It's been really devastating, and now with the burning fires as well that ISIS left behind, the environmental devastation has been tremendous. It's very interesting when you talk to people in Baghdad how oftentimes human beings are seen as resilient because they They, you know, when you talk to people in Baghdad, they actually call us, and you know, if there's like a windstorm being predicted for Washington D.C., they'll call us and say, "Are you okay?" You know, and I'm always amazed by that, how people are able to do that in spite of all the horrific situations they're living under. And you know, we always talk about resilience of human beings, and I'm really getting tired of the word resilience, because it should be reserved for cockroaches and for rats. Human beings are not resilient. We are not resilient. We do carry the scars of war, whether they show or not. So I think we have to, you know, kind of move away from the idea that human beings are willing to withstand whatever comes their way. Yes, we do survive as a species, but it's not a human survival. It's a very, very basic survival. And I think that's why, you know, even people in Iraq, and, you know, you talk to people in Gaza, and they'll tell you everything is fine, you know, we're having a wedding or there's something going on, but underneath all that, there's lots of pain, lots of suffering that is needless. I think, you know, it's interesting, because when you know, you mentioned Busboys and Poets and my relationship over, obviously I founded, opened it. You know, I have to say, part of the impetus behind opening that place was the lead up to the Iraq War. Feeling very, very alone and feeling very, very isolated. And then, you know, recognizing once there were a lot of gatherings and meetings and so on, you know, I have to give a serious shout out to Code Pink and folks like you all who have kept this fire burning, this idea of we cannot forget, we cannot move on. You know, Americans generally have a very short attention span. And I think it's important for us to constantly remind people of our actions. These actions carry consequences, and the consequences are devastating to lots and lots of people, even though we may not feel them or see them here. If we look at the entire globe as a body, a lot of our body's in pain, and I think it affects all of us when that happens. So when I see, you know, I remember the first time when Medea spoke at a gathering of United for Peace and Justice, where she said, you know, we're starting this organization called Code Pink. I was like, you know, I hope there's something to this, and certainly it's been an incredible reassurance of Americans, especially my newfound land here, my newfound country, to see that there are people that really do care. And when I wanted to do a place like Busboys and Poets, my intention was, you know, if Americans knew the suffering that they've created, the situation that the government, our government, has done, they would do something about it. And a lot of it had to do with being educated and learning and getting information. That's why these types of gatherings are so important, because that's how we learn. If people learn these things, then maybe that they would not go into another foray to devastate another part of the world, another nation, another people. And so, you know, opening a place that had an opportunity for people to come together and talk and have panel discussions and have you know, books and information is key for us. Information is really our power now, is for people to know. We have to believe that the human spirit rises above all. And as long as people understand and recognize the things that are being done in our name, we will do something about it. And I'm very grateful for this. The other part I think that's important is I mentioned that I had relatives in Iraq. I don't have but a handful of relatives left there. All of them have moved, and they move wherever any country is willing to accept them. The United States has been the slowest and the last to accept refugees from that part of the world, even though we had a great deal to do with the displacement of those folks. But they've moved as far away as New Zealand, as far away as Sweden, places that are completely foreign to them. They don't see themselves as immigrants at all. They do see themselves as refugees, people that have had to move because of situations that were untenable where they were. So I don't know how are we doing this? Are we doing like a Q&A? Are we doing, no, just a testimony? Well, I've testified. Okay?
We thank you for
War
that,
sucks.
Andy. We thank you for being there for us and for providing us the space that we're going to need, certainly during the next administration, the venue that you provide for us to come together, as well as your own passion.
And I'm glad that idea of normalcy has to change. That idea of saying, oh, let's see how things go. You know, we'll wait and see what happens. I'm hearing a lot of people saying that. Let's wait and see. You know, I grew up under a dictatorship in a very short period of time, but I know a lot of people, my relatives, who grew up under Saddam Hussein. And I would contend that someone like a Donald Trump is nothing but Saddam Hussein with a Twitter account. I mean, he is just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, can do a lot more damage than Saddam Hussein could have ever dreamed of doing. And I think that's an important element to think about, because when people see a strong man come in, oftentimes they feel like, oh, they're going to solve my problem, they're going to take care of things. But fascism doesn't just show up overnight, doesn't just come knocking on your door and say, hi, I'm here, I'm fascism. Fascism is sometimes dressed up in a red wig and has an orange face. And we have to really call it out constantly, because I think by the time we recognize it, it's oftentimes too late. And I know for a lot of white folks, the idea of the things that Trump said are things that they can ignore, because, oh, it's not going to affect me. I'm not an immigrant. I'm not a refugee. I'm not black. I'm not a foreigner. I'm not this or that, and therefore I'm not going to be the one that is going to be bothered by this. I'm worried about the economy. I'm worried about this X, Y, Z. But none of those things matter. None of the economy issues matter when you have someone who is as racist, as xenophobic, as homophobic, as misogynistic, as disgusting as Donald Trump in power. All of these things don't matter. All the other stuff doesn't matter when you have someone like that. That's what fascism looks like. It creeps up on you. And by the time you have it, it's too late. So I just want to put that out there as well in this conversation.
Well, thank you, Andy. And having myself just come back from a long stint around the country, I am really encouraged by the number of people who will not just accept the new administration and wait and see what's going to happen, and especially young people from high schools to colleges who are not only demonstrating but are forming coalitions that will serve us well during the next administration. And as Andy is an example of an entrepreneur who really uses his not only venue but his power as an entrepreneur to put out his voice, and as you can tell, doesn't mince words, we have been able to reconstruct the video with another of our favorite entrepreneurs, and that is Ben & Jerry's, from the famous Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Ben Cohen.
Hi, I'm Ben from Ben & Jerry's. I've been doing this demonstration to show how much money our government is spending on the military versus how much other countries are spending on their military, and versus how much money our government is spending on social and human needs.
Ben. Problems of corruption of the video. We thought we had it. Is that the case? Are we going to be able to show it?
There's a potential ad spends around $700 billion to $1 trillion a year on national security. That would include the Department of Defense, the Homeland Security, the Veterans Administration, retirement benefits for the military, ongoing health care for people that get injured in military wars, et cetera, et cetera. And, if you just take the lower number, how much we're spending on the Department of Defense and the so-called Overseas Contingency Fund, which is supposed to pay over and above for any wars that we might be involved in. It's about 700 billion. And in comparison to that, the country that spends the next most that we deem as a potential adversary is China at about 120 billion. So right there, we spend about 5 times more than the next highest spending potential adversary. And obviously, why should we need to spend so much more money than the other guys are spending in order to defend ourselves? And then you take a look at how we could have spent that money on other stuff. And you realize that for 15% of the US military budget, we could fully fund child health care. We could fully fund our educational needs. We could spend enough money to prevent preventable disease amongst children and starvation amongst children all over the world. And, you know, a lot of people think that would be go a lot further toward preventing terrorism, because even as George Bush said, poverty is the breeding grounds of terrorism. So what this Oreo demonstration shows is that we have enough money. Having enough money is not the issue. It's where we choose to spend the money. And once we shift just a small proportion, 15% of the Pentagon budget into social needs, all of a sudden all our social needs are met. So there you have it. We've got the money. We just need to put it in the right places.
Yes, we have the money and it needs to go to the right places. And what we know is that we live in a war economy, that war serves, and it's serving it well. And so one of the things that we have at Code Pink is to grow our local peace economies. And our last presenter of the day offering into testimony is Charles Eisenstein, who's a peace activist and the author of Sacred Economics and the more beautiful world our heart knows is possible.
Well, so here's kind of a historical view that I take about it. And I'm not, an expert on geopolitics or anything like that. But basically, I see that our whole civilization depends or is built on, I call it a story of separation that takes a lot of forms. For example, humans versus nature, self versus other, us versus them, and so on. So as long as we had an enemy in the form, okay, now he's distracted. As long as we had an enemy in the form of the Soviet Union, we had a foil, this evil entity, we thought, whereby we could define ourselves as good. And we could live on a war footing. When the Soviet Union dissolved, there was like this moment of kind of cultural panic where we were desperately looking for a new bad guy. And you might remember in the maybe early 90s, the new bad guy was for a brief moment the Colombian drug lords. Woo. And that was kind of portrayed even in some films as being like this really scary next foe of the good, the true, and the beautiful. But that didn't work very well. And so there was this crisis because how do you maintain the military industrial complex and all that goes along with it if there isn't a convincing enemy? So just in the nick of time, global terror came along. And here was finally something that we could be afraid of again. But, even at the height of the hysteria following 9/11 that gave birth to the second phase of the Iraq War, I got this sense that people weren't actually that afraid of terrorism. nothing like the deep dread of the Soviet Union that prevailed in my childhood. People weren't actually that afraid of it. And so the fear and the hysteria had to be kind of manufactured, much more than in the days of the Cold War. And people just kind of went along with it. But I think that it wasn't so much that the populace was clamoring for war as it was that the policy establishment and the elites were allowed to kind of go and do their thing without huge public buy-in. There was public opposition, and there was even more just kind of public apathy. I remember when there was the terror alert system, green, amber, red, like nobody cared what the color was, you know, and the airport security, it just kind of becomes this ritual. So I feel like the Iraq War was kind of this attempt to give a new lease on life, or it's kind of the war mentality on life support, extending it a few more years or decades beyond its time. Because really the paradigm of war, like the fundamental paradigm of defeating your enemy through overwhelming force, that, properly speaking, ended in 1945, when for the first time in human history, we developed a weapon too terrible to use. Today, nobody dreams of obliterating Russia or China or anybody through nuclear weapons. I mean, well, maybe not nobody. There are certain unregenerate elements that still entertain those fantasies, but seriously, like that's not an option anymore. And that's different than it's been for thousands of years. For thousands of years, we've been able to at least pretend that our problems could be solved with final defeat of the enemy. So Iraq, one of the things that, I mean, I guess I always look for silver linings. It's pretty hard to ignore the fact that none of the stated objectives were really achieved, and nobody's better off. And it's just like this new confirmation that what we do to the other, we do to ourselves. And if we're talking about lies here, like the biggest lie of all is that we can escape the consequences of what we do to the other. We can escape the consequences of what we do to Black people, to poor people, to the forests, you know, to the oceans, to the rivers, to the mountains. If we build a big enough wall and a secure enough bubble, then we can escape what we've done to the other. But that doesn't work, you know, like we have, like America has insulated itself from foreign violence, more or less, but we have unprecedented levels of domestic violence. There's like this mirroring that goes on. We've seemingly insulated ourselves from the poisoning of the planet, yet we're in the midst of a terrible health crisis where life expectancy is lower for the new generation than it was for my generation. What we do to the other comes back to us. That's the deepest lie, is that we can avoid that somehow. And I think that the big revolution that's going on this planet is to understand that we're all in this together. Therefore, war is utterly obsolete.
So we're going to end our day. We thank you so much for being with us and for having the patience through our muddle. I think the computers and technology wore out. Please watch us tomorrow. Tomorrow we move into the costs. And those are the costs in money, in lives, in emotional stability, in our communities. And I promise it's going to be an amazing day of fresh voices, and I hope you can join us. Please continue to share what you've seen and help us grow our audience at Iraq Tribunal, hashtag Iraq Tribunal. Today it was about hashtag the lies. Tomorrow it's about hashtag the costs. And remember that we need to rise, love, and resist. See you tomorrow.